Ah, cool! A big budget reboot of a thing I loved as a kid! Those are always great!
Legacy. What is a legacy?
It's planting seeds in a garden you never get to see.
We as humans are so fixated on this concept, yet never really stop and consider what it truly means. We tend to view legacy as static, something we strive to arbitrarily achieve because that will give us purpose. All we need is enough money, enough recognition, enough subscribers, and we will have secured it. Heck, my own videos tend to follow that train of thought, where I attempt to deliver conclusive statements on pieces of nostalgic media as if they and their place in the world are incapable of changing beyond their current state. A line of thinking that has bitten me in the ass a few times. But that is not what legacy is at all. It's not this tangible thing with a set of universal instructions on how to obtain it. Legacy is fluid and never-ending. And whenever I ruminate on the concept of legacy and what it means to me, the place I somehow always end up is the DuckTales reboot.
Wait, what?
Created by Francisco Angones and Matt Youngberg, DuckTales 2017 is a modern reimagining of the classic animated series from the late 80s that launched the Disney afternoon, and essentially kick-started the era of creatively driven cartoons in the 90s, changing children's television forever. So in the mid-2010s, when Disney announced the development of a modern incarnation of the show for younger generations, people were skeptical. We were already deeply entrenched in the era of film and TV studios digging up their previous successors for the sake of pandering to audience nostalgia, often at the expense of original ideas. Only for most of them to fail because it was clear these companies lacked the understanding of why the old thing was so beloved, believing that simply sharing the same name as something people cared about would be enough. Thank God we eventually moved on from that, and modern audiences are far more wise to these tactics and can easily tell when companies churn out passionless imitations, while adding and changing stuff that actively make the story worse and removing anything challenging in order to be as marketable as possible. Am I right? The point is, from its very conception, the DuckTales reboot was constantly fighting an uphill battle, something the crew behind it was adamantly aware of. Because they weren't only redoing an old 80s show, they were contributing to an entertainment lineage that had spanned over 80 years, one they all held in high regard and wanted to do justice. Their ambition and passion led to 3 seasons of some of the best animated television ever created. A series about family built by people who became one. A reboot that questions the very idea of legacy, how one is formed, the pressure of living up to something so abstract, and what exactly it takes to maintain it. Hiya folks, welcome to the show, where in a very belated celebration of the 5th anniversary of me starting this channel, I'm going to be going back to the series that sort of began my own legacy by taking another look at DuckTales 2017. My original retrospective on the series, if you can even really call it that, was the first brush with success I had on YouTube less than a year in. I still remember working till late to get it finished, going to sleep, and then waking up the next morning and being stunned at the amount of views it already had. And then a few days later, I hit my first ever 1,000 subscribers. That video will always be special to me for those reasons. Though as time has gone by, and I've somewhat improved at this, I feel I could do the series far more justice now than I could back then. So when I was considering what I wanted to do for this milestone, taking another crack at one of my favourite shows of all time with the knowledge and experience I've gained since my first attempt seemed like a no-brainer. And as often is the case, much of the production information and quotes used in this video come directly from The Art of DuckTales by Ken Plume, specifically the deluxe edition, which I cannot recommend enough. So fasten your seatbelts, stow your grappling hooks, and set course for adventure, as we take another look at DuckTales 2017 to see what it can tell us about expectations and legacy.
The time? Dusk. Neon! Drama! Those big lightning tower things!
In the summer of 2015, Disney television executives arranged a meeting between Frank Angones and Matt Youngberg, 2 men whose lives had followed very different paths, yet through a mix of fate and luck found themselves at the same crossroads. Matt was a classic comic book nerd who had begun working in animation in the late 90s, known primarily for contributing to action-heavy cartoons such as Batman Beyond, X-Men Evolution, and Teen Titans. experiences that led to him being hired as supervising producer on Transformers Animated and Ben 10 Omniverse. There had been rumblings in the industry that Disney was looking to bring back its first ever flagship animated series, and he quickly reached out because of his nostalgia for the original and its many successors. Whereas Frank started his career working in live action sitcoms, till he saw an opportunity for a freelance writer on a new Disney cartoon, Wander Over Yonder. Being a huge fan of previous work from the creator Craig McCracken, Frank applied and landed the position where he worked on some of the show's most celebrated episodes, like The Void, the cartoon, My Fair Haiti, The Night Out, and the series finale, The End of the Galaxy. While work on Yonder was wrapping up, Frank became aware that executives at Disney Television were trying to get a reimagining of DuckTales off the ground, as Frank began doing anything he could to end up on the project.
I went to my garage, pulled out all my old DuckTales posters and toys, and conveniently set them up by the exit of my office. And then I would invite executives to coffee, telling them to meet in my office so that as they went out, they would see the posters in the small DuckTales shrine and they'd be like, "Oh, do you like DuckTales? We're actually talking about trying to make a reboot of that."
Upon sitting down to discuss their potential vision for this new series, the two immediately hit it off due to not only their shared reverence for the original show and the larger Disney Afternoon universe, but also the full history of Disney Ducks, such as the various comics by Carl Barks and Don Rosa. During the meeting, it soon became clear they both were on the same page as to what this new show needed to be. It couldn't simply be an attempt to make more of the 80s series. They had to find a way to recapture the same feeling it gave them growing up, while also updating it to fit the expectations of modern kids' entertainment. It would be a marriage between adventure cinema like Indiana Jones and ensemble comedies like Modern Family, with a style of storytelling that would take influence from 80s comic books, having big arcs that also told a bunch of individually satisfying stories so you could jump in at any issue and still feel you'd gotten your money's worth. A balance between serialized and episodic storytelling. With a clear direction established, the next step was to assemble a crack squad of specialists to help realize their vision. Quite serendipitously, this was all happening around the time another mystery-focused Disney animated series was wrapping up production, as many crew members who worked on Gravity Falls would be brought onto the project. This included art director Sean Jimenez and producer Susanna Olsen. With a show as distinct and visually complex as DuckTales, featuring episodes set all over the world, Sean became a guiding light during development, spearheading the direction by contributing his own ideas and expertise to the show's look. Because of the show's adventure roots, the visual language needed to evoke a feeling of pulp, so Sean went out and found giant reams of old newsprint to replicate that effect. Something that is present in every frame of the show, despite it being an aspect that the vast majority of viewers would never notice, showing the dedication and passion they had in getting the look just right. This also led to the inclusion of Ben Day dots in the textures, which proved to be its own challenge, having to constantly alter the size to be visible without overpowering the movement of the characters, but it was worth it to give the show its distinct feel. This element of the design also contributed to the goal of creating something that evoked the style of Karl Barks and other sources of print media such as the French comics. The philosophy behind making the backgrounds for the show was to design them from the perspective of ink sketches of real locations as opposed to the locations themselves, as though someone had come across these places and decided to draw them, and that someone also happened to be Hergé, the creator of The Adventures of Tintin, allowing them to be grounded but still possessing more of an artistic quality than a realistic one and evoking that human touch. The manner in which they would approach development of the series was to create something as cinematic as possible on a TV budget, using techniques from live action such as stage of light and including colour scripting as part of the pre-production, which was not typical of an animated series at the time. Though the major way DuckTales achieved this lofty ambition was the creative way it uses layers in the environment to replicate the effect of a multi-plane camera, a technology Disney had developed during production of Snow White that adds a greater sense of depth to the backgrounds, further immersing the audience. But the true challenge was pinpointing a look for the characters, finding a balance of creating their own version of this cast while still keeping them recognisable, especially when dealing with a character as important as Donald Duck. They finally made a breakthrough when they brought in designer Alex Kerwin, who was influenced by the work of famous Disney animator Milt Kahl and how he would draw characters like Ludwig von Drake, finding a middle ground between his style and Karl Barks that created a look that was both organic and expressive. When the series entered full production, the torch was passed along to Tim Moen, who developed Frank and Alex's ideas into a comprehensive design language for the crew that would be understandable to the overseas animators.
There's a learning curve on a series where you spend a lot of time getting into that style that someone else has explored in development, and then trying to figure out any deficiencies and that you would need to make it be production ready, where it needs to be drawn by hundreds of animators having to maintain a consistent look. In development, we're just exploring ideas and we're not really worried about the technical aspect. My job was taking those ideas and then making the technical aspect work. It was really just trying to understand how these ducks are constructed and how to codify the cleanup style to make it consistent.
When the time came to begin hiring a full team of artists, Susanna Olsen had implemented a similar process to what had been done on Gravity Falls. Applications were anonymous, allowing each artist to be judged off their own work before the producers learned about their previous credits. Because of this, they brought on a diverse team of both animation veterans and young storyboard artists who were fresh out of school, bringing many different perspectives to the show, which was exactly what Matt and Frank had wanted, to create an environment where people could excel at what they did best, giving them as much ownership over the series as possible. Because the more everyone became personally invested, the more they dedicate themselves to the project. This came down to crediting every writer present during story breakdown meetings for an episode, as they had contributed to the writing process. Another unique aspect of the show's production was something Matt introduced called the Board-O-Matic, where an animatic is created using the first pass at an episode's storyboards instead of after everything has already been finalised. This was an advantage of the show being script-driven, where the actors were able to record all the dialogue earlier in the pipeline, which the board artists could then listen to when they started on an episode. This process was something Matt wanted to bring to the series as a way to provide the crew with as much support as possible, stemming from his previous experience as both a board artist and a director.
In the past, I had seen both a really good board get pitched and die because the person pitching isn't very good, and horrible boards get by because someone's really good at pitching. I wanted to take that risk out of it. I knew our scripts were strong and our actors were strong, and I'm hiring board artists because their skills are strong, and not that they're great at getting up in front of someone and pitching them. So my philosophy was to get it in animatic form as quickly as possible to see if it's working.
A point was made to have a full-time writer's room on the series and not use freelance positions to fill those roles, as had sadly become standard in animation by that point. Staff writers were chosen based on how well they understood the central theme of family. So Colleen Evanson submitted a sample featuring a family road trip to Atlantis that nailed the balance between the relatable hijinks and the sense of adventure, with the show also being her first big writing job in animation. Other notable writers included Bob Snow, Christine McGallis, and Madison Bateman, all of whom would remain on staff for the show's entire run. To create the score for the series, the team hired composer Dominic Lewis, who had been part of the music for the first How to Train Your Dragon and Kung Fu Panda 2. When searching for someone to helm the show's music, Dominic brought a versatility that Frank and Matt wanted, finding someone who could create a score that would match the cinematic quality of the visuals, as well as adapt to styles that embrace the different cultures episodes would take place in.
Frank and Matt told me, we want to create the show that you think you remember, and that was how I approached the score, because I remembered it being awesome. I threw caution to the wind and went, well, how about a huge orchestra and loads of cool band elements, and just throw everything at it and see what happens. And amazingly, DuckTales can hold anything, and that's a huge credit to Matt and Frank and the whole team.
Dominic would develop leitmotifs for each of the characters that were designed to evolve and change over the course of the series, though his theme for Scrooge became the most important because it's what landed him the gig. It was a piece of music he had put together back in college that he never found a suitable use for because of its 80s style adventure vibe. That piece was the first he developed, impressing Frank and Matt because he was the only composer to not submit a theme for Scrooge that relied solely on bagpipes. During this whole process, the crew kept working together to develop something that would honour the past but wouldn't be entirely beholden to it, developing a version of DuckTales that was recognisable, yet still authentically their own. Even then, the franchise's previous incarnations would be a shadow that hung over them all the way up until the release, with the first ever teaser trailer for the show simply being a logo reveal with a few notes from the iconic theme song because that's all they needed. If the show was going to prove itself to a very skeptical audience, it would need to come out the gate showcasing the core of what DuckTales is and means to so many, while also demonstrating what made this version unique and would allow it to stand on its own. The series premiered with a double-length episode dubbed Woo! though future releases would split these into 2 separate episodes, with the second being titled Escape to/From Atlantis. Here we are introduced to Huey, Dewey, and Louie Duck, living on a houseboat in the marina with their uncle and legal guardian, Donald, who has an important job interview that day. Though when his babysitter cancels, he finds himself out of options and reluctantly takes them to McDuck Manor.
As in Scrooge McDuck? The bajillionaire? You're finally gonna sell us.
Scrooge is a famous adventure capitalist and the richest duck in the world, whom the triplets all idolize, yet till this point had not been informed of their blood connection. Though the Scrooge they meet does not fit the bill legends foretold, instead being an isolated and bitter grouch who seemingly wants nothing to do with them. While exploring, they meet the history-obsessed Webby Vanderquack, granddaughter of the mansion's housekeeper, Mrs. Beakley. Through their antics, the four unleash a mystical gold-eating dragon who sets his sights on Scrooge's fortune, forcing him to leap into action and prove he isn't some miserly has-been. In starting this new series, the primary challenge facing the crew was how to create this all-encompassing rendition of the Disney Duck universe that pulled from everything that came before and lived up to that legacy without feeling suffocating to the audience. The way they achieved this in the pilot was by starting from a very small scale, introducing the characters in their most recognizable form. So the first time we see the triplets, they are working together as one unit to pull off a scheme because that is what audiences are familiar with. Then once that baseline familiarity has been firmly established, that's when they start to differentiate them over these first 20 minutes. However, the admiration the team held for the old show and their extensive knowledge of these characters' history remains on full display. In the original DuckTales, the kids would often use marbles as a tool in various plans, so when the boys are given some in this scene, it sets up the audience's expectations before quickly subverting them.
Stupid doorknob! Come up! Nailed it. I can't believe that was your best plan.
It's a tiny and insignificant moment in the episode, but it's a microcosm of the mindset that went into crafting the show, which becomes clear once we start getting into the adventure side of the coin. Part 1 of the premiere has this excellent balance between the magical and the mundane, showing how these two sides of the show are able to coexist. Sure, it's a collection of cursed artifacts from across the world, but it's also just Scrooge's garage, which is such a funny juxtaposition and demonstrates the comedic chops of the series from early on.
There are 4 of us and 3 of them. If we... Wait, never mind, they teamed up.
There's also a pristine level of visual storytelling present in the design of the mansion, containing many details that communicate exactly who Scrooge is and his current emotional state, with the absence of light and abundance of desolate hallways. Because this episode is centered around building this family, showing they are far better together than kept apart. That's why Scrooge comes across as jaded for most of it. He has essentially closed himself off from the rest of the world, leaving behind his adventuring lifestyle for unknown reasons, until his nephews arrive to reawaken that part of him. The McDuck family fits together like a puzzle, in the sense that they fill in each other's gaps, giving them each unique strengths that also complement the other's weaknesses. And that dynamic becomes fully solidified in the climax of the episode, where everyone has to work together to defeat the dragon. Webby gives essential context, Louie provides the needed resources, Huey puts the plan in place, and Dewey uses his ambition to carry it all through.
You guys, our family is awesome!
Yet that only covers one half of the premiere, as now that we have established the main cast and their dynamics, we can move on to showing what to expect from a typical episode, taking viewers on something that closely resembles a classic DuckTales adventure, but then employing a creative twist on these well-known tropes to create something new. Their first expedition is exploring the lost city of Atlantis, which they soon discover has been flipped upside down, making basic traversal a challenge and completely changing how the various traps work. Something that was a logistical nightmare for the team to figure out. This was all part of one of the pillars for the show's writing that revolved around innovating on adventure storytelling and consciously avoiding overused tropes.
We also developed this thing called the no minecart rule, which was a huge thing for us in the early days. At one point, a minecart chase was a revelation in pulp storytelling. It's like, oh my gosh, it's like a car chase, but it's on rails, and it's through a mine, so there are these specific obstacles. And then it just got done to death. Everyone did versions of it, and it became an old saw that you've seen 1,000,000 times before. Our goal was, alright, we never want to do something that you've seen it 100 times before on an adventure show. What's the variation, but with an idea that you haven't necessarily seen before? It's just trying to shake up those tropes.
The adventure also introduces this show's interpretation of Scrooge's business rival and mortal enemy, Flintheart Glomgold, who arrived in Duckburg during the 80s in the midst of an economic boom and as such has remained stuck in that era ever since, with the design of his company's interior taking after the likes of Michael Graves.
The poor man's version of me. Which, to be fair, still makes him insanely rich.
It's here the reboot subverts expectations once more, though I think this might be my favourite example. One of the most notable things about the 80s DuckTales series was the absence of Donald, who only made occasional appearances in the show's first season due to his post in the Navy, which is the catalyst for the show as it's why Scrooge has to take care of the nephews. A scenario the reboot somewhat replicates, with Donald having to leave for his job interview, until the end of part 1 where it's revealed that Donald's interview was for Glomgold Industries, roping him back into the main plot as he finds himself now having to thwart the various assassination attempts against his family without being found out. This storyline is also where the audience is given the first inclination as to what the show's aim for Donald is, because who gets stuck with all the bad luck? No one but Donald Duck. Donald seems to be the constant target of life's cruelty, having witnessed firsthand how dangerous the world can be, which he tries to shield his kids from. The goal was for this series to do for Donald what a Goofy movie did for Goofy, taking these icons who had never been given much in the way of emotional complexity and developing them into compassionate and relatable parental figures. Even at this early stage, we already see this direction taking effect.
Oh look, that's us jamming the Grand Canyon. Just play at the supermarket.
Across this double-length special, you see these characters receive these defining moments as they come together as a family for the first time, demonstrating a clear creative vision that still held the spirit of the 80s series, but also gave us hints as to what this incarnation wanted to bring to the table. It was meant to explore the boys dealing with this huge revelation that the richest person and most successful adventurer in the world was suddenly their uncle, and how that will change their lives going forward, now knowing they will one day inherit the legacy that they had previously only been able to admire from afar. But they were saving their biggest bombshell for the very end of the pilot, as now that all the pieces were in place, the final seconds give us a hint as to where exactly this series is going, promising to live up to the words of the iconic theme song by solving a mystery fans had wondered about for decades and rewriting the entire history of this franchise in the process.
Mom?
While the premiere may not have initially won over everyone,
Boo! Bad! Do not like!
Agreed. Very negative feelings indeed.
it soon received widespread critical acclaim as people were eager to tune in and see where the series would go from here, especially after that mic drop of a cliffhanger. The pilot had shown without a doubt that this series had so much potential to be something truly special. Now, all they had to do was live up to it and somehow keep that momentum going for an entire season.
Comedy, action, and heart? Who wouldn't want to watch this show?
Season 1 of DuckTales continued with its second episode on September 23rd, 2017, and would run till August of the following year, lasting 23 episodes in total. 25 if we consider the double-length specials as 2 separate episodes like they do on Disney+. This first batch of episodes is meant to show the audience what a typical day is like for Clan McDuck now that the status quo has been firmly established, continuing to illustrate how this new series was familiar as DuckTales, while also differentiating itself from the original series and finding its own creative voice that would carry it into later episodes. These adventures are used as a backdrop for dedicated character spotlights that continue fleshing out the cast, as well as experimenting with different combinations to further strengthen their bonds, with each of the triplets getting at least one story focused on exploring their relationship with Scrooge, that also shows how their influence is helping him grow as a person. The Impossible Summit to Mount Neverest, written by Frank Angones and N.D. Stevenson, is a fantastic example of this, focusing on a battle of ideologies between Scrooge and Huey while the family attempts to reach the peak of an unclimbable mountain that we later learn has become Scrooge's white whale in his adventuring career. Having attempted the journey once before, only to be betrayed by his partner, who then became the person to make it the furthest up the mountain.
No, he's the second farthest. Uncle Scrooge!
What? He was a backstabbing braggart who almost got me killed.
The reason no one is able to reach the peak is discovered to be a series of invisible wormholes that would teleport explorers back down the mountain. Another example of the team's no minecart rule. However, with each use of the portals, the ground becomes more unstable, triggering a potential rock slide as Huey must convince Scrooge to let his past failure go before it gets them all killed.
Sometimes the bravest thing an explorer can do is walk away.
This episode was also an important step in the crew finding their footing, as it's where they learned not to follow too many storylines in a single 20 minutes. While I love the Launchpad and Louis scenes, it does lead to a feeling of the episode being overstuffed. It was a learning curve for the writers, needing to understand how to juggle such an expansive cast, which was a lesson that would later become invaluable to them as this family just would not stop growing. There was a deliberate order to these early stories that was carefully crafted to get audiences familiar with the world and structure of the show, introducing a handful of elements at a time. And Disney took one look at that and went, "That's nice." Compared to seasons that would follow, these early stories can tend to feel more low-key, and that's because they were building a core foundation that would get the audience invested in these characters. The heart of the show is the family, and they need to be central to everything because their relationships are what drive the adventures forward. So in order for the bigger stories later down the line to be as effective as possible, viewers needed to spend time with these characters and see them grow together, because that element is what would keep the series emotionally grounded even as the stories became progressively more outlandish. With this not only being an analysis of DuckTales, but also somewhat of an anniversary special, I wanted to do something that would signify the adventure I've been on. And the best thing about me doing this is all the friends I've made, so I wanted to invite as many of them as I could to be part of this project. You've already heard a few of them reading quotes from some crew members, which will continue throughout the rest of the video, but I've also gotten a handful of them to create their own segments talking about one of their favourite episodes. So to expand more on how early on the show was using smaller scale stories to get the audience invested in these characters, here's Man of 1,000 Thoughts discussing the episode Day Trip of Doom.
Day Trip of Doom may seem like a simple DuckTales episode. Heck, it's just the second episode of the series, so you might be thinking as a new viewer it's possibly the make or break for you on if you want to keep up with the show or not, especially after the hour of DuckTales you consumed from the first episode. But what if I told you that's what makes it so important? It's an episode that locks you in full time. It puts these somewhat fantastical characters in a more downplayed adventure, which I think adds a new layer to the Duck family, and that's important to see. All within it being the second episode, mind you. You get Huey, Dewey, Louie, Webby, and Donald and Beakley in their hometown setting, which sets up that they can handle a more low-stakes adventure, especially without having Scrooge as the main centerpiece of the story. Something that lets you know, oh, this series understands the assignment and then some. Webby was the biggest question mark on whether or not she works with the reboot. She wasn't exactly a great character in the original series, what was being written in the late 80s, which meant she basically was doomed to just be the girl. Times were rough back then, but this reboot with this episode proved that Webby was gonna work out great. Webby here is a sheltered kid who didn't get to explore Duckburg. All she had was combat training and weapons to play with growing up. So it's interesting and hilarious to see this little death machine interact with all these new experiences. You can't help but laugh at how she disrespects that one lady's personal space on the bus. Her lack of social awareness is something many relate to. The moments of her trying and failing to engage with the boys' hobbies lets you realize the struggle of connecting for sheltered kids. It solidifies Webby as not just a Mabel archetype, but her own unique character with her own personal flaws. The boys get a great moment with them reassuring her that they don't want Webby to be a typical normal person, they want her to be Webby, little harbinger of death Webby. Which, gotta say, that's one thing I genuinely like about her. She's an absolute terror to both her enemies and her friends. This episode was definitely the best display of who this new Webby really is. Beakley and Donald having a sitcom spat over the power for the manor is simple, but it's effective. It establishes the new dynamic between Reboot Beakley and OG Donald. The pettiness works with Beakley's more put-together attitude and Donald's lack of sense. It's nothing overly complex, but it's just fun to see an unstoppable force go against an immovable object. I'll let Jake tell you which one's which. Beakley watching Donald almost burn himself down is just gold. It's just absolutely hilarious to just see this clown hurt himself so many times. Things come into a head for them in the end when the two come to understand one another on a parenting level, both understanding that the other would do whatever it takes to protect their kids, especially when it's about giving the Beagle Boys a bit of the beats. Speaking of Beagle Boys, their introduction here established them as a great constant, well, threat is too generous, nuisance? Yeah, that fits. You would think they're your typical band of incompetent goons, and you'd be right, but the thing that makes them somewhat intimidating is Mama Beagle. She's the competent leader of this huge family of brothers, which we don't get to fully see until later, but judging by the three we're introduced to here, she has to be working with some good discipline to be able to hold them all down. The way she shames her sons for coming up with kidnapping kids related to Scrooge McDuck tells you how different she is. She doesn't think small time and messily as her sons do. She likes to have an actual plan that she can win in. She's the boss for a reason. So you see her take over her son's incompetent plan and provide a real sense of danger. Now, of course, she still gets her ass whooped by a 10 to 12-year-old, but, you know, it's still the fact of the matter that she did manage to take over and actually provide a challenge. But either way, Day Trip of Doom's conclusion is a nice wrap-up that showcases a better understanding of everyone. The boys and Webby have a better grip on their friendship, especially with the boys knowing how to be on her team when the games start. It even sets the stage for later episodes that deal with Webby's insecurities. Beakley and Donald now have a better grasp of each other, with Donald also learning to respect the manor, and the Beagle family was introduced and given the ass whooping they deserve. So the biggest thing about this episode is that as a second episode, it showcases a deeper uniqueness to this series than we thought. Instead of a high-stakes adventure with possible world-altering events, it goes more low-key and presents a solid, smaller story that still has a compelling angle to it. Someone wanting to fit in makes these characters more relatable than when they go on life-threatening adventures. It's an episode that showed that life doesn't always have to be like a hurricane in Duckburg.
Along with strengthening the character relationships, these initial episodes also had the responsibility of introducing other important locations and characters from the Disney Duckverse, getting us acquainted with this show's version of them. The Great Dime Chase, written by Madison Bateman, is an episode about Scrooge attempting to teach Louis the value of hard work by having the nephew shadow him at the money bin for the day. Though when Louis makes a mistake and uses Scrooge's #1 dime on a vending machine, he must do whatever it takes to rectify his actions, no matter how many stairs he has to climb to do it. With this episode being essentially a full exploration of the bin, it led to a problem for the crew who needed to create a layout for the building that both made sense and still maintained its iconic shape. It was a case of the story and arts departments needing to work closely together to ensure everyone was on the same page, including digging out any blueprints for previous versions of the money bin from Disney's archives. Eventually finding one from Don Rosa which showed the building split down the middle, with the offices on one side and the vault on the other, something they implemented into their design. Here also marks the first appearance of Gyro Gearloose, Scrooge's head scientist who can't seem to stop his inventions from turning evil. A large departure from how the character is usually presented, this Gyro is far more antisocial and cynical, with the core idea behind him being that he is constantly one bad day away from going full mad scientist.
I'll show you. I'll show you all! And maybe wait until you're out the room to see that next time.
Generating new story ideas for these characters was never an issue because of how well they had been defined early on during the development process, with the crew using prompt scenarios as a way to nail down their individual quirks. One example is deciding how they would each react in the event of a mummy attack, which later became the basis for the episode The Living Mummies of Toth Ra, another Madison Bateman joint. However, so much of the new personality of these characters is credited to the fantastic voice cast they assembled, as well as the series voice director Sam Riegel. Of course, the first big decision, going all the way back to that initial meeting between Matt and Frank, was differentiating Huey, Dewey and Louie, who in most previous appearances had been portrayed as a hive mind, down to the artists of the comics sometimes even forgetting how many there were and accidentally drawing a fourth Duck brother, which is where the running joke of Phooey comes from in later episodes. They wanted to take these rather flat characters that in the old show were used more as a viewer surrogate and find a way to make them relatable to modern audiences by adding further depth to them. The main way they did this was by building upon their dynamic as siblings. Huey, being the oldest, is the most responsible, and thus is obsessed with trying to maintain order, which he does by relying on his faithful Junior Woodchuck guidebook to help him through any situation. And no one could capture that type of neurosis and level of nerdiness better than Danny Pudi.
Larry, I'm on DuckTales.
Known for his role in the NBC sitcom Community.
There's a frenzied nature to Huey. He's very excitable. He has a thirst for knowledge and adventure. He loves a plan, but uncertainty is definitely his biggest fear. I was really excited to play this character who definitely can be an expert and can be the one that is the most mature by less than 1 minute. He's the oldest, and he uses that to be in charge.
And this map isn't accurate at all. Mountain goats aren't native to this region. And why is the sun wearing sunglasses? Is he looking at another brighter sun?
Dewey is the middle child, constantly looking for ways to stand out so he isn't overlooked, hence why he creates Only Child Day. It would be so easy for Dewey's constant need to be the center of attention to come off as grading to the audience, so to balance out his showboating, he also needed to be earnest. Because of this, Dewey was one of the characters they struggled to find a voice for, as many of the actors who auditioned would play him as a generic cool guy, lacking the nuance he required. Until one day when they brought in Ben Schwartz, who read for all the triplets, but everyone was floored by his take on Dewey. In the initial version of the pilot script, Dewey originally was more along the lines of the bad boy archetype, with his feelings of not quite fitting in giving him a chip on his shoulder. But Ben brought this passionate theatre kid energy that turned out to be the missing piece the crew were looking for, while still expressing his insecurities that would be the driving force behind Season 1. Following Ben's casting, they had to go back and rethink how they'd written Dewey so far, thereby bringing to life the version we all know and love.
You can't give a child a tiger. Especially not this child.
Dewey Jr., you're coming home with us! Oh, and I already named him. Oh, and I'm already super emotionally attached.
Oh, fine.
Rounding out the trio is Louie, the designated evil triplet, though that is an oversimplification. As the youngest, Louie attempts to coast through life by sliding under the radar, believing he can get away with anything, which has turned him into a master con artist. The challenge of pinning down a voice for Louie was that he required a certain level of charisma that could make him likable even when he's being undeniably selfish. A quality that Bobby Moynihan was able to achieve flawlessly. And he was excited to land the job because of how different Louie was from the nice and sweet characters he was often typecast as.
To me, he was less of a jerk, or even greedy, but more just, I don't have to worry because why should I? I've got it made. This was super freeing because I never get cast as anything like that. Louie had the confidence but also didn't care, because the confidence came from not knowing that he actually needed it. He was very street smart but heart stupid. It was fun to play.
As long as you could talk your way out. Trademark Louie Duck.
Perhaps the character who represents the biggest departure from the 80s series, at least in terms of prominence, is Webby Vanderquack, a terrifyingly skilled fighter who has spent her entire life inside the mansion, though she doesn't seem to mind too much as it's given her plenty of opportunity to research the history of the McDuck lineage and become well versed in all things supernatural. But not having the prior chance to develop social skills leads to her being naive and often coming across as intense. Playing Webby would be a difficult balancing act as it required a performance capable of conveying both excitement and vulnerability, often in the same scene. Kate Micucci gracefully rose to the challenge, bringing an endearing warmth to her that also had the self-consciousness from being sheltered her entire life on full display.
Webby is amped. I would never in a million years record her while sitting down. I had to be standing up and moving, and my arms were flailing because she's just pure energy and enthusiasm. She wants to be part of what the guys have going on, but she's also got real interesting stuff happening in her own life. She's earnest and means only good things, is the most highly skilled and trained, and is just excited about everything.
I never thought I'd die in a pit of spikes. I mean, I always hoped.
Scrooge McDuck is a character that needs no introduction. Not only one of the most iconic classic Disney characters, but one of the most recognizable cartoon characters of all time. For the vast majority of his existence in animation, Scrooge had been voiced by the legendary Alan Young, a performance that defined the character for over 4 decades. Whoever they'd get was gonna have some difficult spats to fill, though the showrunners knew exactly who they wanted.
They know I'm here, right?
The methodology in casting David Tennant as Scrooge was not only to get an authentically Scottish actor who they knew would give a tremendous performance, but that this move would grant the series a sense of legitimacy in the eyes of the public, a statement of everything the show would be and how serious the crew behind it was. It also had the benefit of making long-winded exposition dumps easier because this man could read the dictionary and make it sound riveting.
The Drake Barrier Reef. Powerful currents combined with rocky terrain make it nearly impossible to navigate. But on that rare occasion when snow falls above the reef, the currents cool, allowing safe passage to...
With everything, it's script-based for me. It's that first episode where he has to go on a bit of a journey from an impenetrable, inscrutable Ebenezer Scrooge type to something that can be punctured. The nephews come, and they puncture this carapace. They never completely scratched it away, but he was definitely someone who was very steady, stoic, and entrenched in his worldview, who had to re-examine what that was. That was very much the character that I got from that first episode, and that was the character that consistently went through it.
Somehow, I have made it this far in the video only once mentioning Launchpad, and that's mostly because it does take a while for the series to fully figure him out. Or more accurately, reveal his role in this world. Launchpad is Scrooge's personal driver/pilot, despite not excelling at either of those things, as he is incapable of getting behind the wheel without crashing, to a point where he sees that as part of his job. Though perhaps that's just a result of all the concussions, because in most areas, Launchpad is dumb, and at this point in the show is used entirely as comic relief, which he's very good at. But there's also an innocence and unrelenting optimism which will only become more pronounced as his importance to the show increases. And Beck Bennett does a phenomenal job playing him.
I've never crashed a train before.
Well, maybe you can drive the train without crashing it.
The final main character to address for now is Bentina Beakley, Scrooge's no-nonsense housekeeper and Webby's grandmother, the show's stern authority figure. And while she may not be Scrooge's secretary, she does often find herself stepping into the role of the family's therapist. Mrs. Beakley is stern and powerful, with a sense of dry wit that Tokes Olagundaoi delivers so precisely, while also showing her warmth that exists just below the surface, giving easily one of the show's most underrated performances.
I'm a former agent and a grandmother. I know how to weaponize guilt.
Then of course you have the supporting cast who all do a fantastic job, including Jim Rash, Keith Ferguson, Eric Bowser, Suzanne Blakesley, and of course who could forget esteemed character actress Margot Martindale.
When you get to heaven, look up Margot Martindale. I won't be there, but my movies will!
The show made a point of casting many actors who were known for their improv, in the hopes of creating a feeling of spontaneity within the dialogue that would circumvent the fact the cast recorded separately, still resembling an ensemble family sitcom, which again was the result of their brilliant voice director Sam Riegel. Though that isn't to say the chemistry between the cast wasn't there, as fans can attest that whenever these actors were able to get together for interviews or convention panels, you always knew you were about to witness some kind of historical event.
Well, I have allergies, so when all the Avengers turned to dust, I cried. You know what?
What happened?
Bobby, I am so sorry. Bobby, I am so sorry.
Comic-Con!
Bobby, I am so sorry. The movie's been out for ages. Bobby, I am so sorry.
Dust, you say?
Bobby, I am so sorry. Bobby, come here. I'm sorry. No.
There is one other important player introduced early in the season that I have yet to talk about, because they are not only a driving force behind one of the season's most important narrative through lines, but in a way represents the show's focus on innovation and originality. Season 1, Episode 6, The Beagle Birthday Massacre, because I'm not calling it anything else, was written by Bob Snow and is a rare episode that only follows a single storyline, combining an homage to the film Warriors with a plot about the kids surviving a crazy night a la Adventures in Babysitting. Webby volunteers to be left behind when the boys take their canoe out on the water, after discovering it can only fit 3 of them, dredging up insecurities about how she fits into this family, which is when she happens upon a rebellious teen called Lena, voiced by Kamiko Glenn, and believes that she might have made her first real friend outside the mansion. The episode does a great job of keeping Lena's true intentions here ambiguous, as the audience spends the first act trying to gauge whether or not they can trust her, or if she's simply using Webby. But once all hell breaks loose, and the two end up on the run from dozens of Beagle Boy factions, the viewer quickly warms up to her and starts to see her connection with Webby as genuine. Also, a side note, I noticed while rewatching the show again, how in these early episodes, they were really trying to tie Webby and Ma Beagle together, with this episode being a direct sequel to Day Trip of Doom. And for the life in me, I can't understand the parallel they were trying to draw with them. Maybe it's about how Webby doesn't take family for granted, but I suppose it doesn't really matter since that idea was hardly brought up again after this. The purpose of the episode was to give Webby her own friend beyond the boys, so that they could explore strong female friendships in an admittedly heavily male-dominant show.
Sometimes it's like they have their own secret language. It's just, I don't know. They have so much history together.
Well, now we have history.
However, the mood shifts when the triplets finally catch up to them, having been out looking for Webby. Right as Lena has been able to win over the viewer, the episode begins sowing seeds of doubt through her insistence on ditching the boys and how that relates to her complicated feelings on family, which we will soon gain more context on. The episode ends with the kids all escaping the Beagle Boys by instigating a fight amongst them, as everyone now seems to be on relatively good terms, before the show completely pulls the rug from under us.
Summon spirit from the dark. Show thyself before this ark. Free thy dread soul from its prison. Once more shall thee be risen. And Magica, I'm in.
This was the first moment fans had been left truly speechless since the ending of the pilot. Magica De Spell is perhaps the original series' most famous villain, so it was odd that she was nowhere to be found in either the show's marketing or its first few episodes. Meaning when this happened, people were hyped. Lena as a character is heavily based on Manima De Spell, Magica's niece from the comics, but the crew wanted to take that idea and build an entirely original character to preserve the twist of their connection, and make it hit that much harder, since this happens right after the episode had reinforced the viewer's trust in Lena. This storyline is furthered in episode 10, Terror of the Terrafermians, written by Christian Megalis, an episode that serves as an excellent example of how good the show had gotten at balancing multiple plot points and ongoing character arcs in a single episode, especially compared to something like Mount Neverest. It's yet another episode whose primary goal is to strengthen a specific relationship in the main cast by having them compete in a battle of ideologies, with Huey and Webby arguing over the existence of underground mythical creatures and being egged on by Lena till the family becomes trapped in an abandoned subway tunnel. It continues Webby's journey of exploring the world beyond the mansion with her childlike wonder and wanting to believe, while also illuminating Huey's deep fear of the unknown and insistence that he can explain everything. In the B-plot, we explore how Mrs. Beakley feels about Lena now that she has become part of the kids' lives, viewing her as a bad influence.
Those are good children with bright futures.
Yeah? And what does that make me?
I don't know.
Beyond the character development, this is also one of the show's most visually striking episodes, with it being set underground and having this very eerie vibe as the characters wander through the dark with a near constant danger of a cave-in.
This is our first of what I always called our Dark Matrix shows, which means the overall episode is in a really low key, lighting-wise. It's a spooky dark ride palette. This is our first big foray into dramatic lighting, and how you can use a dark key to bring the drama, but it's also a way of burying line work. You have to treat it like theatrical lighting to get things to read. The characters are in pools of light. The audience senses that there's always something there in the darkness.
Another detail I love is that the subway car the characters take shelter in during the second act is decked out with a bunch of advertisements for Glomgold Industries, like Glomgold Water or Glom Illustrated Magazine. They're such minor things, but they go a long way to flesh out this world and make it feel like a true lived-in place. Everything builds to the family having an all-too-close encounter with the Terrafermians, causing a train crash that leaves Mrs. Beakley unconscious and pinned under the car, leading to Magica's first ever speaking appearance as she tries to convince Lena to leave her there. However, the teen doesn't listen, instead tapping into her powers to lift the car and pull Beakley out right before she wakes up. Meanwhile, Huey, Webby and Louie have to escape a train car that is quickly collapsing in on itself. But Huey refuses to move, because leaving would mean that he would have to face what he doesn't know. It reaches a level of drama and tension that hadn't been present in the show prior to this, which is only elevated by Dominic Lewis's phenomenal score.
If they're real, then what other crazy things are out there, just waiting for me in the dark?
The only way to know is to find out together.
Okay. I didn't see that coming. It really came together in the third act.
It's kind of funny, because I distinctly remember not thinking that much of this episode when it released. I liked the Lena stuff, who was quickly becoming one of my favourite characters, but didn't really have strong feelings on it overall. Now though, I consider it to mark the moment where everything in the show clicked, and they started truly firing on all cylinders, as nearly every element is working in harmony to create something truly beautiful. And with a majority of it taking place in a closed location, you could make the argument this was the crew sort of testing the waters for an episode they had planned to do later in the season.
Lena, you're welcome at the mansion anytime.
That's why. Gotta play the long game. Hey, wait up!
Now, for anyone who hasn't seen the show but is watching this video anyway, that's right, I'm calling you out. You're likely wondering about the follow-up to that earth-shattering cliffhanger from the end of the pilot, with Dewey uncovering the picture of their mother, Della. Well, his search for answers is the second major running story arc of the season, along with the Lena and Magica stuff. The first development we get is in The Great Dime Chase, where Dewey enlists the help of Webby as they head to the McDuck family archives inside the money bin and have to deal with its strange keeper, Emily Quackfaster, who slowly leads them to the answers they seek.
Use your training. The most valuable knowledge must be earned.
Okay, how much of this is about us doing your work for you?
About 50%.
The episode ends with the pair discovering a secret room dedicated to Della, including a mysterious note.
Scrooge, I've taken the Spear of Selene. I'm sorry, Della. Wait, what did she take? Why is she sorry?
The next time we get any progression in this storyline is Season 1, Episode 13, aptly named The Spear of Selene, written by Madison Bateman, which represents a significant turning point for the show, hinting that something far deeper is going on regarding Della's absence, as Dewey is forced to question if he even wants to learn the truth. And to further discuss the ramifications of all this, I'm gonna pass it over to the Wacky Deli, who's gonna tell you why this is one of his favourite episodes.
Not gonna lie, I kind of miss the days when most of us considered Snipple to be a great studio all around. Shit's kind of making me a little wistful. Let's take a moment to drink in this animation quality for a second, huh? Okay, enough padding, let's actually talk about the episode itself. When I was approached to create a segment for this masterpiece of a video, this pure 12 out of 10 that it's gonna be, there were very few episode titles that stuck out to me the same way Spear of Selene did. As vaguely as I remember my journey through at least the first season of DuckTales, I do remember well enough how much of a game changer this was. I think on a thematic level, the choice to send them to an island that is themed around figures within Greek mythology was kind of smart. A lot of discussion about predestiny, characters breaking out of assigned norms. Made a lot of sense given the subject matter of the episode itself. Also very funny that Donald and Scrooge on the exact same page. They want nothing to do with this whack-ass island, and they have no qualms about leaving early. I don't think this is much of a rarity within the show at large, but it was nice that everyone was perfectly paired off based on personality and whatnot. But the main thing that stuck out to me upon rewatch was Donald's little monologue about, well, I'll let him tell it, actually.
Through adventure, someone always gets hurt.
Someone always gets hurt. It's usually him, but your mileage may vary. It's evident that the two adults here, they have a advanced history with this set of characters that we have yet to know anything about. And you're contrasting this off of the ever-evolving mystery around Della, as well as this secondary theme specific to Dewey about not knowing what you're going to get before you get it. And I think all these things manage to balance out pretty well. It's like you can't always prevent somebody from getting hurt in some way or another. That is the life of an adventurer. But at the same time, it's not necessarily an abundance of safety gear or 6,001 very specific facts about the terrain you're navigating aren't always going to keep you safe. More so, I think that the episode was pointing more towards the self-awareness, right? The knowledge that things might not necessarily work out the way that you want them to, but it is still ultimately important to see the story to its end. That's why Dewey was ultimately rewarded with, a little positive nugget about his mother instead of something worse, something closer to what he actually feared.
A major theme of the series that the crew had in mind from the beginning is exploring the idea of risk versus reward, something that has been present in every character's story so far, because the only way anyone in the show is able to experience growth is by leaving their comfort zone. We've seen it with Louie in The Great Dime Chase, with Webby in Day Trip of Doom, and with Huey in Terror of the Terrathermians. The show is about all these sheltered kids having this opportunity to get out there and experience all the wonderful things that can happen to those who are willing to take a chance, often helping them learn what is truly valuable. It's an exciting world chock full of mysteries and secrets waiting to be discovered by those brave enough to seek them out. However, the kids are also young and inexperienced, so they have a very different relationship with the idea of risk than the adults in their lives. Donald was once in that same position, but he has had first-hand experience with what happens when risks go too far, and now goes out of his way to avoid them entirely.
What would Fierce Della say if she could hear you now?
Well, she can't. Someone always gets hurt.
This extends far beyond the main cast and can be found in nearly every corner of the show's storytelling. Glomgold will never best Scrooge because his tactic is to always wait for Scrooge to make his move, then follow directly after him. His whole business model is stealing other people's ideas, which we'll later learn is the core of who he is, a shallow imitation. You could say that this aspect of Glomgold, along with being unable to move on from the 80s, is representative of the problems with a majority of reboots and remakes. That he actively chooses to be derivative rather than innovative, which proves to be his undoing time and time again.
Wait, how did you know it was me?
It's always you.
And it always will be!
While this idea of risk versus reward has been present up till this point, it's in the second half of the season where it gets pushed to the forefront, especially in the final episodes. Before we get into all of that though, there are still a few more stories and characters that have yet to make their debut, because Frank and Matt had lofty ambitions for this project. This was always meant to be more than a reboot of DuckTales. It was meant to be a launching point for a new, interconnected Disney afternoon universe. Something we'd gotten hints of through offhanded references, but with the end of the season now in sight, it was time to start swinging for the fences, with a trilogy of episodes that would fully bring these other shows into the fold. But like everything that came before, these new additions needed to go beyond mere fan service and fit seamlessly into this now very established world. Season 1, Episode 18, from the confidential case files of Agent 22, written by Christian McGallis and the first episode solo directed by Tanner Johnson, was in many ways an experiment. A test to see if the crew's claim that DuckTales can be anything and capable of adapting any genre was indeed true. It uses the framing device of two stories being told concurrently, one taking place in the past that is stylized after a British spy show from the 60s, showing how Beakley and Scrooge met as agents of the organisation Shush, and the other in present day, as Scrooge and Webby team up to rescue Beakley when she's captured by her arch-nemesis, Black Heron, agent of the enemy organisation, Fowl. It's one of the show's most important episodes, for reasons I can't get into till much later. But its purpose within Season 1 is to have Scrooge and Webby form a deeper relationship by going on this journey that allows them to truly connect, completing Webby's initial arc of joining the family.
Thank you, Mr. McDuck.
Call me Uncle Scrooge.
I'm Webby.
Yet it's also the first real example of the team seamlessly incorporating multiple pieces of other Disney afternoon shows into the lore without it becoming distracting. Fowl and Shush are concepts that first appeared in the sister show to DuckTales, Darkwing Duck, which isn't even the biggest revelation in the episode. The driving force behind the story is Black Heron's pursuit of a mythical power that ties into the only Disney animated series to predate the original DuckTales.
Legend has it that the high priests of Castle Dunwin were mentored by mystical creatures from the nearby glen. Creatures with untold powers.
And this was the first reference the show did which got me hyped. As someone born in 2001, I don't have much of a strong relationship with the Disney afternoon. I didn't even know who Darkwing Duck was till my time in the Disney Infinity community, where he was one of the game's most requested characters. My experience consisted of watching the DuckTales movie a few times, having the first season of Rescue Rangers on DVD, and being shown a little of The Adventures of the Gummy Bears, because it was one of my mother's favourite shows. So when this episode revealed these silhouettes and started talking about potions that granted untold powers and had Black Heron's lair covered with bushes growing a variety of multicoloured berries, I knew exactly what was going on.
You're making a bounce serum. The untold powers of the ancient creatures is bouncing.
Yes, they'll be bouncing here and there and everywhere. Mass destruction that's beyond compare.
By this point, I was already invested in the show, but here is where it became one of my favourites. Taking a concept as inherently silly as the gummy berry juice and treating it so earnestly, even with the very same goofy-ass sound effects. But then using it to create this amazing fight scene that ties into the emotional core of the episode, with Scrooge learning to have faith in Webby's abilities. Then the very next episode, Sky Pirates, in the Sky, written by Madison Bateman and directed by Matthew Humphries, sees the dramatic entrance of Don Carnage, originally from the Jungle Book related series Tailspin, as he and his musically gifted crew intercept the family off the heels of their latest adventure and proceed to rob them blind. But it uses his inclusion as a vehicle to explore Dewey's middle child syndrome, which we've not really seen since the premiere, running away to join the pirates and becoming their new captain when he feels ignored by his family. The first instance of the show taking advantage of his theatre kid energy. This is one of the best staged episodes they ever did, with the choreography of the musical numbers written by Andy Bean and the creativity on display throughout the final battle. Praise needs to be given to Von Tada, Brandon Warren and Jason Zurich, who were the storyboard team behind this episode. There is one more piece of the larger Disney Afternoon universe presented in Season 1, and I've moved it to the end of this trilogy because it happens to be the first appearance of the final major character introduced for the time being. But also, it finally gives us some insight into the show's vision for Launchpad, marking the first fully focused adult storyline. Earlier in the discussion, I alluded to the first chunk of the season struggling to figure out Launchpad and deepen his character beyond his place as comic relief. I do enjoy a lot of his early appearances because of Beck Bennett's performance.
How did you afford all that gear anyway?
Louis put it on his corporate credit card.
Louis doesn't have a corporate credit card.
Oh. Louis gave me your credit card.
But compared to everyone else, he felt lacking, with few hints at anything deeper beyond the very surface level. That's where Season 1, Episode 15, Beware the Buddy System comes in, written by Frank Angones and directed by John Aoshima. This story puts Launchpad in the role of protagonist, exploring what motivates him, dealing with his insecurities, and revealing his greater purpose in the grand scheme of the series.
Launchpad is patron saint of heroes in DuckTales. He's just there to help people be better. There's a family element of DuckTales, and then there's an adventure element of DuckTales. Launchpad is the beating heart and soul of the adventure element of DuckTales.
In the episode, Launchpad is celebrating finally passing his driver's test and is excited to show Scrooge his license, only for his job to be threatened when tech billionaire Mark Beeks unveils a new self-driving car that is incapable of crashing. Feeling insecure and wanting to prove himself, Launchpad challenges the robot to a race, enlisting the help of Gyro's new intern, Fenton Crackshell Cabrera, played by Lin-Manuel Miranda.
Step into my laboratory.
Your lab is in the bathroom?
Dr. Gearloose says this is the perfect place for my work. I'm just now realizing that remark may not have been entirely complimentary. No matter!
Despite his best efforts to follow Fenton's instructions and drive as safely as possible, Launchpad still loses right at the finish line, as the two have a heart-to-heart about their desire to help people. The driving force behind this episode is an exploration of what it means to be a hero and the many ways a person can become one. Launchpad's entire philosophy is taken from Darkwing Duck, which here is an in-universe TV show he watched while growing up. He was inspired by both the ideals of the character and the integrity of the actor who played him for always doing his own stunts, teaching him to always get back up. In this context, Darkwing's catchphrase of "let's get dangerous" is interpreted to mean life is not won without taking risks, tying it all back to that risk versus reward idea that is central to the series. That's why Launchpad remains optimistic and unfazed no matter how many times he crashes. And it's that very quality that will draw other heroic characters to him as the series progresses. Because as it turns out, the technology Beaks used to create Buddy was taken from Gyro. So, as you can imagine, it turns evil and traps everyone, leaving Launchpad and Fenton to leap into action and save the day.
You try corralling them into a ravine, or
I'll probably just crash into it.
isn't that really unsafe?
Tried playing it safe, old friend. Didn't work. Let's get dangerous.
What follows next is the payoff to something that was hinted all the way back during the Great Dime Chase. That episode ended on a cliffhanger of Gyro making notes about something called Project Blathersky, something fans of the original were excited for as it was teasing the arrival of Gizmo Duck, Duckburg's resident superhero who appeared in both the 80s series as well as Darkwing Duck. So everyone was waiting for when he'd finally show up in the reboot, and his introduction did not disappoint.
Who the blazes are you? Call me Gizmo Duck!
They do a really great job giving both Fenton and Launchpad an equal amount of hero moments in the climax, where they each get to face down Buddy and also have to save each other. The idea behind Fenton and the reboot's version of Gizmo Duck is that he's essentially Peter Parker wearing an Iron Man suit, with an infectious enthusiasm and scatterbrained intellect who comes up with too many ideas than he could ever write down. It was important that Fenton be a Latino superhero, someone who is informed by their heritage but not solely defined by it, which meant a lot to Frank, who didn't grow up with much positive representation either on screen or in comic books. While writing this episode, Frank soon realised that he'd essentially created a duck version of Lin-Manuel Miranda, whom he was a huge fan of. Though this was around the time Hamilton was really taking off, so they never imagined they'd actually be able to get him. But it soon became impossible to imagine anyone else voicing Fenton, so Frank wrote him a letter detailing how important it was that he play this role. Though it turned out to not be necessary, as Lin had also grown up with the Disney Afternoon and would have jumped at the chance regardless.
I didn't need to write that letter. I would have played Wongold's shoe.
Bringing that irrepressible energy of simply being happy to be there that turned Fenton into one of the most endearing characters in the whole show.
I'm alive! This is awesome!
Looks like somebody's first crash.
Fenton's introduction also helped fix a problem the show was having with one of its villains, Mark Beaks, who was created exclusively for the reboot. Voiced by Josh Brenner, the original intention behind him was to be Scrooge's modern billionaire rival, since he gets a new one every generation. But they soon discovered there wasn't much story potential there beyond his very first appearance. While working on this episode, however, the crew realised that Beaks was far more effective as a villain for Fenton, becoming Gizmo Duck's own Lex Luthor. Fenton has a million ideas and he wants to do good for the world, while Beaks has no ideas and only cares about appearances. It's such a perfect dynamic that comes about so naturally that it feels entirely purposeful, but in reality, it was a complete accident. Fenton's rise to heroism and budding rivalry is continued in Season 1, Episode 21, Who is Gizmo Duck?, written by Christian McGallis and directed by Tanner Johnson, which explores his identity crisis while begging the question of how much we want to hand over our autonomy to technology, especially when people like Mark Beaks are in charge. Which my friend D'Angelo from Hats Off Media is going to talk to you about.
Now, the free polo shirt that comes with an account, are they actually suitable for playing polo? Also, how much money do I need for an account? Is no money acceptable?
Alright, let's give it up for my boy Gizmo Duck. Since someone very rudely took the first Darkwing episode, fuck damn, I guess I'll have to settle for this one. I'm your host and guest reviewer, D'Angelo Edwards, and today I'm talking about Who is Gizmo Duck? While Beware the Buddy system was his first official appearance in the show, this is the episode where he really comes into his own. Gizmo Duck has always been one of my favorite characters, ever since his DuckTales and Darkwing days. He's basically just RoboCop, though without the little whoopsie he had. And DuckTales 2017 does a great job with him, changing him from Scrooge's accountant into Gyro's accident-prone intern.
Sorry!
He's super likable here, always pushing himself because there's just so much he wants to do. And even if the internet seems kinda split on him these days, Lin-Manuel does a great job voicing him. He just feels so earnest.
Dr. Gearloose, don't you think we could be doing more than just these reflex tests?
Are you
asking for a lunch break.
The episode starts with him stopping the Beagle Boys from robbing a bank. Nice Mighty Ducks match, by the way. And even though the rescue attempt has...
Oh, the money's on fire! All the money's on fire!
mixed results, Huey is very impressed by his heroics. But he's in the minority as Fenton is facing pressure from both his mother, who wants him to get a real job instead of interning, and Gyro, who doesn't care about using his armor to help people.
Get down here this instant! The Extendo apps are for putting boxes on high shelves, not for whatever it is you're doing!
And if that wasn't bad enough, he's also got Mark Beeks lusting after him. Platonically, of course. He just wants his body.
Are you hurt? You appear to be crying.
Just some wind in my eyes.
Wonderful, wonderful wind.
Okay.
But Fenton just wants to use the armor to help people. But with so many guys telling him what he should be, he starts to lose sight of himself. This episode was even better on the rewatch. Seeing Fenton struggle with wanting to follow his dreams while still not wanting to let down the people whose opinions matter the most to him is extremely relatable, especially if you do anything in the creative field. And seeing Mark take advantage of his passion for profit and prestige is even more relatable. Seeing Gizmo Duck agree to work with Mark and basically become a glorified TaskRabbit just made me think of all those commissions I did when I just wanted to be drawing my own thing. And it just confuses Fenton even more. It's hard trying to be the person you want to be, especially when you're not sure what that is. And with everything that goes on in life, it's super easy to get lost in the sauce. But sometimes all it takes is the belief of one person to get you back on track. And for Fenton, that person is Huey, who never gives up on him. It's a great message, and it feels really deserved when Fenton finally comes into his own as Gizmo Duck. But besides the themes, this episode is just really fun. There are some great looking scenes, and as much as he's the worst, Mark Beeks is always a good antagonist. Just Lex Luthor meets Mark Zuckerberg.
Hey, I'm stuck on the roof. Gonna need you to send up another helicopter. Stairs!
I did roll my eyes at the Sailor Moon transformation though. Love the show, but pick a different anime to reference all the time. Don't worry, they would do better later. Gizmo Duck's arc in the show is one of my favorites. And while I do love his more Silver Age comic-inspired roots in the original, DuckTales 2017 takes the character and really fleshes him out. And by the time the show ends, I don't think there's any other word for him but hero.
We are now approaching the end of the first season, meaning it's time to check back in with our two main storylines as they slowly become intertwined and start building towards the finale. So let's explore how the season utilizes the slow introduction of Magica and her influence over Lena to discuss abusive family relationships. Magica made her first speaking appearance back during the climax of Terror of the Terrafermians, where she attempted to convince Lena not to save Mrs. Beakley, who was pinned under a train car. Though I'd argue Magica's full introduction comes in Season 1, Episode 17, Jaws with a $, which is the first episode where she makes multiple appearances as her presence hangs over the entire story. While having a sleepover with Webby, Lena drops an artifact called the Hunter's Stone into the money bin, which transforms into a giant money shark that will not cease till it has found Scrooge's #1 dime, something Magica desperately wants, though at this moment it's unclear as to why. When the monster attacks Dewey, the kids and Launchpad borrow Donald's boat to face the beast and save him, while Lena and Webby's bond is thrown into jeopardy as they argue over the idea of using magic against the shark, who we later learn is named Tiffany. Though underpinning all that is a narrative of Magica manipulating Lena, planting seeds of distrust between her and her new friends. As many abusers do, Magica is saying what she can to isolate Lena and make the teen entirely dependent on her. And we see the effect this is having when Lena ends up using Magica's own words against Webby.
You're being the worst fool of all. A sentimental fool.
You sentimental fool! You don't know what you're doing, you're gonna get us killed!
But the episode also clearly shows how Webby's support and friendship are not only starting to change Lena, but pushing back against Magica's influence, which leads to a turning point. When Tiffany has Scrooge's dime stuck in its teeth and starts rushing towards Lena, Magica shows no concern for her supposed niece's well-being, because all she cares about is getting the dime. Instead, it's Webby sacrificing herself for Lena that, for the first time, causes her to go against Magica, using her powers to destroy the shark and save her friends, creating another parallel to an earlier scene.
Lena! Yeah, I'm not really a hugger.
Looks like someone's a hugger after all.
Don't tell anyone.
This episode was written by Colleen Evanson, who became the go-to writer for Magica as she grew in power over Season 1, capturing that theatrical level of pettiness and hatred that is aided by Catherine Tate's deliciously sinister performance.
I'm sorry if I don't want to be killed by a money shark.
I doubt the sincerity of your apology!
And they would also pen the next Magica episode of Season 1, The Other Bin of Scrooge McDuck. When Scrooge catches on that something is trying to steal his #1 dime, he locks it up in his other bin, located under the house.
The money bin is where the money goes. The other bin is for the bad things. Where Scrooge puts all his most dangerous finds and artifacts to keep them from prying hands.
Webby is hesitant about exploring down there, but Lena keeps pressuring her to continue till they finally track down the dime, as Magica reaches her full power in this incredibly disturbing sequence.
Wait. You deserve a hug.
Diamond Dagger cuts through anything. Wait, what's going on?
Before she can leave to go warn Scrooge, Magica transforms Webby into a doll and begins puppeting her around to torture Lena, all while this creepy music box piece plays in the background till it takes an even more horrifying turn.
Webby, this isn't you! I know who you really are. A monster! Just like your aunt!
In the end, it turns out to be the cause of one of the other artifacts, a dream catcher that was mentioned earlier in the episode, which traps whoever uses it within their worst nightmare. But that is the final straw for Lena, who abandons the mission and apologizes for pushing Webby into this before fully denouncing Magica.
Listen to your aunt and grab the dime, grab the dime, grab the dime!
No! Family is supposed to help you, not hold you hostage.
She tries to confess the truth to Scrooge, but finds herself physically incapable, as now that her emotional manipulation is no longer working, Magica resorts to physical altercation, violently taking over Lena's body, removing her autonomy, and silencing her.
Guess I'll just have to get the dime myself. Hey, where do you guys keep your sharp knives?
One thing I've yet to mention is how each season of DuckTales heavily focuses on one of the triplets, giving them an arc that is spread across multiple episodes and plays a key role in that season's finale. And in Season 1, the spotlighted Duck brother is Dewey, following his search for answers surrounding the disappearance of their mother. However, this season also had the responsibility of introducing this world and all these characters to us for the first time, so it takes a while after the premiere for Dewey's story to take center stage. In fact, Dewey wasn't even the most focused on triplet in the first half of the season. I mean, the impossible summit to Mount Neverest, the infernal internship of Mark Beeks, Terror of the Terra Fermians, and McMystery at McDuck McManor all happen very close together and are stories that centre around Huey. Sky Pirates, in the sky, is what I'd consider the point where things start to shift, and the last few episodes of the season become very Dewey-centric, starting with The Secrets of Castle McDuck, written by Bob Snow and directed by Matthew Humphries. Scrooge takes the kids to his ancestral home in Scotland where his parents live.
I very kindly rebuilt our ancestral castle for them. And I may have used some discount mystical druid stones that accidentally granted them immortality. I didn't know it would buy me an eternity's worth of criticism.
So, he admits he wants to be rid of us.
Ugh, would you rather I'd let you pass or made you immortal?
Neither is satisfactory. A thoughtful son would know that.
From there, the B-plot focuses on Scrooge reconciling with his estranged father while they search for some ancient family treasure. The majority of the episode, though, is about the boys discovering a note that Dewey realizes was written by Della, leading them into the castle catacombs where they end up being hunted by a demon dog. When they find themselves cornered and Huey almost ends up burning some of Della's clothes, Dewey is finally forced to come clean about his private investigation, and faces the consequences of deciding not to tell his brothers from the beginning.
Okay, it's just... First, I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to get hurt. Then I couldn't tell you because I found out all this stuff and I didn't want you to hurt me. I'm sorry, okay?
You're only sorry because you got caught!
Louis? Are you okay?
You kept a secret about Mom. That is not okay.
Though they quickly make up, and with the help of the ghosts of their ancestors, scare away the dog in this really tender moment, as from here on out, they are in this together, with Huey using his knowledge to quickly find a hidden clue.
The Spear of Selene! Now we know what it looks like!
Is that a date circled? April 15th, Guys, this is the week we were born.
What does that mean?
We'll find out together.
Oh man, I gotta tell Webby! Ooh, by the way, Webby knows too.
Come on!
Dewey is finally nearing the truth, all the while Magica is getting ever closer to the dime. Two storylines that will soon collide as the impending lunar eclipse draws near. But just when it seems everything is coming together, it all suddenly falls apart in the penultimate episode of Season 1, The Last Crash of the Sun Chaser, also known as perhaps the most tense and near-perfect 20 minutes of television ever conceived. Scrooge, the kids, Launchpad and Beakley head off for what was planned to be a relaxing and fun adventure, only for infighting to cause the plane to become stuck on the peak of a mountain, teetering with every step. While Scrooge and Beakley argue over the situation, the kids secretly try to retrieve a missing piece of some shredded documents that will finally tell them what happened to Della. Both stories are confined to a single location where the characters have to try and avoid each other, with every misstep leading to disastrous consequences. All set against a stunning use of lighting with a slow transition from day to night, while everyone grows progressively more agitated and desperate till secrets are revealed and trust is betrayed. It's a testament to the talent of the show staff and the characters they created that after a whole season of fighting monsters and exploring temples, the most exciting adventure consists mostly of the characters walking about in a plane that slightly tilts from side to side. And that's because the position of the Sun Chaser symbolises the emotional state of the family, with everything being out of balance until it inevitably gives in, and everything they've built together over the last 21 episodes comes undone. The storyboard team for this one was John Sebastian Duclos, Jason Reacher, and Sam King, with this being King's first ever episode credit. And they knocked it out of the park with how meticulous this whole thing is staged. The climax sees Dewey chase the missing piece onto the plane's wing, risking everyone's lives in the process, which mirrors Scrooge's own obsession. The music swells as everyone tries to talk him down, and Scrooge is forced to confront everything he's spent the entire season running from as it all catches up to him.
How can I get you to listen to me? Tell me about the Spear of Selene.
David Tennant gives an absolutely heart-wrenching performance in these final minutes, explaining how Della had designed the rocket for the boys so they could all explore the stars together, how Scrooge ignored Donald's opposition and built the rocket anyway, not knowing Della would attempt to take it for a test run without telling anyone, only to be struck by a cosmic storm.
I couldn't keep her safe. The rocket and your mother were lost to the inky abyss of space. Your Uncle Donald and I never spoke again. Until you three showed up on my doorstep.
What seems to be a moment of resolution quickly turns sour as the boys start blaming Scrooge for what happened, soon devolving into everyone yelling at each other, all remaining unaware that the plane is reaching its tipping point.
After everything I do for you, you're all nothing but trouble.
Guys, this is your captain speaking. We are falling.
Wait, what?
The family is in tatters as the boys and Donald go back to the marina while Beakley and Webby also need some time away, leaving Scrooge entirely alone. And just because this ending isn't already emotionally damaging enough, its final moments twist that knife in even further by revealing Scrooge nearly spent his entire fortune searching for Della, with the very last shot referencing his first appearance in the comics. This is the series bringing Scrooge to his emotional low point, priming him to lose everything in the finale. Della's disappearance changed everything because it represented Scrooge risking something that he couldn't get back, which destroyed his relationship with Donald and turned him into the bitter old recluse we met in the pilot. When the boys arrived and inspired him to adventure again, he believed he could outrun that past. And even though he had finally gotten to a place where he started to feel like he did back when he used to adventure with Donald and Della, he was never going to get away with not reckoning that secret, which is the note we're left on heading into the season finale.
Well, you've successfully pushed your family and everyone who cared about you away. Again. hope you're happy.
I am.
Airing August 18th, 2018, The Shadow War is the epic double-length conclusion to the first season of DuckTales, bringing back as many threads from past episodes as possible as the McDuck family reunites for a final battle against the newly freed Magica de Spell. Part 1 follows Webby, Launchpad, and later Mrs. Beakley teaming up to have the boys and Scrooge reconcile before they and Donald move away to Cape Suzette, a location that was referenced at the very start of the pilot. The first of many callbacks to previous episodes that really makes it feel like everything has come full circle. Donald telling Beakley my house, my rules, just as she did to him in Day Trip of Doom, the return of Launchpad's Darkwing bobblehead from Beware the Buddy system, the items from previous episodes when the boys are getting rid of their treasures, including Huey's t-shirt from Neverest, Louie's Kopesh from Tothra, and Dewey's trophy from the Druid's Cup. Then there's the marbles from the first episode, Webby using her night vision goggles again, and everyone having to climb the stairs of the money bin like Louie did in the Great Dime Chase. Those are the main ones I noticed, but I'm sure there are others I missed. Back at the mansion, Magica, who you'll remember is now controlling Lena's body, infiltrates their home only to be thrown off by how miserable and utterly pathetic Scrooge is in his current state, which takes all the fun out of destroying him.
How dare you make me pity you! This is not how I pictured killing you in my head for the last 15 years!
By the end of part 1, Magica has stolen the dime, and it's at last revealed why obtaining it has been her goal, because that is where her physical form has been trapped as the eclipse she's been waiting for arrives and she is set free, revealing the full design with her creepy reptilian-like eyes, which actually have a really interesting reason behind them. Since most of the characters on DuckTales have classic pie eyes, which were lifted straight from the Carl Barks comics, Magica's eyes are instead made up of the missing slice from everyone else's.
Impossible. How?
Why don't you ask your housekeeper's granddaughter's new best friend? You have a confusing family structure, you know that.
Scrooge and Magica's interactions throughout the first part of the finale are meant to show their differing attitudes towards family, which we've already seen through how Magica has treated Lena in these later episodes, which stands in direct opposition to how Scrooge treats the boys and Webby. Each villain is meant to represent a dark reflection of Scrooge, with Magica's obsession and lack of morals showing what he may have become without the influence of his family, a strength that Lena reminds him of in a moment that calls back to her first episode.
My family is good for nothing. Your family is amazing. You fight and get into trouble, but it doesn't matter because you, I don't know, love each other or something. Dude, I wish I had your family.
This is also why it's Webby and Launchpad working together in the other storyline, with the pair being deliberately chosen as they have both worked hard to be part of this family and as such are the only ones not taking it for granted right now. Back on the boat, Beakley uses her experience as a spy and a grandmother, weaponizing guilt to try and get the boys to see things from Scrooge's perspective, but Dewey refuses to give in. Until Donald stands up. You'll remember one of the main things the crew wanted was for this show to do for Donald what a Goofy movie did for Goofy, fleshing him out beyond physical comedy by adding some pathos behind him. Over season 1, we've seen the show make several attempts towards this, though his distance from the rest of the family always held him back in that regard. Till we arrive here, where Donald is able to get some of the recognition he deserves, leading to him finally having his Goofy movie moment.
Our family has been apart too long. It's time for us to come together, come here, boys.
Wait, but the spear and Mom and...
The structure of the finale is honestly quite similar to the pilot. In Woo, part 1 was about bringing the McDucks together and part 2 was about the adventure. In Shadow War, part 1 is about bringing the McDucks back together, while part 2 is the action-heavy conclusion. Magica, having trapped Scrooge in his dime, raises a shadow army to take over Duckburg and settles into the money bin to gloat and watch the chaos unfold. And I know I mentioned Catherine Tate's performance earlier, but I have to reiterate how charismatic and delightful she is as Magica.
Is this your favourite treasure? Oh, too bad, now it's ice cream. want a lick? Whoops.
Seriously, how did she not get an Emmy for this?
Tennis thing! Sports!
Continuing on from part 1, Donald is given a chance to shine as the hero in the episode, taking charge of the situation and leading most of the counterattack against Magica. After Gyro gives him a voice modulator, meaning he is now voiced by Don Cheadle, so everyone can understand him.
These ducks don't back down.
I understand the practical applications of this. Regular sentences for Donald have to be kept simple because Tony Anselmo needs to be able to do the whole thing in a single breath. But I've just never gotten the joke about how no one is able to understand Donald because I've never had that problem. And this is definitely an unpopular opinion, but it kind of feels counterintuitive to the whole goal of transforming Donald, because it's saying that the only way he can be taken seriously is if he had a different voice. Which kind of feels the same as Jeffrey Katzenberg trying to replace Bill Farmer with Steve Martin during the production of a Goofy movie because the voice wasn't working for him. It's not a knock against Don Cheadle, he does a fantastic job, but to me, this decision feels like it came from a place of insecurity, which is not something I usually associate with this show. But it does little to detract from how emotionally satisfying the final battle is, with the kids all getting to apply their special skills to rescue Scrooge and defeat Magica. Props needs to be given to the stunning animation for the fight with Webby. It's only a few seconds, but it all has this great flow as you feel the impact of every hit.
Well, good luck with the curse.
What kind of curse?
Grave misfortune, increased gullibility, a swift kick in the ribs.
A what?
Yeah, my ribs!
When Magica has them cornered, Webby is able to deflect the attack using her and Lena's friendship bracelet, summoning Lena, who tries to fend off Magica until she ends up sacrificing herself for Webby, cementing how real their friendship truly was. And while all this is happening, Dominic Lewis is expertly weaving all the various themes that were composed for the characters across the season together as they each receive their big moments. Scrooge is freed and Magica's staff is destroyed, causing her to lose her powers as the family is all back together again, but not without a few losses.
Lena's gone.
But she sacrificed herself to save you.
Huh. I guess she really was my best friend.
She'll always be with you.
We'll come back to this moment later because, spoiler alert, Lena will return in Season 2. The season closes out with the entire family going for a midnight swim, where we see Louis has now fully learned how to swim in money, as we've seen hints of him building this skill throughout the season, which is a very wholesome way to end things. So much was riding on this finale to pay off everything they had built up and ensure Magica's return and plot for revenge lived up to the hype. It was a family reconciliation against the backdrop of an apocalypse, all set during the climactic eclipse, giving everything these red and orange hues. Both parts were directed by Matthew Humphries and Tanner Johnson, who really went all out and created one of the best looking episodes of the entire show. They somehow followed up the complete game changer of the last Crash of the Sun Chaser with another game changer. Every emotional resolution works, the music was top notch as always, and the animation consistently blew me away. The crew had this mentality of treating each episode as if it were their last, and you can feel that here, as very little was left on the table, which is how I describe the entirety of Season 1. While the show was already great from the get-go, time and time again the team kept challenging themselves to raise the ante, creating bigger stories with stronger emotional cores that began to push these characters further than anyone expected. You can practically see how collaborative the process of making this series was in real time, as new ideas arose and others that weren't working were quickly pivoted. They had a near impossible task of creating this all-encompassing take on the history of these many characters and honouring that legacy, while also displaying what made their show so unique. And it's safe to say they accomplished that at nearly every turn. The issue was, how on earth were they even gonna try to top it moving forward? While that would remain to be seen for a while, one thing we knew for sure was that wherever this show was going next, the team was aiming for the stars.
And so Duckburg is saved, thanks to Scrooge McDuck and his family.
boys?
Because the DuckTales reboot came during a time where Disney were really trying to push their animated shows following the success of Gravity Falls and Star vs. the Forces of Evil, the series was renewed for a second season before it had even premiered. So, less than 2 months after airing Shadow War, the series was already back with new weekly adventures, this time airing on the Disney Channel. With this also came confirmation that they had already been renewed for Season 3.
DuckTales Season 3!
Though during Season 1, the crew also created a handful of shorts and other promotional materials meant to either introduce the characters or expand on elements from certain episodes. And now, there are actually a lot of DuckTales shorts, so I'm only going to cover the ones that were clearly done by the show staff and don't look like they were thrown together in a single afternoon, so no 30 things about each character or Webby reacts to various Disney Channel live-action sitcoms, which is something I didn't know was a thing before and was perfectly content with that existence. And because there'd probably be at least one comment pointing out I missed it, yes, there is a music video that was a collaboration with the artist known as Marshmello for a song called Fly. I have no idea who this person is, but it's a pleasant enough piece of music, and I adore the way the characters are drawn and animated here, especially with the low frame rate, which adds to the feeling of floating through space. Though considering the episodes that released after this, it was an interesting choice to have that be the setting. First up is what I think is perhaps one of the coolest pieces of marketing I've ever seen from an animated series. This was around the time YouTube was really trying to push these 360-degree experiences into being the next big thing, with the gimmick being you have full camera control during the video, meaning you could watch it multiple times yet have completely different experiences. So, in the lead up to the show's premiere, Disney released a 2-minute video utilising this technology called The Lost Key of Tralala. It's a fun experiment, but the end product feels very empty. You can do stuff like face the camera forward and have the whole thing in first person, which gave me heavy Timon and Pumbaa's Virtual Safari vibes, but it's not like there's a bunch of hidden details in the background to try and spot, so there's never really a reason to look at anything but the characters. Still, if you've never seen it, I would recommend giving it a try.
Woohoo! Go for everybody! Yeah! Go for Scrooge! I meant just go for Scrooge, not everybody!
Welcome to Duckburg was a series of 6 shorts that mostly run for about 30 seconds. They're just small vignettes meant to give you some idea of each character's personality, but writing-wise, they're not too far off from the show, as there are a few standout moments.
Promethean candle, guaranteed to never go out by any means necessary. You expect me to buy a new candle for every birthday? Do you have any idea what that would cost at my age?
Though even back when these first came out, my favourite has always been Launchpad, writing an apology note after denting someone's car, as its ending had me rolling the first time I saw it.
Your friend, Launchpad McQuack. Dear Sir or Madam.
Next up was a collection that essentially functioned as a mini-episode split into parts called The World's Longest Death Trap, which altogether has about a 5-minute runtime. It follows Dewey and Webby as they get caught in the titular death trap.
It says press here to exit.
Great!
This life and enter the great beyond.
With each part adding additional characters who try and help them escape, only to fall in themselves. Both the writing and animation are pretty much on par with Season 1, with a lot of great twists that feature the type of subversions the full episodes do.
Of course.
The final batch of shorts I want to talk about will require some context. In Season 1, Episode 14, Day of the Only Child, we learn Dewey has his own imaginary talk show called Dewey Tonight, that he's trying to make a reality by filming it so he can submit the recording to TV networks. It's one of the funniest bits from Season 1 and is so quintessential Dewey that it's not surprising they later expanded upon it with 4 shorts, in which Dewey decides to post exclusive interviews from his show to the internet, which leads to a bit of an overarching story as Dewey increasingly grows so desperate for likes that he's willing to try anything. My favourite being when he introduces a new segment with Launchpad called Will It Crash? It does feel like there were plans to make this a much bigger thing at one point, because the final segment doesn't strike me as being the intended ending and was easily the weakest one. Though I did really enjoy the first 3, and again, the whole thing is only 5 minutes, so you can't really complain.
That's all the time we have for this week. Our apologies to Flintheart Glomgold, who's been bumped. What?
Now, I had the idea to do another tangent here talking about the merchandise they released at the start of the show. However, all I have are a handful of pins and this set of 4 plush toys that were available in Disney stores. I wanted to see if I could find some of the figures by the company Fat Mojo, but they have become really hard to get your hands on, with any that I did find being ludicrously priced. And as much as I cherish this show, there is no timeline in which I spend over £50 on a Donald Duck action figure that's not even 10 years old. Meaning, I guess we're on to season 2 then.
This could be the most important moment of our adventuring lives!
Sup, party people? I'm back in the his. Oh no. Knew it was wrong as soon as I said it.
DuckTales Season 2 began in October 2018 and ran until the following September, consisting of 24 episodes with 1 being double length. Whereas Season 1 was about forming a legacy and reconciling with past mistakes to move forward, Season 2 discusses what exactly it takes to maintain that legacy, as the characters have to deal with sudden change that will affect their future. And these ideas are best explored through the season's focal point, Louie. As mentioned, Louie is the youngest of the Duck brothers, which has led him to believe he is capable of getting away with anything, attempting to coast through life with minimal effort, and his primary motivation being greed.
Now this mountain is gonna throw everything she's got at us.
But it'll be worth it when we find the treasure of Mountain Everest.
There is no treasure of Mount Everest.
Nope, Louie out. Already gone. Have fun.
Louie was very entertaining in Season 1, mainly thanks to the stellar performance of Bobby Moynihan. However, this characterization ended up causing problems in regards to his place in the adventure dynamic, since it meant there were limited scenarios that would allow him to contribute. This is an issue Season 2 addresses in its very first episode, The Most Dangerous Game, Night. Written by Frank Angones and directed by Tanner Johnson. Throughout Season 1, we witnessed a slow progression of Louie becoming more disillusioned with adventuring, being the only character who seems bothered by the near-constant danger.
You know, most kids wouldn't get this excited about impending doom. Louie mostly just cries.
An idea that reaches its tipping point in the episode's cold open, where we see how exasperated Louie has become, leading him to manipulate the family into staying in for a nice, quiet game night.
Game night?
Game night! Game night! Game night! Game night!
However, since the family won't go on the adventure comes to the family, despite Louie's best attempts to keep it at bay. Things soon spiral out of control, with a microscopic civilization declaring war on the family and shrinking most of them. Huey goes to confront Louie, who has reached the end of his rope, and finally confesses what's really going on with him.
You guys all have your things. Mom was great at adventuring, and she still got hurt. I'm only good at talking my way out of it. How long before that's not enough?
Louie's laziness has been a veneer to cover up his insecurities and fear of getting hurt. He wants the reward but can't take the risks, putting him in contrast with Scrooge. So the end of the episode sees him step up and prove himself by instructing everyone on how to defeat the Little Pudlians and then negotiating the end of the war between them, showing just how valuable he is.
Do you know how I made my fortune?
Yes, by being tougher than the toughies and smarter than the smarties.
And sharper than the sharpies. People don't know about that one. The ability to read a situation and see all the shortcuts and the possibilities. Your mother could do it. So can you.
Coming off the heels of something as ambitious and artistically taxing as the Shadow War, the crew needed something of a breather, which provided a golden opportunity to look at how the status quo has changed following the Della reveal. Starting small by narrowing in on the mansion and then slowly growing out the scope again as they had done in Season 1. Dewey and Webby were presented as the show's dynamic duo last season, so this serves as a reminder of their fundamental differences by placing them alongside Scrooge and Donald, who have begun to repair their relationship. The writing itself is much tighter, really emphasizing the ensemble comedy element of the series and how natural these characters' interactions now feel.
If we lose, you're out of the will.
I was in the will.
It's a fantastic start to the season that carries over the beautiful music and impressive character animation, showing this team wasn't about to start resting on their laurels by any means.
Wait, what?
While the premiere gives us a taste of what the later episodes would have in store, the following adventures mostly return to business as usual, while continuing to deepen the characters. One notable change is that Donald has a much greater presence in more stories now that he and Scrooge have amended things, having him be more involved with the family as a whole. This also means digging into his life prior to the show by incorporating various elements from across his storied history, with the one that got people the most excited being The Town Where Everyone Was Nice, written by Madison Bateman, which sees the introduction of Jose Carriosa and Panchito Pistoles, better known as the Three Caballeros, who were established in the 1944 government-commissioned propaganda film of the same name. Since then, the characters have been somewhat included as part of the core Disney cast, making many appearances over the years and having very devoted fan bases, with Jose in particular being incredibly popular in Brazil, where he's as well known as Mickey or Donald due to his regular comic appearances for over 70 years. Here, their many escapades are recontextualized within the show as being Donald's old college band, who split up shortly after he became a parent. Feeling intimidated by how successful his friends have been, Donald lies and tells them that he has taken over McDuck Enterprises and is now a billionaire. The trio are so caught up in reconnecting that they fail to notice the town and its residents are not what they seem, as the kids discover the Feast of the Flower is actually a trap by a carnivorous plant looking to make the McDucks its next victims. It was a difficult twist for the art department to pull off, as it meant staging the episode in a way that avoided showing the townspeople from below the waist to preserve the big reveal, which is only furthered by the creepy transformation they came up with. Donald is forced to come clean, leading to the other two confessing that they are also guilty of embellishing the details as to their success. To save the others, they come together to perform a rendition of their iconic theme song, which is part musical number, part fight scene, entirely storyboarded by Tanner Johnson. It's one of the most creative and vibrant sequences of the whole show. Colour was a huge part of this episode because it was not only a tribute to the look of the original film, but also the work of famous Disney artist Mary Blair.
The color in this episode is really cool. This is very personal because my wife, Bridget Berger, did the color script for this. She's a children's book illustrator, and she had illustrated a book about Mary Blair. Bridget is considered a person who understands Mary Blair and her use of color. So when this episode came down the pike, I wanted to bring her on to help design it. Bridget specifically wanted to harp back to Saludos Amigos.
I also want to highlight the vocal performances of Bernardo de Paula as Jose and Arturo del Puerto as Panchito, because this episode does a fantastic job making you feel the chemistry between them and Donald. They really do come across as old friends with how they nostalgically reminisce and have this deep understanding of each other. It pays respect to the history of these characters while also reinventing them so they make sense in this new context. And it's just nice seeing characters who like Donald for being Donald, since we hadn't seen that till now.
Hey, remember when you insisted you could juggle the eggs? And you dropped one!
Beyond continuing to strengthen the lore of this cast, Season 2 further pushes the envelope with experimental and innovative stories that test the strength of the characters. Remember how at the very start of the series, the crew needed to be cautious about what elements from the comics or the 80s show to include so as not to overwhelm the audience, while they were also introducing this franchise to a new generation? Well, now that we have a good grasp on this new iteration and have seen that it is able to stand out on its own, we start to see more of those concepts get implemented, while still applying the patented reboot subversions. The 87-cent Solution, written by Bob Snow and directed by Matthew Humphries, is a story involving gold fever, a deadly disease that was a plot point of the original show's 5-part premiere. Here, Scrooge succumbs to the illness when he is driven to insanity after noticing a few coins missing from his money bin. Though things perhaps aren't what they appear, this was one of the most difficult episodes for the crew to put together, due to the number of moving puzzle pieces to figure out and some wild story beats that needed to have logical explanations behind them. And to talk more about the inner machinations of Scrooge's descent into madness, here's Kian Carlisle, from the channel Kian Carlisle.
I should introduce myself for the video? I don't know. Hello, I'm Kian Carlisle. I do YouTube on the internet. I chose to talk about the episode The 87-Cent Solution because I've always thought it's like the quintessential standalone DuckTales episode. It's just one singular narrative that is so perfectly executed. You follow Scrooge seemingly going insane as all of the characters lose faith in him one by one. He thinks he's been robbed of 87 cents and he's seeming more delusional with each passing minute of the story. Of course, the entire thing ends up being an incredibly contrived scheme from Glomgold. And his entrance to the funeral is one of the funniest moments in the entire show, and I could not believe I was actually watching it, and that they actually licensed this song. Glomgold was pausing time, pulling the strings, causing everything to happen. They planted all of the exact correct seeds at the right times. They put Glomgold early in the episode, established he's a schemer, and then it's just a cascading roller coaster of payoff in the last 5 minutes, where we see the cause of everything we watched across the last 15. Culminating in the funniest punchline of maybe any episode of the show, which is that Donald really thought Scrooge was dead, and that no one clued him in on their plan. About 2/3 of the way through, there's a pivot where the audience is no longer privy to what the characters know, and I think they chose the exact right time to do that. Gizmo Duck was my favorite character, and this is one of the first, casual episodes Gizmo Duck was in. In Season 1, he was in the finale, and he was in the Gizmo Duck specific episodes, but Season 2 finally started putting him in some just casual stories that weren't about him, letting him be a side character. This was one of the first instances, and he's just used really perfectly here. This is gonna be one of the most annoying, smug, liberal things I've said in a long time, but during COVID, there was this annoying revisionism where people were like, masks never existed before. People thought that. People were saying that, and it's like, what are you talking about? Face masks have been a thing the whole time I've been alive. I mean, I remember them when I was in the womb. And I would point to this episode that had just come out a year prior to COVID and be like, masks are in this. And maybe if I were less of a loser, I would have showed actual historical imagery or photos of doctors, not a children's cartoon about talking ducks. But that's where I was at in life as an 18-year-old. This is not an episode that has a ton of real character moments. You don't get any emotional heights like Last Crash of the Sun Chaser. It's just not an episode that's designed for that. This one's just a comedy. It's almost like Back to the Future-esque in nature. Setup, payoff. Just this a wonderful roller coaster at the very, very end where everything clicks into place. It's just funny. It's always stood out to me as one of my favorites, and I'm glad I got to talk about it. And I'm glad that the Glad in Gladiator invited me to be in this video. Get it? I said glad. I said glad. It's kind of intellectual. You might not get it. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. You know. And I'm glad if you know. If you might not get it. I'm wasting my time.
While Season 1 was world building, Season 2 is world exploration, which is demonstrated through a collection of secondary character spotlights, adding further dimensions to them by placing them in the role of protagonist. Each one of these is good in its own right, but the most experimental and my personal favourite is The Ballad of Duke Baloney, written by Colleen Evanson and directed by Jason Zurek. An episode entirely focused on Glomgold, examining what makes him tick and revealing how he ended up this way, while also somehow managing to make him at least a little sympathetic in the process. The last we saw of Flintheart was in the opening of the second half of Shadow War, where he was plunged into the Duckburg Harbour, which is where this episode picks up as we learn that incident has left him with a serious case of memory loss. Sometime later, Louie and Webby discover Glomgold, who has now assumed the life of a humble fisher person by the name of Duke Baloney, with only a slight hint of the unhinged animosity he once had.
Glomgold's been missing for months. Then bam, he's back as a completely different person. He's clearly dealing with some kind of amnesia. We gotta help him.
please. Faking amnesia is like Con Man 101.
Each season, the writers wanted to do at least one Louie and Webby team-up episode, as their personalities in particular created a nice contrast. Webby's innocence and belief in the good of others against Louie's cynicism and suspicion that there's always a con being played. Here though, that dynamic personifies both sides of the audience's feelings, which only grow more complicated as the events continue to unfold and Glomgold's past catches up to him, as even his amnesia couldn't quell his rivalry with Scrooge. This all builds to an incredible dream sequence parodying art house movies, which highlights his internal struggle to move on from his past before it once again consumes him.
We wanted stuff to kind of make sense. Like, if you've ever had a really strange dream and then later realized that this thing in your dream was your brain trying to make sense of something. I wanted to get a very stop-motion look from it, which was harder than I expected. The timers were like, wait, you don't want in between? And I was like, no, I don't want it to be smooth. I want it to be jerky and weird.
The name Duke Baloney stems from a classic Bark story titled The Second Richest Duck in Duckburg, in which Donald was mistaken for the Duke of Baloney. However, this meant there were now two characters running around that held the title of the Second Richest Duck in Duckburg. So the crew had this brilliant idea of merging them to create the backstory for their version of Glomgold. Duke was once a shoe shiner in South Africa who dreamed of riches, drawing a parallel to Scrooge's origin. His rivalry with McDuck stemmed from a chance encounter between them turning sour when Scrooge's hubris kind of ripped him off.
You're the richest duck in the world, and you only gave me a dime? Well, it's a symbolic gesture to teach you to work for your fortune, which is better than your half-cocked schemes.
Are you mocking me? How dare you? You think you're so rich and so Scottish!
The purpose of Glomgold is to be the complete antithesis of Scrooge. He's the quintessential example of a villain who is simply a copy of the hero, but evil. His ideology is built around taking ideas and making them his own, but bigger, faster, and cheaper. So Duke modelled his entire life after Scrooge, only bigger, faster, and cheaper.
Please pass the haggis.
Don't tell me what to do!
There's this quietly tender moment in the second act where Webby and Louie call in Scrooge to meet with Duke, which turns out to be a civil and warm interaction as Scrooge decides to simply leave him be.
In all my years of volleying with that vexatious villain, I've never seen Flinty happier or more at peace. Let him be Duke Baloney. It's for his own good.
But he might have a brain injury.
Flintheart Glomgold blows himself up on a daily basis. A simple brain injury is actually a step up.
The episode does such a phenomenal job at making you care about Duke, where no matter how many times you've rewatched it, you desperately want it to have this happy ending, which makes his slow deterioration back into Glomgold all the more heartbreaking. The climax uses that hope to its advantage, utilising the exterior conflict of the storm to illustrate the internal conflict between Duke and Glomgold, brilliantly threading the needle so you don't quite know which of the two you're seeing until the dramatic reveal of him tossing Webby overboard. There's this underlying tragedy to this whole thing that somehow manages to make Flintheart Glomgold a genuinely sympathetic character. How he came so close to having a fulfilling life surrounded by people who loved him, but it all slipped through his fingers because he couldn't let go of that obsession.
Why would you do that?
Because I'm Flintheart Glomgold, and I always will be!
Was that in his pocket the whole time?
But I know what you're all waiting for. You want to hear about the follow-up to that big Season 1 cliffhanger. Well, I aim to please, so without any further delay, let's talk about whatever happened to Lena. What did you think I meant? Throughout Season 1, we followed Lena's struggle to escape Magica and her abuse, finding genuine support and strength in her connection with Webby to eventually take a stand, which led to her heroic sacrifice. Though towards the end, we see Lena isn't truly gone, as she has now simply become a part of Webby's shadow. The meaning I derived from this was how this action, spurred by the love between them, is what finally freed Lena from Magica. The only problem was that she was now stuck in the Shadow Realm and would somehow need to be pulled back into the physical plane. It takes a while for Season 2 to finally address this storyline, but Episode 8, Friendship Hates Magic, written by Rachel Vine and directed by Matthew Humphries, was well worth the wait. way. While searching for a way to bring Lena back, Webby meets a deadpan hummingbird named Violet Saberwing, voiced by Lib Bearer, as they immediately bond over their passion for ancient languages and soon plan a sleepover. All the while Lena has no choice but to watch, which soon grows into jealous fear that Webby may have found a new best friend, and then suspicion when Violet starts asking about Magica and has somehow obtained the Sumerian talisman. It's these strong emotions that allow Lena to finally break through and interact with physical objects.
It's Elder Futhark, Thunder Trots, a reference to the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, perhaps? Oh, I also see rodent truths. Ooh, what secrets are the mice hiding? It says don't trust her. Ugh, nerds.
Once Webby sees the amulet, she is of course enraged and forces Violet to explain herself. Much like Huey, she had based her entire life around facts until the night of the Shadow War, which awakened something in her as she became consumed with studying the supernatural.
Have you ever felt like you were living a sheltered life, but there was something incredible just out of reach?
The pair agree to work together to save Lena by harnessing Magica's powers, only to end up being pulled into the Shadow Realm themselves. Ever since Violet and Webby began messing with dark magic, these beings mentioned earlier, called tulpas, have been stalking them, though the meaning behind their presence is intentionally kept vague, so the audience is led to believe they have something to do with Magica, when in actuality they are a manifestation of Lena's grief and possessiveness, as they attempt to take off with Webby. Lena and Violet must set aside their differences to save their mutual, though it looks like Lena will too be sent back, as the trio grasp hands only to evoke the ancient power of the friendship bracelet, which fully restores Lena. Using this episode to simultaneously bring Lena back into the fold while also introducing Violet was a deliberate move to create a group of girl characters to exist alongside Huey, Dewey and Louie, thus balancing the cast a bit more and giving the series a whole team of adventure kids. But establishing that Webby now has her own friend trio was important, as it signifies how much she has grown from where we first met her. I was excited to see how they'd continue Lena's story, because she might honestly be my favourite supporting character. So I'll admit, when Season 2 was first coming out, I was disappointed this didn't lead to her becoming a permanent main character, especially after it felt like that's what the Season 1 finale had promised.
Help me get my family back, and you'll have a place in it.
But that doesn't happen, as Lena instead goes to live with Violet after this, and will never again regain the prominence that she once had. Obviously, in retrospect, I fully understand the decision, because 2 new main characters this season would have been way too much for the show to juggle. That, and I do love the sisterly bond between Lena and Violet shown in later episodes, going back to the heart of the show being about chosen family. But now that Lena is out of the shadows and no longer physically bound to Magica, the next step in her journey of recovery is to free herself mentally from her aunt's influence, leading to the surreal, emotional, and fantastic Nightmare on Kill Motor Hill. This episode was written by storyboard artist Emi Sisiarega, who prior to this had no writing credits in animation. But Frank, Matt and Susanna noticed how good she was at adding extra jokes to her boards and wanted to give her the opportunity. As such, this is the only episode of the show to be done the traditional animation way by having it be mostly board driven. It was all part of the way the show was ran, with the immense collaboration between all the different production departments, which allowed staff members to discover new skills. This was mostly the same team working on the show for 6 years, so they wanted everyone to still feel like they were growing as creatives, thus offering chances to try their hand in other departments became a more common thing in seasons 2 and 3. The episode sees a massive sleepover with all the kids to celebrate Webby and Lena's friend-iversary.
It's our friend-iversary. Friend-iversary.
Confirming in-universe that it has now been exactly 1 year since the events of the Beagle Birthday Massacre. Though, as always, something much deeper is going on here, as Lena is attempting to stay awake after being haunted by dreams that she's turning into Magica. When she finally goes to sleep, her powers link everyone's dreams together, giving us an interesting look into each of the characters' psyche by revealing their deepest fantasies.
So bored. Ah! Why, Huey? Why, Huey? Why?
Whatever do you mean?
My favourite is obviously Dewey, whose biggest dream is to be in High School Musical. Which, not to brag, but been there, done that.
What's that? I think it's supposed to be my romantic interest, but I'm too threatened by that concept, so it never takes shape.
Dewey, let's sing a duet.
Ah!
Each dream is slowly taken over by Lena's insecurities as Magica stalks her through them until they all end up at Castle Dispel, where she is fully transformed just as the others arrive.
What did you do with Lena?
No, I am Lena. I just look like Magica.
Stop mocking me!
Oh, why does everything I say sound sarcastic?
Despite everyone attacking her, Webby quickly sees through the illusion once Lena rescues her from a falling chandelier.
You're not her, you're you! You put so much pressure on yourself to be good, but you're good enough.
Though there begs the question of how Magica is able to still have any influence over Lena when she no longer has her powers. Well, in the final minutes, the kids run to the mansion gates to confront her, and...
We're family. You need me.
Lena's story in Season 1 saw her trying to be bad enough to be the bad guy, and failing because of her new friends. Season 2 flips the script by having her wrestle with her origins as a creation of dark magic, trying to prove that she can be good enough to be a good guy, even with all the bad stuff in her. But throughout the episode, her friends remind her that she doesn't need to prove anything, and that love once again saves Lena, allowing her to become fully independent of Magica, who no longer has any kind of power over her.
I don't need you. You need me. You are no longer allowed in my head.
This is pretty much where we leave Lena for some time, and while her arc isn't quite complete yet, we've seen just how far she has come along her journey and how her relationships have both liberated and transformed her.
Wait, if nobody is around to dream me into existence, don't I...
Last season, we saw the clever way the reboot incorporated elements from other classic shows of the Disney afternoon. However, with one big exception, these references were still kept at an arm's length. It wasn't the existence of the gummy bears that was important, it was the abilities granted by the gummy berry juice, which is what the episode was built around. Darkwing Duck is an in-universe TV show that has had great influence over the person Launchpad has become, a factor we're reminded of in Friendship Hates Magic, where the B-plot revolves around Launchpad and Mrs. Beakley trying to spend some time together, taking the only two characters in the show who can't connect with each other and have them find some common ground, as Launchpad introduces her to his favourite show and she too becomes a fan. It's a lot of fun seeing this typically stoic and sensible character get excited about dressing up as a superhero, but it also serves as an important reminder to the audience of Darkwing and its significance to Launchpad, setting up one of the show's most beloved episodes, The Duck Knight Returns, written by Frank Angones and directed by Tanner Johnson. It establishes a new iteration of Drake Mallard and his origin story of becoming his own Darkwing Duck in a tightly written love letter to everything the character means to the crew, as well as the beauty of fandom in general. And all in an ironic spoof of gritty nostalgic reboots that just so happens to be part of a gritty nostalgic reboot. And to gush about it all in greater depth, I'm pleased to welcome my dear friend, the Dan the Man Show.
A huge fan!
The Glad and Gladiator.
I mean, I've never actually seen your work, but you're British, so I'm sure that it's very classy and yeah.
Okay, so full transparency, I was never big on the 80s and 90s Disney TV cartoons, including the original DuckTales. I don't know why, that era just never really appealed to me. Maybe one day I'll give it a shot, but today is not that day. However, there is one major exception, and that is none other than the terror-flapping goat himself, Darkwing Duck. Now, I could go into detail about why and how Darkwing managed to sneak past the rest and end up on my radar, but that's a story for another day. Let's just say that I was a little bit obsessed with the Caped Crusader, so when I heard he was going to have his own episode in the second season of the DuckTales reboot, something I was already watching and enjoying at the time the news came out, I was very excited to say the least. I remember sitting down to watch The Duck Knight Returns on May 17th, 2019, and 22-ish minutes later, I was completely sold that this was the best episode of the show, bar none. Upon rewatch for this video, do I still feel that way? Well, I still think it's a top contender for sure, but I will admit that watching it for the first time with a critical lens did bring a few negative points forward. I could talk about the fact that Jim Starling's turn to fully evil feels a little bit forced. or the sometimes pace-breaking meta jokes they tell can really take me out of it. But honestly, my biggest issue with this episode as a whole is that it is way too packed, to the point where it feels that none of the plot lines have enough room to breathe. Darkwing did get his own 44-minute special in Season 3, and it's absolutely deserved, being my new favorite episode of the show. But to be honest, I think this episode should have gotten that treatment as well. And when my biggest issue is that there wasn't enough time to fully flesh out the plot lines, it's actually a great way to transition to the positives, because if you reframe that, it means that I care greatly about the story being told. Starting with the non-Darkwing stuff first, the central conflict of this being a Darkwing Duck reboot movie is a stroke of genius. Not only is it a bit of a meta jab at the DuckTales reboot itself, but it does a great job pitting 3 different viewpoints of the ideal movie, resulting in a catastrophic final result. There's the artist, the one who's most passionate about the project to the point that he doesn't see the forest for the trees with his interpretation, the executive who's completely out of touch and is just in it for the money, and the child in the target audience, whose ideas are so sporadic and all over the place that it's as unfocused and messy as a child's imagination could be. None of these viewpoints are shown to be completely in the right or wrong, and I think that was the best way they could have handled it. But let's be honest, the main attraction has got to be the handling of Darkwing Duck. I don't think anything will ever beat the original series for me, that's just my personal taste, but their approach to a pseudo-reimagining of the origin story is spectacular, heavily in part to the performances. With Jim Cummings playing Jim Starling, the actor who played Darkwing Duck on the old In-Universe TV show, and Chris Diamantopoulos playing Drake Ballard, the actor in the reboot, who by the way does a stellar performance, it's honestly a great story. Drake being this guy who modeled his whole life after Jim's performance and wanting to be the new face of Darkwing Duck, so that kids can feel the same way that he felt as a kid whenever Darkwing was on screen, to keep getting back up and keep fighting. It's a fantastic way to reimagine the character, while not smoothing out the edges of Darkwing's bombastic ego too much.
I mean, sure, I'm scrappy, I'm brave, I look great in the cape.
Gizmo Duck does it.
I am better than Gizmo Duck.
But Jim Starling is where the real meat of this lies. A washed-up actor at this point in the show, the guy refuses to let things go, especially anything Darkwing Duck related. In his eyes, he is the only Darkwing Duck, and there are no substitutions. Although I'm not sure if this was the true intention, I like to think of Jim Starling as this alternate mirror into what Darkwing Duck could have been in the original show, had it not been for characters like Goslin and Launchpad to help soften him out. An egomaniacal jerk who can't think of anyone other than himself, doomed to end up alone and miserable. And of course, I cannot talk about the episode without talking about the finale. Despite my feelings towards the 180 turn of Jim's character, fuck that. None of that matters because the ending goes so hard. Like, of course they're gonna make the previous version of Darkwing, who is now completely overtaken by his negative thoughts and ego, this universe's version of Negaduck? Like, that is genius. According to the crew, Negaduck was supposed to appear several times throughout the rest of the show, including being a member of Fowl at the end of Season 2, and playing a major role in the Darkwing 44-minute special in Season 3. However, they decided the character was too bombastic and important to force him into these situations that weren't completely focused on him. And while I'm sad that means we got no Negaduck for the rest of the show, it might be a blessing in disguise, because that last shot of the episode is so well done, I'm honestly not sure if they could top themselves. There's more I could go over, like how Launchpad's inclusion in the episode as the linchpin is not only great as a fan of the in-universe show, but also doing a natural job setting up his and DW's relationship. But you should just watch the episode for yourself to fully appreciate how the DuckTales crew handled this iconic flapped hero. And while the special next season will make you truly understand the importance of a character like Darkwing Duck, this one does a fantastic job redefining and reimagining the hero. And I couldn't think of a better way to introduce this beloved character to the show.
British and funny, whoa!
Though Darkwing isn't the only Disney Afternoon tribute this season, as we're also treated to The Treasure of the Found Lamp, written by Christian McGallis and directed by Jason Zurek, which acts as a send-up to the DuckTales theatrical adventure Treasure of the Lost Lamp. However, it is far more than a bunch of shallow references to a cult classic. It's an exploration of the importance of storytelling and what it means to people, that also becomes a celebration of the series itself, as we revisit Scrooge's garage, return to Ithaquack, and have small appearances from a handful of Season 1 characters, all building to a huge battle against the Beagle Boys. The perfect mix of classic and modern DuckTales. It's another great example of how the reboot celebrates its origins but is not uncritical of them, understanding when something necessitates being updated. Case in point, Jin. In the 1990 movie, the character of Dajon was a harmful stereotype of people from the Middle East, portrayed as a thief and a coward who was also voiced by a white guy. This new incarnation, voiced to perfection by Omid Abtahi, is a much more emotionally complex and noble character, who goes far beyond a poorly aged joke that should have never been considered acceptable in the first place. This was the show's take on a typical Genie in the Lamp episode, but instead makes it about searching for the lamp itself as opposed to the usual routine of 3 wishes which have consequences, with the message being about how stories often have more value than treasure. That's why Jin wants the lamp purely because it's a family heirloom that represents a great deal to him. I have to give a shout out to these gorgeous vignettes that were used to tell the story of the lamp, which were a collaborative effort between storyboarder Mike Morris and Mike Peraza, who was a concept artist for the original DuckTales.
A treasure's greatest value lies in the stories it can tell us.
Between all this exploration of the supporting characters and nostalgic tributes to the 90s, Season 2 demonstrated a much greater sense of focus, having more of the stories matter when it came to progressing the main arcs in some form. So let's examine how the first half of the season follows up the premiere by taking a closer look at how they continue expanding upon the central triplet.
Hello everyone, my name's Tom from the channel Curmudgeon Media, and today I'm going to be talking about my personal favourite episode of the long-running prestige television series DuckTales, The Outlaw Scrooge McDuck. DuckTales, a show which I have seen, is actually based on a long-running series of short stories penned by Sir Jonathan DuckTales, originally published as a serialised penny dreadful in the popular tabloid paper The London Gazette between the years of 1872 and 1890. The stories typically revolved around the wealthy bachelor Scrooge McDuck and his 3 companions, Duck Boy, Boy Duck, and Duck. The stories were originally written as anti-union propaganda, and thus very few of them have actually made their way into the modern TV adaptation. The Outlaw Scrooge McDuck is actually one of the few stories from the original publication to have made it onto the small screen, and has been lauded by audiences and critics alike for its unflinching depictions of mob violence and police brutality, its tasteful bedroom scenes, and an unexpected but welcome cameo from Bob Hoskins as the loathsome Baron Von Cleef. The episode begins with Scrooge McDuck gunning down a divorce solicitor outside Exeter St. David's train station in broad daylight. This begins McDuck's sudden heel-turn arc, one which was shortly abandoned in the source material, but which was embraced in the televisual adaptation, leading up to his confrontation with Naruto in episode 98. What proceeds from this point forth is 38 uncut minutes of psychedelic neo-western drama. My favourite scene in the entire episode, and the one that really clinched it for me, is the scene in which McDuck devours an entire 10-piece KFC family feast over the course of 16 agonising minutes. For an episode sporting a staggering 9.8 on IMDb and an audience approval rating of 100% on Rotten Tomatoes, you may be wondering what fascinating themes and motifs lay buried beneath this sordid tale of crime and corruption. And the answer is yes. The episode really turns a mirror on the audience and forces you to ask yourself, who am I really? What do I want from life? Would I shoot a divorce solicitor in Exeter St. David's at 12:38 PM on a Tuesday? It really makes you think. And, in the end, when Scrooge McDuck outdraws Baron Von Cleef at high noon and the villainous cur wheezes his last breaths, you realise that the real DuckTales were the friends we made along the way.
The goal of each season was to place one of the Duck brothers in the spotlight by having select keystone episodes built around their development. The previous season highlighted Dewey, with his desire to stand out from his family and his search for answers regarding Della, whereas this run of episodes is all about Llewellyn, chasing his dream of riches while learning the value of hard work. Essentially his story from the Great Dime Chase, but now with a lot more runtime to really dig deep into his motivations and transform him into a likeable protagonist. an intention made clear from the very beginning of the season, which revealed there was far more to Louie's growing distaste for adventure than laziness. And because this season doesn't have the additional burden of introducing the secondary cast and important locations, it feels a lot more direct and focused than Dewey's story was, as even episodes where Louie is not necessarily at the centre still have some influence on his actions moving forward. The premiere ended on a cliffhanger of Louie starting his own company, following a pep talk from Scrooge, as the following episodes see him try to make his place in the world by creating his own fortune, with the next chapter being the episode Storkules in Duckburg, written by Bob Snow and directed by Matthew Humphries, which does an excellent job mixing those aforementioned supporting character episodes with Louie's arc. Following a failed investor pitch to Scrooge because Louie hadn't thought that far enough ahead to come up with any kind of business model, he's told that he needs to find a problem that he can offer a solution to.
My problem is I need money, and if you would just give it to me already, problem solutioned.
This happens to coincide with the arrival of Storkules, who has been kicked out by Zeus till he can learn how to become a responsible adult. So he has come to seek the wisdom of his best friend, Donald, who instructs him to find a job. Everything lines up as his presence attracts a flock of harpies that begin tormenting Duckburg. Thus, Louie hires Storkules to catch them, opening a new division of his company called Harp Begone.
Remember, if you hear a scream, call Louis! Harpigon not responsible for any shredding, pecking, clawing, tinnitus, exploding eardrums, and or permanent fear of birds.
While business is booming, they end up doing too good a job, as soon they capture every last harpy, effectively putting them out of business. And right as Louie had just spent their entire profits on merchandise, meaning Storkules won't be able to pay Donald the rent he promised. So Louie decides to free the harpies again as a way to fix everything. It's a small detail, but I do like that Louie's actions here are not entirely driven by selfishness, as the guilt of letting down Storkules is also a large motivator for this decision. The now free harpies begin taking off with the thing Storkules loves most, once more being Donald, with Louie taking responsibility to help rescue his uncle. Though all is not lost, as Webby has spent most of the episode trying to train the harpies, which has not been an entirely fruitless endeavour. So Scrooge and Louie team up for a new business, organic and sustainable lemonade, delivered and squeezed by the harpies who only desire to be paid with some of the product.
But how do you keep the harpies from stealing all your lemonade?
We are still working on that particular problem.
This episode is a lot of fun. Chris Diamantopoulos once again knocks it out of the park as Storkules, adding a little more complexity and range this time. The Ghostbusters homage was perfect down to the last detail, and it has an amazing final set piece with the fight on Donald's boat over Duckburg. But along with all that, it does an amazing job of challenging Louie and showcasing him at both his best and his worst, watching him fail multiple times but ultimately displaying his intelligence and empathy, which was quickly turning him into my favourite of the triplets. Louie's arc starts out incredibly pronounced, but does end up taking sort of a backseat in the middle of the season due to other revelations that needed the screen time. So his quest for riches doesn't get fully picked back up till Season 2, Episode 18, Happy Birthday Doofus Drake. It follows up on a cliffhanger from Episode 9, which saw Louie get into contact with Goldie O'Gilt so that she can... Wait a minute. Did I really go through all of Season 1 without even mentioning Goldie? Okay, let's return to Season 1 for some much needed context. Goldie O'Gilt makes her debut in Episode 16, The Golden Lagoon of White Agony Plains, a rare episode in which the kids are mostly absent. The story follows Scrooge reconnecting with his old flame while the pair work together to settle some unfinished business by uncovering the titular lagoon, while dodging her constant attempts to backstab him. Goldie and Scrooge have such an interesting and complex dynamic, mostly shown through their flirtatious insults. It's this warm yet volatile relationship full of betrayal alongside this knowledge that they are the only ones capable of truly understanding each other, which is communicated through the chemistry of David Tennant and Allison Janney's respective performances. Goldie is the exact right person for Scrooge to fall in love with, which is, of course, the exact wrong person for Scrooge McDuck to fall in love with, but he just can't help himself.
You loved gold more than you loved me.
And that's why you loved me.
Tensions rise till it's revealed Goldie has been working with Glomgold to double-cross Scrooge this whole time, leading to a dramatic pickaxe tango fight between them until Goldie pushes Scrooge out of the way of a falling stalactite, causing her to fall into the molten gold below right before Glomgold knocks out Scrooge. This is easily the most threatening Glomgold has ever been presented. Typically, his bloodthirst is played for jokes, with how his violent acts always backfire on him, but here it's a lot more dire than usual, creating a progression from his more pathetic moments at the beginning of the episode. Keith Ferguson is always on top form, but his delivery in this one deserves extra credit.
When I pull this lever, liquid hot gold will spew out of this derrick, and it will complete the Glomgold trifecta! Stealing your girlfriend, ending you, and becoming the richest duck in the world!
In the end, it turns out Goldie was fine due to an ancient talisman that makes her impervious to burns, which was foreshadowed in the first act, allowing her to make off with all the treasure and Glomgold's boat.
Next time you need some gold in your life, come find me.
Goldie, being a master scam artist and thief, leads Louis to realise that she would be the perfect person to teach him how to become rich with minimal effort, granting an avenue for another sudden reappearance in Scrooge's life, which brings us back to Season 2, Episode 18. Goldie agrees to this mentorship, provided Louis help her infiltrate the birthday party of Doofus Drake by pretending to be related. All you need to know about Doofus right now is that he is a creepy rich kid who only loves his deceased grandmother, who left him her entire fortune, which he then used to turn his parents into servants. There's slightly more to get into, but I'll save that for his final major appearance next season.
Maybe you need a lesson in friendship. Wait, what's that for? What is he gonna do with the umbrella and walnuts?
However, this whole thing turns out to be a trap by Doofus to punish those who are lying to get their hands on his very expensive gift bags. So Louis and Goldie begin sabotaging everyone into being eliminated until they are the last pair standing. Though, as you can imagine, Goldie ends up double-crossing Louis. But when Doofus attempts to turn him into a piñata, she forgets the gift bags to save him, which turns out was part of the test, as this party was merely a ruse for Doofus to find a new Gummy Mama.
Long reign Goldie Mama!
Goldie Mama.
But after what she did, Louis refuses to leave with the gift bags and goes back to save his business partner, only for her to run off with them instead. Louis properly learns the downside of trying to con his way into money, though it wasn't all for nothing.
But why did she save me?
Maybe she let you get close too.
Louis Incorporated is but one of the major storylines taking place this season, and as well done as it is arguably the least important. Up till now, we've seen this family join together, face unparalleled danger, and be brought to the very edge of their breaking point, yet bounce back stronger than ever. But they were about to face their greatest challenge yet, and one that would change not only this series, but the entire lineage of Disney Duck history. Because after generations of fan questions and nearly 30 episodes of waiting, it was finally time to meet the mother of Huey, Dewey, and Louie. Well, she made appearances in the comics, especially in the Netherlands, which is where the story of her getting lost in space originated from, but aside from that, it was finally time to meet the mother of Huey, Dewey, and Louie. Initially, Della's first episode was planned to be the Season 2 opener, immediately following up the cliffhanger from the end of Season 1 by showing what the past 10 years of survival on the moon have been like for her. But it was decided to wait a few more episodes because the crew needed to work on something less demanding after the Shadow War, and it was important to kick off the season by showing how the McDucks are responding to the truth about Della no longer being kept secret. They needed to establish the new status quo and Louie's arc early because once Della returned, it would be all about her. Though that episode wouldn't even end up being the introduction to Della, as the first major role she played was in the prior episode, Season 2, Episode 6, Last Christmas, written by Frank Angones and directed by Jason Zurek. A story about Dewey time-travelling to the past and meeting Della when she was his age was pitched for the tail end of Season 1, with it being part of his investigation, though it was ultimately pushed back because the crew felt it was too early in the show's run for a Christmas special, even though Mount Neverest technically counts.
Okay, so instead of spending Christmas in a billionaire's mansion waiting for Santa Claus...
That man is not allowed in my home. He knows what he did.
The reason for placing it here, right before the big Della episode, was to remind the audience of the stakes for Della and her kids, since the next episode wouldn't feature the boys at all. And I think setting it after season 1 was the right call, because it adds this extra emotional layer of Dewey knowing what happens in the future, but not being able to tell her. There is a lot more going on in this holiday special than just Child Della though, which my friend David Definitive Edition is going to tell you all about.
Recently, Glad and the Gladiator asked me to talk about a DuckTales episode for his upcoming DuckTales retrospective, which I am very much looking forward to seeing, and I thought, hey, I want to talk about Last Christmas. Not only is it one of my personal favorite DuckTales episodes, it's also an episode that I rewatch every year around the Christmas time, and I think it is one of the best episodes that showcases what the show does best, referencing the past of Disney's history with the Duck family, and telling heartfelt stories with good emotion. I love this episode for so many reasons, and not just because I'm a sucker for good holiday episodes and cartoons. I also love it because it pays homage to what is one of my favorite Christmas specials of all time, that being Mickey's Christmas Carol, which had Scrooge McDuck as, well, the character of Scrooge in the story of A Christmas Carol, because obviously. And fun fact, that is actually my favorite version of A Christmas Carol. That's the one that I absolutely love, and I make sure to watch every year. You can see the homages to this Christmas special in this episode, with things like the 3 ghosts having some similarities in design-wise to the ghosts in that special. Even the Ghost of Christmas Past very much resembles Jiminy Cricket. I'm assuming maybe there were some reasons they couldn't use the actual Jiminy Cricket. I don't know what they are. And also the end credits of the episode have like drawings and are done in the style of the opening credits to Mickey's Christmas Carol. And Jake from Glad and the Gladiator actually told me beforehand, before I started filming this, was that apparently the end credits are actually drawn by Mike Peraza, who you may know as the guy who defined the look of the original DuckTales, but also did the illustrations for Mickey's Christmas Carol, the very special that they're referencing in this episode. They even used the original parchment paper for this, which is honestly incredible. I love that. Like, an extra step to really pay homage to an iconic Christmas special that is connected to the duck side of the Disney characters is honestly really incredible, and another reason I love this episode. The episode follows 2 stories, one with Scrooge McDuck being annoyed by having to spend time with his family on Christmas, because in his mind, Christmas is the one time he can relax and be away from all the stuff from his business and his family, and he just kind of wants to be by himself. And also with 3 ghosts who, time travel and take him to different parties and stuff. And Ghost of Christmas Past takes him to parties that he actually had in the past on Christmas, and realizes that he's just not into them. After a little while, he realizes that the point of Christmas is to be with your family. While, you can be annoyed by them throughout the year, Christmas is the time where, it's important to, be with the people you genuinely care about, even if they can annoy you at times. And this is something that he has to realize, because he would rather be with them than be by himself. But the Ghost of Christmas Past is not like that, and so some time travel shenanigans happen there. The other story is also somewhat similar, with Dewey Duck also wanting to get away from his family on Christmas time, mainly because it makes him sad. He's never spent Christmas with his mother, Della Duck, which is like a thing throughout the show thus far, where he wanted to figure out what happened to her and the mystery behind her. And in this episode, we actually see him go back in time to the past while trying to sneak on board the little trip that Scrooge and the ghosts were going on. And he accidentally lands in a past where he meets young Donald and young Della. This is the first time he's officially meeting his mom. And he goes on a little adventure with the young Donald, trying to find Della, and eventually have to stop this Wendigo that is trying to find Scrooge McDuck. And it turns out that the Wendigo is actually the Ghost of Christmas Past after the Scrooge left him behind. I really like how they incorporate the ghosts in this episode, and it changes up what they do with Scrooge in this, where, you would expect him to be very anti-Christmas, because, he's literally named after Scrooge, the character from A Christmas Carol, who famously hates Christmas, and he was Scrooge in Mickey's Christmas Carol, where, of course, he hated Christmas. But in this one, he just genuinely loves Christmas, and his act of hating it shows in the beginning of the episode is mainly just an act so that he could be left alone. And there is also a little joke that he actually genuinely hates Santa Claus, which is followed up on in a later episode, which is pretty cool. I like that. But in this episode, it's like he genuinely loves Christmas, but he loves it for kind of like not a great reason. He can be away from the business and everything, but he also kind of wants to be alone instead of with his family, and it's something that he has to learn, that he would rather be with them than be by himself. But the main aspect that I think most of the good emotional stuff for this episode comes with is Dewey's story. Just him going back in time to see Della, a person he has always wanted to meet, his mom, but never got to. Seeing like how she used to be, I think, you know, is really nice and sweet. And also, this is like the first time we got to see Della in the show. Kind of like our first real appearance of Della Duck in this show. And I think they did a great job, you know. And so you could definitely see how much boys take from her, from just seeing how she used to be as a kid. And it makes it really exciting when, like, you know, rewatching and you remember, like, oh, okay, we know how she is as an adult later on when we see her again in the rest of the series. It's fantastic. And also, I love the reveal that young Donald Duck used to be, like, an emo guitar kid, which is honestly hilarious. Like, I genuinely love that. Like, that was so funny when I first watched it. His love of music back then definitely fits with what he will later do in life, which will try to be in a band with what would end up being the Three Caballeros. And of course that dream does not work out for him at all because of his voice, but still, I think that's hilarious. Young Donald Duck is voiced by Russi Taylor, the original voice of the three triplets for a long time, Huey, Dewey, and Louie, which is also a really cool detail. I like how we see Dewey realize why he should appreciate being with his family on Christmas, seeing just how much Donald was against being with Della, and not knowing that in the future he would eventually lose her, and that, you know, all these moments that he should be spending time with her are really important because you never really know when you could lose a family member. And yes, they would reunite later on in the show, but for a long time of his life, there will be many years where he just won't have his sister, and kids won't have their mother. And so, you know, it's like sometimes like you should really appreciate the moments you have with the people who genuinely matter in your life. And like seeing Dewey kind of realize that while also being able to spend time with this person he's always wanted to is like honestly really sweet. I like it a lot. Last Christmas is, I think, a really great episode. It's one of my personal favorites and is homage to one of my favorite Christmas specials of all time, and I think it just has a really solid and sweet emotional story to it. And it reminds me, hey, that why DuckTales is so good, and also that Christmas rocks.
Once the audience had been able to spend a little bit of time with some version of Della and get a grasp on her daring personality, they were fully primed to be taken on yet another emotional rollercoaster in the remarkable television event, Whatever Happened to Della Duck. The episode is told through a collection of moments spanning the 10 years Della has been stuck on the moon, chronicling each attempt she makes to fix the Spear of Selene and make it back to Earth, only for each of them to fail as her determination gradually dissolves into desperation, all while she is feuding with a bug-like alien who constantly sabotages her plans. This episode had a lot of ground to cover, not only getting the audience acquainted with who Della is as a person, as opposed to the legend she was built up as in Season 1, but doing it in an episode that she needed to carry by herself, which would entirely come down to whoever they got to play her. They needed a performer who could show the anguish of a mother separated from her children, along with being Donald Duck's sister and Scrooge's niece, and then bring all these elements together so she fits seamlessly with the rest of the characters. Because Della's arrival couldn't feel like an addition to the family, she needed to be the missing piece that would make the McDucks whole again. So the crew got very lucky when they landed on Paget Brewster.
Important life lesson on bug monsters, kids. You're gonna be worried about the pincers, but remember their spit is corrosive too.
Following the initial crash, Della awakens to find one of her legs pinned under the wreckage, with each attempt to free herself bringing her closer to being crushed. So, for her life, and to ensure that she at least has a chance of making it back to her kids, she has no choice but to cut off her leg and build a robotic prosthetic for herself.
The series, and Matt and Frank, always try to be inclusive and representative. So, as we always do when we try to be inclusive and representative, we worked with Disney and we partnered with consultants, particularly the Empathy Coalition. The Empathy Coalition reviewed character designs and Della's animation cycle from when she was walking and running, both on the moon and on Earth. The walking and running cycles were done by Kat Kosmala. We had to be specific with tracking which side was her prosthetic leg. We did all that research to try to make it as authentic as possible.
Though it's hard to deny the best aspect of this episode is the music, more specifically how Dominic Lewis utilised the art and motifs to transform one of the most famous pieces of music in video game history. In 1990, Disney and Capcom released a licensed DuckTales game for the NES, which was a smash hit both critically and commercially for its great controls, beautiful pixel art, and of course its music, composed by Hiroshi Tonomura, the most beloved of which was a track he composed for a level taking place on the moon. The piece works so well because it manages to be both adrenaline pumping yet serene and emotional. With it being such an iconic part of the legacy of DuckTales, of course the reboot was going to find some way to work it in, but they had something extra special in mind. We first heard a glimpse of it right before the cliffhanger at the end of Shadow War. But here it is fully established as Della's theme, being carefully woven into the score throughout the episode. But no one was prepared for the emotional damage this music was about to cause. By this point in the episode, Della has met some other aliens named Lunaris and Penumbra, whose people have also been at war with the Moonmite, so they all team up to go on the offense, tracking the beast underground until Della learns the reason it was attacking her and stealing pieces of her ship was to feed its child. So, in the ultimate sacrifice, she gives up her only chance at getting home to help them. And then...
I used to sing this old song to my boys before they hatched. Look to the stars, my darling baby boys. Life is strange and vast, filled with wonders and joys. Face each new sun with eyes clear and true, unafraid of the unknown, because I'll face it all with you.
This is perhaps one of the most expertly crafted moments in any animated series, and it is completely understandable why the crew took every precaution to ensure none of it got out beforehand, down to even using alternate names for both Della and the moon on all production documents. In fact, the only other person who knew any of this was Lin-Manuel Miranda, because they had to explain to him why that piece of music was off limits.
When we did the episode Who is Gizmo Duck, the script called for Finton to hum absent-mindedly while he's fixing coffee or something. Lynn started humming the moon theme, and I had to tell him, so here's why we can't do that.
The episode concludes on a somewhat hopeful note, as Della is taken in by the moon people, only to discover they have more than an abundance of gold, which is what the Spear of Selene runs on, meaning she may be able to rebuild her ship after all.
That Earth Dweller managed to defeat our greatest enemy like it was nothing. She could be useful.
Or dangerous. Watch your back, Earther.
This was such a powerhouse of an introduction that succeeded in everything it set out to do and so much more, fleshing out the idea of Della into a multifaceted person to fit with the rest of the family, who, mind you, we'd already spent a full season with, essentially having to get her caught up in a single episode. And while the execution was dependent on Paget Brewster's strong yet vulnerable performance, attention should also be given to the writers, Madison Bateman and Colleen Evanson. It was important that the women writers handled Della's big debut on the show, as it only added more authenticity to how she was portrayed and got the audience on her side from the very beginning. We catch back up with Della and her new allies in Season 2, Episode 12, The Golden Spear, which creates a friendship between her and Lieutenant Penumbra, who is voiced by Julie Bowen. A very fitting casting, as Modern Family was one of the main inspirations behind the show's comedic style.
Yes, go back to your mysterious project. I am definitely not suspicious of you. She's a liar. Let's blast her.
It's sort of an odd couple situation, as the two end up as roommates, with Della attempting to build a friendship while ignoring that Penumbra wants to kill her. The reason behind the hostility is that Penumbra is jealous. Now that she isn't defending the city from Moonmites, she has become a warrior with no one to fight. And now her status as the Moon's hero is threatened, as everyone is enamored by Della's arrival and learning about Earth culture. Though even she starts to soften when Della repairs her childhood spear. How it broke in the first place doesn't matter.
No one could ever protect your people as well as you, Penny. But as long as they're with me, I'll try with all I've got. I promise.
However, that doesn't stop her from carrying Della to the rocket while she's sleeping and activating the emergency launch, an action she quickly comes to regret. But hey, at least Della is finally heading back to Earth.
I'm coming, boys! Mom is coming home!
This all builds to a reunion 35 episodes in the making in Nothing Can Stop Della Duck, once more written by Colleen Evanson and directed by Tanner Johnson. It of course opens with the dramatic scene of Scrooge celebrating Della's return, then her finally getting to meet her kids and connect with each of them, which is also where the most famous line of this show comes from.
Wait, Huey, Dewey, and Louie? No, their names were supposed to be Jet, Turbo, and Rebel.
I could have been Turbo?
I told Donald. I wrote it down in case no one could understand him.
I could have been Turbo!
But it's Louie's first interaction that is simultaneously the most tender and heartbreaking. It's been shown time and time again that Louie is the most emotional of the triplets, mainly because he's the youngest. But he's also the most untrusting, so when he sees his mother back from the dead and standing in front of him, he refuses to let himself believe it because of everything he's already been through.
I'm not buying. This has to be a trick, or a curse from Magica, or a parallel universe, or
The episode needed to begin by relieving all this emotional tension and allowing the characters to process the initial shock of Della's return, before the rest of it takes a step back to address the inherent awkwardness of her being absent for the last decade, showing the full spectrum of reactions to this dramatic change as Della learns the hard way that she can't make up for her mistake in a single day, putting her at odds with her kids as they struggle to understand each other. One thing I think the episode does really well is all the various parallels to when Scrooge first met the boys in the pilot, demonstrating how this almost becomes a reset because everything from this point on is fundamentally different than what came before.
I miss fighting monsters. You guys make it easy to know what to do. I fought you, Gilded Man, and Moon Mites, and the abyss of space, and every last odd to get back to my kids, and I'm blowing it.
Della's journey in this episode is made even more interesting when you consider the very mechanics of the show. DuckTales exists in two halves that are intrinsically linked. There's the family side and the adventure side. The character relationships push the adventures, while the adventures provide ample opportunity for the McDucks to grow together. Della's actions in this episode upset that delicate balance. She wants to get around having to deal with the more challenging family stuff by overloading the adventure, believing that fighting enough monsters will compensate for her inexperience as a parent. And this becomes something of a running theme in the second half of the season, where we're given multiple stories about the characters trying to force an adventure to happen where there simply isn't one. But much like Louie's arc this season, Della has to learn that there are no shortcuts, and getting to a place where she feels comfortable in this family is going to require a lot of hard work, something that she accepts by the end.
Huey, Dewey, Louie, I know you're not used to having a mom. And I am not used to being one, but I'll figure it out as we go along, in time.
We all will.
Much like the first leg of Season 1, which dedicated an episode to each of the triplets bonding with Scrooge, the next handful of Season 2 episodes do something similar, giving each of the kids a solo adventure with Della that further explores her struggling to connect with them and seeing those relationships start to form. Raiders of the Doomsday Vault, written by Madison Bateman and directed by Matthew Humphries, is the fulfillment of the promise from Dewey's story in Season 1. This is the reality of Dewey adventuring with his mom versus the fantasy of what he always wished, and realising there was a lot of pressure to be had there when their quest to find the mythical money tree doesn't go to plan.
I'm sorry, Mom. I let you down. I'm not the adventurer you hoped I'd be.
No, honey. I will always believe you can do anything. But you never have to prove anything to me.
This episode also has a really interesting side story where Scrooge too has to navigate the vault while handcuffed to Glomgold. And dealing with his brand of headstrong thoughtlessness uncovers Scrooge's own repressed anger over Della's actions that led to her being stranded in the first place.
Can you never think anything through, Della? It's been over a decade and she's still the same headstrong kid jumping blindly into danger or space or any other disaster without a thought to the damage she leaves behind.
Oh, you've got, like,
Your own whole personal thing going on there.
Della and Huey's bonding is relegated to the B-plot of Happy Birthday Doofus Drake, where they connect over their shared love of a video game, only to run into conflict when they find they have completely different playstyles. It's a fun couple of scenes, which does allow the two to connect, as well as further foreshadowing where Huey's character will go in the future, and I do love the art style of the game world, but I don't know, I feel like I'm being cheated out of a full Della and Huey episode. My idea would have been a parent and child junior woodchuck camping trip, but that's just me. The final instance of these initial Della trying to connect with one of the kids episodes was The Golden Armory of Cornelius Coote, written by Christine McGallis and Bob Snow. While Della contends with Launchpad over his lack of basic flying knowledge and learning how to coexist, Webby leads the boys on a hunt to find a secret family treasure that Della had unsuccessfully searched for when she was their age.
We solved some big mysteries before, but this is the one that could make us legends!
Despite how dull the adventure ends up being, Webby is obsessed with finding the treasure, much to everyone else's concern, till they eventually discover the mention of gold in the journal was actually referring to corn. Both these stories literally collide when the Sun Chaser crashes into the mountainside where the armory is, as Della out of nowhere becomes the hero of the adventure by stopping the Beagle Boys, leaving Webby disheartened. Remember, searching for answers about Della with Dewey was one of the ways Webby became part of this family, but now that the triplets' long-lost mother is back in the picture, Webby has started feeling insecure about her place, and wants to solve this mystery to prove herself.
I'm an imposter, just like Coot. He was no hero, and I'm no Della Duck.
But you did accomplish something. You made it farther than anyone else has. You don't have to be me. You just have to be Webby. And you have your own way of doing things that is unique and special. You don't have to prove yourself to anyone.
It's an episode focused on Della and Webby that was solely needed, but in any other show would not have been a guarantee.
We had a determination to make sure that Della was interacting with the boys, and we saw her individual relationships with them. But this was the opportunity also to see what her individual relationship would be with Launchpad and Webby. They are a part of the family, and Della being there impacts them as well.
Though in all of this one-on-one family bonding, one of the kids has been noticeably absent from the equation, and that's because Louie remains the most distant and apprehensive upon Della's return.
Hey, look, don't get me wrong. Of course I'm happy to have Mom back. But I don't know. It's probably my fault. I've gone so long without a mom, I guess I don't really know how to have one.
While things seemed fine by the end of the episode, there remained this unspoken tension between them that would eventually boil over in Season 2, Episode 21, Typhoon.
Here in Duckburg, life is like a hurricane.
A story that finally continues Louie's arc and has Della complete her transformation into a parent. In his latest scheme, Louie has taken Gyro's bathtub time machine, which played a role in an earlier episode, and has been using it to steal history's lost treasures the moment before they became lost.
It's not a crime if it's lost to time.
While Louie believes this will have no negative effect on the time stream, he is proven wrong when a mysterious storm over Duckburg merges with a time vortex and begins zapping various historical figures to the present.
For more, we go to our guest weatherman, Benjamin Franklin?
As history's foremost meteorologist...
What the devil is this box? Is it stealing my soul?
Back to you, Roxanne.
It's another closed quarters story, with the storm trapping the characters inside, allowing for some development between Della and Mrs. Beakley. Which is good, because Ben Tina has had remarkably little to do this season. It continues the slight animosity that was shown in Nothing Can Stop Della Duck, but with a more supportive angle, with Mrs. B trying to teach Della that she needs to be more stern with the kids.
I'm sorry, I don't yell at them for every little thing, but they're good kids!
Even good kids do dumb things, and we have to make sure those dumb things don't turn into bad things, like destroying all of existence.
Things continue to get out of hand as the storm has now also started zapping the family members into the past, with Louie figuring out how to fix it at the last possible second. And it's here we find another of the show's expert subversions, where it sets up everyone quickly forgiving Louie as they always do, until Della refuses to let this go.
You took off in that contraption without thinking about the consequences or the people you would hurt.
I wonder who I got that from.
Much like last season with how the Dewey and Magica storylines became intertwined completely by accident, Della and Louie's arcs being tied together was something that developed so naturally that the crew didn't even notice it at first. And Louis being grounded here is but the first of many dominoes to fall that will lead to an interstellar war in the season finale.
Launchpad, you okay?
I went to the future. I've seen how the world ends. Yeah, it was neat. See you there soon.
Louis' arc is mostly wrapped up before the finale, over the course of the 2 penultimate episodes. The first being
DuckTales.
With the bet between Glomgold Industries and McDuck Enterprises coming down to the wire, Flintheart hatches his most brilliant scheme yet: team up with all of Scrooge's other villains to build his own family so they can't be outnumbered. But when they descend upon McDuck Manor to seek their vengeance, no one is there. Well, except for Louis, who has been left at home while the rest of the family goes adventuring due to him being grounded. This puts him in the perfect position to hijack their scheme as Glomgold's new business partner, as the episode keeps it entirely ambiguous whether or not he's actually going to betray the family, playing on him being set up as the evil triplet in the pilot. And now I'm going to pass it over to Luke Vaughn, who's going to tell you why this episode in particular means so much to them.
What the duck? What the duck? Why, hello! My name is Luke Vaughn, and I have come from the magical realm of Baba Booey World to relay a very important message. Usually on my personal YouTube channel, I yap about SpongeBob SquarePants, but I suppose I can take a breather from talking about sea sponges for a while to talk about a different kind of anthropomorphic cartoon animal instead. Getting the opportunity to gush about the greatest cartoon reboot ever damn made? Why, I'm flattered. I could have picked any episode from the DuckTales reboot to spit shine for you all, but nothing scratches a particular type of itch like a good villain team-up, so Glomtails it is, baby! I'm not sure if Glomgold is necessarily my favorite DuckTales 2017 character, but he is easily the funniest. He's such a perfect combination of bumbling incompetence and legitimately kinda sorta threatening sometimes, in a way that still feels so unique to him. He's a level 1000 hater, but the type that is just so much fun to watch. This is the same character that showed up to what he presumed was his arch-rival's funeral wearing all white, breaking it down to licensed music, and twerking on his enemy's coffin. That is such an unnecessary level of extra, I adore it. And now this same character is being tasked with concocting his own villain team-up? Your villain team-up story can only be as good as your rogues gallery, and thankfully the bad guy lineup in DuckTales is pretty much spotless. Seeing characters like Magica Dispel, Mark Beaks, Glomgold, and etc. interacting with each other for extended periods of time makes my heart flutter. Special shout out to Mark Beaks' child disguise. Oh my lord, that's peak. The subplot, jumping off of the webbed heels of the equally amazing episode Typhoon, with Louis trying to weasel his way out of being grounded, is something that would normally make me roll my eyes into the back of my skull in most other shows. But because both the comedic and character writing in DuckTales 2017 is so top of the line, it ends up being a fun little diversion. Both stories end up colliding into each other by the end, eventually wrapping up this plot in a nice little bow, as well as setting up things for Master Manipulator Louis Duck for the next episode. I really like the parallels between the heroes and villains here too, as we get to see what Glomgold's warped perception of a family is compared to Scrooge. He doesn't really see the others as individuals, just pawns he can move around at will to get what he wants. But, of course, in the most Glomgold way possible. Is Glomtails one of the most exciting, suspenseful, or even heartfelt episodes of this show? No, it's not. Hell, some of the main characters, such as Scrooge, Webby, and Donald barely even appear, if at all. But girl, is it ever hilarious, which is still something I really cherish. And wow, I forgot how hypnotizingly fluid the animation in this show is. If I'm allowed to get slightly more serious for a minute, I have a very valuable memory associated with this episode. Years ago, a friend and I were both trying to catch up on the DuckTales reboot together, since we had both fallen behind a bit. And Glomtails was an episode that we were both really looking forward to, purely based off of the title alone. We thought it sounded so funny, and we always joked that we hoped they would change the theme song for this episode, and this episode only. So imagine our surprise when we finally reached this point, only to be proven right when Glomgold just completely overtakes the theme song. We were just in an unbelievable state of both shock and hysterics. We actually had to pause the episode to catch our breath. We were laughing so hard. It may seem insignificant, immature, or even stupid to some people, but that's a memory I treasure a lot, and is one of my core memories tied to the DuckTales reboot. Nothing less for the greatest cartoon reboot ever made. Thank you for your generous hospitality, Glad. Or, Gladiator. I still haven't learned what you prefer to be called. I must return to Baba Booey World now. I've got a doodle dimension with my name on it.
Getting back to the Della and Louie conflict, the episode goes a long way to show how neither of them are exactly in the right or the wrong here. Louie's actions are never intended to cause harm, and this was the first time he had to face such high consequences, and Della is just trying to figure out how to be a good parent. Now, I do think going on Louie's dream adventure just so they could rub it in his face was a stretch too far, but that isn't what causes Louie to switch sides here. It was the reiteration of his fears from the season premiere about being on the outside.
Look, your plans, your schemes, they only lead to bad things for your family. If you want to be a part of this family, you've got to stop.
However, the whole villain team-up angle is purposefully undercut by the realization that they are all raging narcissists who end up fighting more with each other because none of them can stand to share the spotlight. Not that that matters, because Louie has convinced them all to hand over their assets to Glomgold.
Glomgold wins the bet. Bless me bagpipes.
Though there is a catch, as Louie reveals he has finally achieved his goal of pulling the perfect con, using a piece of information that he learned all the way back in the 3rd episode of the season.
Flintheart Glomgold is a fake identity, so all your money, and all your money goes to your new partner, who is... Hold on one sec, just let me check right here. Oh, right. Me. Always read the fine print, trademark Louie Duck.
Louie has now defeated all of Scrooge McDuck's greatest villains with a single pen stroke, once again reaffirming his place. Though he soon realises he has done far more than that. By entering the bet as a third party at the last minute and subsequently winning, Louie is now officially the richest duck in the world, because his arc isn't quite finished. While he has come into his own as the sharpest of the Sharpies, the season still needed to address his issue with always looking for a shortcut, bringing us to Season 2, Episode 23, The Richest Duck in the World, written by Madison Bateman.
Oh, sure. It's just a complex international conglomeration. You love hard work. Have fun. I'll be here when you're ready to give my fortune back.
Louie is having a blast living his wildest dreams, though he soon realises being rich is not the shortcut he imagined, with constant meetings and problems to deal with. And to make matters worse, his showboating has caught the ire of the Bombi, a curse that hunts down the richest duck in the world.
He cannot be bought, he cannot be fought. Though rich as you've got, your life will be fraught until you have earned the one thing you have not.
The episode ends with Louie figuring out the answer that even Scrooge couldn't, realising that the thing the richest duck in the world needs to earn is humility, which he does by offering to shine the Bombi's shoes, showing he is finally willing to accept responsibility and has learned the value of hard work, giving Scrooge back his fortune just in time for the impending moon invasion. Wait, the moon is doing what now?
Lunaris is bringing an army to destroy Earth! Della, he's coming for your family!
Also, by the way, where's Donald been for all this? Yeah, I might have left out a few teensy-weensy but ever so crucial little tiny details. So, at the end of Whatever Happened to Della Duck, we saw that General Lunaris, immaculately voiced by Lance Reddick, had some hidden ulterior motives behind welcoming Della into the city, with his benevolent persona slowly unravelling throughout the Golden Spear. He set everything up and manipulated Penumbra into activating the emergency launch, forcing Della to leave behind her new friends and give him the plans for the rocket, facilitating it to look like a betrayal to motivate his people into attacking the Earth.
But you're risking the lives of our people.
Aren't you afraid that—
No! I will not spend my life in fear of the Earth like my father. The Earth will fear me.
In the B-plot of that episode, Donald has been run ragged due to the abundance of stress caused by the family's adventures, so Scrooge pays for him to take a relaxing month-long cruise in the Caribbean. However, Donald does not make it to his vacation, because he witnesses the spear of Selene crashing back down to Earth. Abandoning the bus stop and running to the crash site in shock that his sister is still alive and excited to reunite. But alas, fate, she is a cruel mistress.
Who gets stuck with all the bad luck? No one but Donald Duck.
By the end of the following episode, Donald has made it to the moon, only to be immediately apprehended by its inhabitants, leading into Season 2, Episode 17, Whatever Happened to Donald Duck.
Oh, what's the big idea?
What did he say?
He said, "Death to the moon!"
Penny, feeling guilty over playing a part in all this, teams up with Going Quackers to find a way to stop the invasion. Eventually, Donald stumbles across the secret war room, where the pair make the disturbing discovery that Lunaris is scarily prepared and has been planning this invasion for years down to the last detail, including taking out Donald's entire family.
I believe the words you're looking for are "aw-ooey."
Jason Reacher was the go-to storyboard artist for Donald antics ever since Day Trip of Doom, where he did the sequence of Donald trying to put out the fire. So he was brought on to co-direct this episode with Jason Zurich, because this was going to be not only Donald's biggest hero moment, but also the definitive statement on Donald for the whole series. Back on Earth, Huey is perplexed when his postcard to Donald is returned, spurring Webby and Dewey to launch an investigation because they want to solve another family mystery. This forced quest ends with them discovering that Donald has been seeing an anger management counselor called Jones. The therapist is based on Donald's next-door neighbor from the comics called Neighbor Jones, one of the characters Disney Publishing requested be used in the reboot, hence why he works at the Good Neighbor Therapy Clinic. It's here that we learn Donald's volatile temper stems from a fear that the world is out to get him, and that no one understands him. He began seeing Jones right after the boys first hatched, wanting to be the best parent he could.
Every outburst is Donald wanting to protect his family. He loves you so much, the thought of anything bad happening to you infuriates him!
This reveal is essentially the culmination of the crew's goal of what they wanted to do with Donald, taking the traits everyone knows about him and adding new meaning behind them to make him a relatable three-dimensional character, and they achieved that tenfold with this episode. By this point, the show had established multiple times how Donald is their strongest hero, being able to best anyone while in Berserker mode. So when Lunaris swiftly defeats him here, it establishes him as not only a formidable foe intellectually, but physically as well. Donald shows his best once again when he bravely jumps in a shuttle to Earth that was previously said to be non-survivable by any living thing. Good thing Donald is not just any living thing, capable of surviving through whatever you can throw at him, even an homage to Stanley Kubrick's 2001.
There goes the bravest man on two worlds.
With the plan for the invasion set, all Lunaris needed now was an opening in Earth's defences, and Louis accidentally gave him just that when he destroyed all of McDuck Enterprises' satellites in an attempt to stop the bomb bee during the previous episode.
That was last week! I didn't know there would be an alien invasion this week!
Season 2 of the DuckTales reboot is about what happens when plans don't work out as expected, which has been communicated by Louis facing the consequences of trying to scheme his way into riches and Della's efforts to get off the moon, only to find how difficult being a parent is. And then you have Glomgold, whose entire life is made of foolhardy plots for revenge that only seem to injure him. So, in the finale, it's all about Lunaris catching them off guard because of how deeply thought out the invasion is, accounting for every move Scrooge could possibly make as all these stories intersect and find resolution. The Moonlanders touch down and quickly take over Duckburg, capturing all the citizens and somehow managing to counter each one of Scrooge's counterattacks before he even has a chance to counterattack them.
Unleash the unstoppable!
The Moonlanders, already found that and stopped it?
What? All right then. Activate the Doomsday Ray.
That was like the first thing they took out?
Okay.
I swore I'd never have to initiate our worst weapon.
And you never will, because they destroyed that too. This was a very well-planned invasion.
So the McDucks split up and try to build an army of their own, bringing together most of the show's side characters, including Fenton, Darkwing, Lena, Violet, and Quackfaster, to take back the town. It's such a creative and engaging sequence with the fluidity of the animation and all the fun little team-ups throughout that give all these different characters a chance to interact. These fight scenes have such an incredible kinetic flow to them as they jump from faction to faction. The storyboard team of Vince Aparo, Sam King, Kate Marusick, Stephen Park, William Ruzicka, Kristen Gish, Ben Holm, Victoria Harris, and Brandon Warren really raised their game for this episode. Meanwhile, Della takes the kids to search the globe for allies, though really all she's actually looking for is a place for them to hide.
So we don't fight back? We leave our friends and family?
You're my family. I can't lose you again.
All seems lost as Lunaris reveals that he accounted for this rebellion. In fact, it was part of his next phase, distracting Scrooge so that he could land a planetary engine to make the Earth revolve around the moon by pushing it out of orbit. Part 1 ends with Della and the kids emerging from the crash unscathed but on a deserted island.
You'd have to be pretty unlucky to be stranded here.
Donald?
Hot dog! We've got company!
While this season was airing, there was a notable backlash over Donald and Della barely missing each other at the end of the Golden Spear, because after the boys, that was the reunion people were waiting for, only for Donald to be sent careening into the stars himself. The reason the crew decided to remove Donald from the rest of the season was because Della needed some time to come into her own as a parent, and they wanted something as monumentous as Donald Duck meeting his sister in animation to have its own weight behind it, instead of forcing it into the greater family reunion. So they decided to save it for the finale. Unfortunately, this is where the episode sort of runs out of steam for me. The intention of the big villain of a season of DuckTales was that they would each reflect one part of Scrooge's motto. Magica was tougher than the toughies, while Lunaris is smarter than the smarties. Kinda odd they went that route when this season has been about Louie, who represents the sharpest of the Sharpies. But that's actually next season's villain, who for some reason gets tied to Huey. I'm not saying they should have switched it around so each villain made more sense and would have better tied into that season's spotlighted nephew. No, that's exactly what I'm saying, because for how well thought out this entire show was, this element is a baffling oversight. Scrooge has finally come up against a foe who can best him at every turn, a massive blow to his ego, which is when Glomgold shows up and tells them they don't need a plan, what they need is a scheme.
Well, we are all out of good ideas.
Here's the thing, I get what they're going for, and I like the ideas on display. I've just never been able to get over how all the intensity and drama they built up over part 1 comes to a screeching halt here. There are so many good jokes in this section of the finale.
I've decided you're doomed. My time would be better served preparing your places in the afterlife. Cheerio.
Not reassuring that he went down instead of up.
But that comedy tends to overpower everything else, and I can't help but compare it to Shadow War, and how that was able to have those entertaining moments without losing that ever-present dread and tension. This isn't to rag on the episode, it's still DuckTales at its best, but the first half of part 2 simply doesn't deliver a lot of what I personally want from a season finale of this show. That being said, this is an excellent use of Glomgold, and really illuminates what the season has been trying to say about him through his numerous appearances. Glomgold's mind is so unpredictable that Lunaris would never be able to account for him, which is the only way they could win. Back on the island, the kids and Donald try to figure out a way back home, while Della continues to insist that they stay right where they are.
No offense, Mom, but we might as well be living on the moon.
What? You must be delirious from hunger. Here, have some delicious oxy. Chew. Oh, no. No. This is the moon all over again.
See you real soon!
Louie later goes to talk to her, which is where he uses everything that he's learned during his arc this season to help her through this difficult moment.
When I'm terrified, which is often, I try to remember this old song. Face each new sun with eyes clear and true, unafraid of the unknown.
Because I'll face it all with you. I wrote that song before I got lost. How did you hear it?
Well, Uncle Donald used to sing it to us when we were little.
That's true. I read that.
That's a pretty good surprise.
With that sorted, the family is ready to brace the unknown, with luck thankfully on their side, as they are soon found by Della and Donald's cousins, Gladstone and Feathery, as they set off on their journey back to Duckburg.
Oh man, am I the Uncle Donald?
Lunaris has been successfully bamboozled by Glomgold's indecipherable scheme as Launchpad crashes the planetary engine, causing the Great Moon General to unravel as he watches his seemingly perfect plan be torn asunder.
Any last words, Earther?
Hi, kids.
Huh?
Hi, Uncle Scrooge!
None of this makes any sense!
The remaining 5 minutes return to the dramatic action in stakes of Part 1 as the McDucks chase Lunaris into the stars for a final showdown, with everyone working together to destroy his ship before it blows up the planet. It puts the family relationships back in focus against this epic interstellar dogfight that was beautifully animated by the artists at Rough Draft Studios, who were hired due to their work on the series finale of Gravity Falls as well as the entire run of Futurama. And to top it off, it's all set to an orchestral rendition of the Moon theme. But Lunaris still has one more trick up his non-existent sleeve and opens a fire barrage on the Ducks, causing the ship to fall apart with seemingly no means of escape.
Farewell, Della Duck. Penumbra?
Hello, General.
The day is saved as Storkules uses his strength to set the Earth back into orbit, while Selene delivers the great news to Lunaris that since his ship is stuck in that orbit, he is now the planet's newest moon. At least until he runs out of air or starves to death. Back on the ground, the Moonlanders free everyone and apologise, so they're all on good terms now. Glomgold has his company back and is celebrated as the hero of Earth, while the McDucks excitedly look to the future.
Well, we survived that, so what do we do now?
I don't know, but we'll do it together.
This has gone too far. The Ducks almost cost us the world today, and without the world, who would we larceny against?
Each season finale of DuckTales was made to function as a potential stopping point for the entire series, with the cliffhanger endings existing as a contingency if the show was renewed. So, had the show only received one season, the Della reveal at the end of Shadow War would not have aired, and it's the same thing here. Just another thing that shows how much the crew loved this show, and more importantly, appreciated their audience. A lot of TV show creators seem to believe that purposefully ending on a cliffhanger when they don't know if they're renewed acts as leverage for getting another season, which it just doesn't. And the only thing you're actually doing is cheating the fans of your show out of a satisfying ending. It's a dangerous gamble, and it's not worth the risk. Somewhere out there is a universe where Gravity Falls was not this instant runaway success, and the show ended with this. And that is a thought that keeps me up at night. So I hold so much respect for the DuckTales staff that they were committed to only including these teasers in their finales when they knew for sure there would be more to come. This reveal that Fowl has been slowly rebuilt from the shadows right under our noses the entire time, with Scrooge's board members secretly being the head of the organisation, was one of the most hyped moments of the show's run that had something for both fans of the old show and the reboot. We'd not heard much of Fowl since their introduction back in Agent 22, which was kept mostly vague. Here though, they give you pretty much everything, as we see the re-emergence of other members of Scrooge's Rogues Gallery who weren't featured in Glomtales like Black Heron and Rockaduck, along with some new additions that were exciting to older fans with the Phantom Blot and Steelbeat. It comes out of nowhere and completely catches you off guard in the best way possible, setting the stage for a thrilling final season. While I have certainly warmed up to Moonvasion a lot since it premiered, and concede that it is a fantastic episode, I still feel it was an overall step down from the previous finale. I don't think the comedy was balanced enough with the drama for most of the second half, leading to moments that try and elicit a sense of genuine dread feeling undermined and losing a lot of that momentum until the very end. Even with that slight disappointment though, Season 2 is still easily my favourite of the three. This run of episodes showed great improvements in the pacing of its ongoing stories, completely transformed Louis into one of the show's most complicated and layered characters, which made him my favourite, significantly expanded on many of the secondary characters by bringing forth new sides to them, and somehow was able to shatter expectations by not only having Della live up to everything we learned in Season 1, but seamlessly integrate her into the main cast without missing a beat. That's not even mentioning the massively upgraded animation and the music continuing to slap as always. Season 1 was the promise of what this show could be, while Season 2 is the fulfillment of that promise, carving out its own space in the Disney Duck legacy and going further than anyone could have ever thought. All that was left to do now was somehow stick the landing.
If the McDuck family wants an adventure, we'll give them their last.
Before we move on to Season 3, I want to take a moment to talk to y'all about my Patreon. The past few months have been rather rough for me as a creator, mainly because automated content ID claims have become far stricter than they were before. In previous years, I've been able to edit my videos in such a way that they eventually go through. Though now that clips as short as 3 seconds are getting claimed, there's not much of a point. Thus, I've had to start going through the dispute and appeal process. But dealing with all that increases the already long wait between videos, which doesn't do me any favours as a small channel trying to get back into the algorithm's good graces. So if you enjoy the stuff I make and want to help me keep this going, I have a Patreon where you can support me and the channel for as little as $1.50 a month. I would have set it to $1, but Patreon won't let me price anything below the equivalent of £1, so here we are. Becoming a patron will allow you to skip the extra wait and see new retrospectives the very moment I finish them. You'll also gain access to some exclusive stuff. For instance, if you head on over there right now, you will find a bonus video of me discussing the entire run of DuckTales 2017 comics. Thanks to everyone who's become a patron thus far, and now let's dive back into the money bin one final time to see if the show can stick the landing with Season 3. The third and final season of DuckTales began airing in April of 2020, concluding the longest hiatus of the show's run and would finish in March of the following year, airing 22 episodes with one double-length and one triple-length special, matching the order of both previous seasons and closing out the series with 69 total adventures. With Season 1 giving a lot of screen time to Dewey and Season 2 taking Louis on a self-reflective journey, the aim of Season 3 was to spotlight Huey, the triplet who has built much of his personality around being the eldest, by less than a minute. The accomplished Junior Woodchuck is easily the most tightly wound of the main cast, a perfectionist who will very quickly unravel when things don't go according to plan, which always gave Danny Pudi a chance to shine with his unhinged performance. And this season will provide a full examination of Huey in a run of episodes that carry the theme of passing down your legacy to the next generation, as the characters start to find themselves moving towards their respective futures. The season opens with Challenge of the Senior Junior Woodchucks, written by Madison Bateman and Frank Angones, where Huey has to contemplate whether achieving his life's goal is worth sacrificing his moral code for when he and Violet compete for the title of Senior Woodchuck. His obsession with winning gets so bad that he hallucinates a personified version of the guidebook voiced by Stephen Root, which feels like a really specific reference to this Season 1 moment.
Why don't you ask your best friend, the guidebook, to help you?
Its purpose in the story is to provide Huey with someone to play off while also acting as a manifestation of his conscience. Though his inclusion was a rather late addition to the writing process, since for a long time they had Huey mostly talking to himself, which wasn't working and was making him come off as not that likable.
I don't know any other show I've ever worked on where the head writer is going to be receptive to me saying, I think it just needs a whole other character, and then run away and come back with something so wonderful as the JW guidebook scenes and dialogue Frank added.
Well, Huey, the only person who can help you is you. See, the true lesson...
What is happening? I don't know! Why are you imagining this?
When Violet comes back to save Huey, whereas he left her behind, he must concede that she is the better woodchuck and learn to live with his failure. At which point Violet confides in him about her own experiences.
I tried to qualify for Senior Woodchuck 3 times before I was accepted this year. Yes, failure is a logical and natural conclusion of trying something new. Junior Woodchuck rule number 7. Work harder, make yourself better, and try again. Come, let us finish together. Perhaps we can both be Senior Woodchucks.
No, you earned it. I haven't. Yet.
While the challenge has been going on, the rest of the family have been searching for the treasure of Woodchuck founder and Scrooge's childhood hero, Isabella Finch, only for them to be set off course by the Titterwill Bird of Knowledge, an important part of Junior Woodchuck lore from the comics. Another fun detail about the environments in this episode is that the designers worked closely with Disney Imagineering to base the meeting lodge on Tokyo Disneyland's Camp Woodchuck. The message carried by Scrooge and the family's B-plot is about carving your own path instead of trying to follow someone else's. When the treasure Scrooge has been searching for turns out to be Finch's old journal, containing a list of legends that she was never able to find, setting up a storyline that will span the entire season, putting more emphasis on the globe-trotting adventures than ever before, and also further involving our new primary threat.
The ducks found the journal. Access to the most mysterious relics lost to time.
Then the race is on.
There is a huge benefit to Season 3's storytelling compared to the previous ones, and that is the fact we are starting out already knowing who our villains are. Magica and Lunaris were great in their respective seasons, I've made that clear, but not having to dedicate multiple episodes to setting up this conflict means Fowl has a much stronger presence throughout the entire season, so everything feels far more interconnected. But it compensates for not having as much of a build-up with this added element of dramatic irony of the audience understanding the severity of the situation and anticipating the moment the family can put all the pieces together. And that new type of suspense led to one of my favourite episodes, Double O Duck in You Only Crash Twice, written by Christian McGallis and directed by Jason Zurich. While the family spend some time at Funzo's Fun Zone,
where fun is in the zone,
Dewey and Launchpad take part in an augmented reality spy game, though the pilot quickly loses it for the both of them, making him feel insecure about his intelligence as well as he and Dewey's friendship.
Calm down, LP. It's only a game. Our last game and the last of my allowance, but don't overthink it.
During their last attempt, they are intercepted by Fowl Agent Steelbeak, played by comedian Jason Mantzoukas, who has been sent to stop the ducks from discovering their hidden lair beneath Funzo's, which he does by knocking them out and taking them to their hidden lair beneath Funzo's. However, since they both still have the AR glasses, they simply believe this is all part of the game. I love the hilarious juxtaposition of their first battle, where it keeps cutting back and forth between the game world and reality, as the background characters just watch in confusion. It's such a great bit. The reason the ducks need to be kept off their trail is that Black Heron is working on a new weapon. Using an artifact called the Third Eye Diamond, which is one of the missing mysteries, she has developed a ray gun that can increase or decrease the intelligence of its target. And wouldn't you know it, Launchpad happens to get hit with it, granting him super smarts which allow him to quickly figure out the truth about Fowl, as he now must use his new intelligence to save Dewey.
Can't go out there looking like this. All right, you dog. Where does Steelbeak keep his evening wear?
Steelbeak is one of the members of Fowl who we had not met prior to his cameo at the end of Moonvasion, originally a member of Darkwing Duck's Rogues Gallery. The reboot's portrayal is perhaps one of its most controversial, significantly dumbing him down while still maintaining some of that suave and collected personality. I remember a lot of people not being too fond of this direction, and perhaps I'd feel differently if I had any kind of emotional attachment to the OG Darkwing, but I love this guy in all his appearances, especially because his diminished cranium serves a clear purpose, and isn't only for the sake of comedy. But what the episode is actually doing is priming Steelbeak to become a nemesis for Launchpad, something the series had never done before because...
Hi, nice to meet you! I'm everybody's friend!
This is one of the best examples of how proficient the crew had gotten at tying these many pieces of the show's identity together. Because on top of furthering Launchpad's development, introducing Steelbeak, and giving us more insight into the inner workings of Fowl, it's also another crossover with a classic Disney afternoon show. And the one I was the most excited for, because it's the one I had the most experience with growing up, Rescue Rangers. I have always loved Disney animation, but it wasn't until I was about 11 or 12 that I became invested in the history of these characters. So when I was out shopping and found this box set for a Chip and Dale TV series, I had to have it. Despite still having not seen the other 45 episodes, which I'll get to someday, I love this show. So when it was announced at the 2019 Comic-Con panel that the whole team would appear in Season 3, I was elated. And the way they were integrated into this story was so smooth and made complete sense. While developing her new device, Heron would naturally test it on rodents first, thus inadvertently creating the Rescue Rangers. One of the ways the crew paid homage to how all these series were built on the success of the original DuckTales was having the escapades of the McDuck family in this show lead to the creation of these many heroes, which is shown through how Launchpad's small act of kindness helps them escape.
Thanks for the rescue.
But the emotional center of the episode is the friendship between Launchpad and Dewey, solidifying their relationship, which is something the show had been building up to for most of its run. All the way back during Season 1's Terror of the Terrafermians, Launchpad had his own runner storyline, where he freaks out after seeing a movie about mole people and starts to believe they are real, suspecting that Dewey might be one of them, leading to this small moment.
I can't believe my best friend is a mole monster.
I'm your best friend?
Oh no, it can hear my thoughts.
This was a fun one-off joke at the time, but later episodes made an effort to show the two hanging out, which was part of an initiative to pair each of the boys with an adult from outside the core family. So Huey essentially became the Jimmy Olsen to Fenton, while Louie bonded with Goldie in Season 2. But Dewey and Launchpad were always the first example of this, though without ever fully confirming their friendship was indeed a two-way street. In the climax of this episode, Launchpad has to sacrifice his newfound intelligence to save the world from Steelbeak, who has amplified the power of the Third Eye Diamond so it'll affect everyone on the entire planet, ensuring there'll be no one else smarter than him. But Launchpad hesitates, because in this state, he finally feels smart and useful enough to deserve Dewey's friendship. At which point what started as a simple one-off joke transforms into a sincere resolution.
Launchpad, why are you overthinking this?
Because I want to be good enough for you.
Of course you're good enough for me. You're my best friend.
With Launchpad now returned to normal, he and Dewey awaken back in Funzo's and celebrate winning the game, all while the intelligent Launchpad, who still exists somewhere inside his head, desperately yells the truth about Fowl only to fall on deaf ears. All while down below, Bradford berates Steelbeak and Heron for having to clean up their mess.
We are Fowl. We have to be smarter than that. We're not trying to destroy the world. We're going to steal it. Out from underneath McDuck's nose. Ew. Why was this wet?
Now, there is one overarching storyline in Season 3 that shares no such connection with Fowl or the missing mysteries of Isabella Finch, but it represents the wider theme of the season of these characters moving forward with their lives. And nowhere is that more apparent than a trilogy of Donald-focused episodes that see him finally get over his resistance to adventuring by starting one of his own. If whatever happened to Donald Duck was meant to be the crew's definitive statement on who this version of Donald is, then Season 3, Episode 2, Quack Pack, is intended to serve as an epilogue. Written by Bob Snow and directed by Tanner Johnson, the story sees the family awaken in a 90s-style sitcom, with Huey being the only one to sense that something is amiss.
Uncle Donald, does something feel, I don't know, off?
Well, everything seems perfectly normal to me.
Throughout the day, the McDucks prepare to take their annual family photo, as things spiral out of control and Huey figures out what's going on, though needs to convince the rest of the family.
In all this time fixing the room, have you noticed it only has 3 walls?
Oh, don't be daft, lad. Of course there's a 4th wall.
Oh, really? Have you actually looked at it?
While it's a great send-up to nostalgic family sitcoms, the episode was actually born out of production necessity, needing to do something more financially conscious after Moonvasion, as well as creating a Halloween and Christmas episode before they even started on the season proper. So the idea came about of doing a multi-camera sitcom episode where they'd only need to show backgrounds from 2 or 3 different angles and keep the action confined to a few rooms in the mansion. Thankfully, there was already a less adventurous version of DuckTales they could use as inspiration, before turning it into this psychological horror Twilight Zone vibe. It also gave them a chance to put some of the characters in their outfits from the original series. And now to introduce our penultimate guest star for this video. So to talk about why this is one of their favourite episodes, please welcome to the mic Pineda Phoenix.
DuckTales 2017. As someone who has grown up with the original series, this is certainly how you bring back an iconic Disney property, in the best of ways. A series that not only has a great continuing narrative for a kids series, but also has plenty of episodes that are fun on their own. Fortunately, Glad and Gladiator gave me an opportunity to discuss one today, as I'm Pineda Phoenix, and I'm here to talk about a very memorable episode of DuckTales. Considering this series has a ton of Easter eggs and callbacks to Disney in general, I decided to pick an episode named after another relatively obscure Disney animated series.
DuckTales, Quack Pack!
What, you never heard of Quack Pack before? Well, this was the initial sequel to DuckTales, coming out years after the original series. Instead of being focused on the adventures of Scrooge and his nephews, this time Huey, Dewey, and Louie are now preteens, who have gone through puberty, as DuckTales 2017 isn't the only thing that features these three having regular voices.
Hiya, Daisy! Nice outfit.
Not only that, but they're more so interacting with Donald, in a series filled with many hijinks and situations where the nephews would cause trouble for everyone's favorite duck who gets all the bad luck. Was it a good series? Well, okay, not necessarily. This was kind of a weak spot in the Disney afternoon, as Quack Pack's biggest issue was that it was really trying hard to be the next cool thing for kids, with so much hit 90s trends throughout the series, and a show that just kind of ends up being a typical animated series that takes from popular sitcoms at that time. Basically, this was no Goof Troop in terms of being Disney's take on the 90s. But that doesn't mean something fun and neat can come out of it, as the second episode of Season 3 is titled Quack Pack. It's certainly a lot more interesting than the series it's named after, but it does retain a lot of 90s edge, as this episode parodies one of the most popular 90s trope, the sitcom. This episode starts out with it being structured more like a sitcom, with every character having their own catchphrases.
I'll try, but I've shenaned once, I'll shenan again. Zing! Double entendre!
More emphasis on hijinks that can be resolved rather quickly, and even a laugh track throughout the episode. This is one of those episodes that constantly pokes jabs while imitating the thing it's trying to parody, as this episode does have a lot of acknowledgments of the ridiculousness of what sitcoms are. It becomes more apparent when it actually is revealed that they are aware of the sitcom tropes and figured out that they're trapped inside this show.
Okay, that is a little weird.
While this kind of idea has been done, it does enough of a new spin on some of these jokes that it does get a laugh. It adds to the nature of being a mystery show, with a premise of being trapped inside a series being kind of intimidating to begin with. Plus, what's a sitcom without some great special guest stars?
Hiya, neighbor!
That's right, Goofy appears in this, wearing his duds from Goof Troop. It's a fitting episode to him to be in, given Goof Troop was another series that took elements from the popular sitcom tropes at the time. What makes this episode even more special is that Goofy adds to some of the heart of this episode. It's revealed later on that Donald was the reasoning behind all of this, as not only does Goofy appear, but also the genie from the original DuckTales movie appears. Gene. And on the topic of guest stars, this version of the character is voiced by Jaleel White, aka Urkel, or better yet for me, the OG Sonic voice.
That's no good.
So this certainly gives it more of that 90s TV show edge it's definitely striving for. Where Gene comes into this episode is that Donald accidentally got him released while on one of their crazy adventures. He wishes for a normal, happy life instead of this adventurous peril, thus leading to them being trapped inside the sitcom. With the plot of this sitcom episode dealing with Donald trying to get the perfect family photo. Where Goofy comes in is that he managed to showcase some of his own photos to Donald, which also shows that things aren't always perfect, but he still treasures these photos because of the memories made. Even though Donald's idea of a perfect family is something more normal, Goofy let him know that it's okay to be different, as sometimes the imperfect photos do a better job of showcasing the real you.
Is it so wrong to want to be normal?
I reckon every family has their own normal.
It's a neat message for Donald to learn. And not only that, but it also does a sweet job acknowledging Mac's goof, as his photos are all during his escapades. Assuming from the trip during Goofy Movie. While I do wish that Max did make more of an appearance in this show in general, it is still very nice to see this sweet little callback to another big Disney character. I mean, it makes sense they call back to Goofy Movie. It's peak cinema, and they already acknowledged that Powerline exists in this universe.
Stand up above the crowd, even if I gotta shout out loud.
Overall, Quack Pack is a really fun episode that captures the essence of the series fairly well, especially by the end, where it does get rather creepy as the gang fight off against possibly the scariest studio audience in existence. It leads to an episode filled with that, and is strengthened even further by how well it parodies the sitcom tropes, and making a good opportunity for one of the most popular Disney characters to get his time to shine here. It even ends on a very heartfelt note, with Donald making his final wish to be one where he gets the perfect family photo in his eyes. Now that's a good, sweet way to end the episode, and a great episode to an all-around awesome show.
Quack Pack essentially wraps up Donald's story from the first 2 seasons, seeing him confront his protectiveness and desire to shield his family from everything. This is him accepting how adventure is a part of them, which will tie into the series finale, as well as allow Donald to move on to a new stage of his life in the following episodes. And it was important that this lesson was learned via the appearance of Goofy, specifically the version from Goof Troop and a Goofy Movie, bringing full circle the crew's intentions with Donald in the series. His story continues in Louie's 11, a delightful episode written by Madison Bateman and Frank Angones. The story sees the much anticipated return of the 3 Caballeros, as well as the even more anticipated introduction to the show's take on Daisy Duck, as Donald's past, present, and potential future all collide during a dangerous heist. Louie believes he has found a way to give Donald's band instant worldwide popularity by making them the next entry on Emma Glamor's It List. All they have to do is break into a super exclusive gala to perform for her.
If only someone had a super elaborate scheme to get in. Kaboom! I give you Louie's 11, a multi-part, multi-person plan guaranteed to get us in.
Okay, y'all, we gotta talk about the animation. Even in the beginning, the way these characters move has always been impressive, with select moments of stunning character acting that were often done to add an extra bit of polish to certain scenes. The one that immediately comes to mind is Dewey's explanation from The Secrets of Castle McDuck, which pretty much set the bar for how pretty the show can be. But Season 3 is on a whole other level, in part thanks to the work of Keon Johan. Anytime you suddenly come across these striking and expressive poses with this fast-paced, fluid movement, there's a good chance that she's the one behind it. And they let her run wild in Season 3 because it is positively littered with moments like these, with this episode being the first time I noticed it, particularly with anything involving Louie, since he was her favourite character. A person with talent and great taste. She's posted a few rough animations for the scenes that she did on her various social media, and I highly urge you to check them out. There'll be a link to her YouTube channel in the description. Louie's perfect plan falls apart when Donald gets trapped in an elevator with Daisy Duck, an aspiring fashion designer and Glamor's personal assistant whom Donald is smitten by. Daisy's inclusion was a long time coming, with the crew wanting to introduce her as far back as the pilot, where she would have been Donald's ex who was working for Glomgold. Though the idea was scrapped because they wanted Daisy to be entirely unique to the show, introducing her as her own person with no prior connection to the other characters. As for her design, they referenced the art of Tom Oreb and the Disney commercials he animated in the 50s, with a hairstyle inspired by Audrey Hepburn. The point of bringing her in now was because of what their relationship would represent for Donald's character. With Della now firmly back in the picture, future, Donald no longer has to dedicate his entire life to looking after the boys, allowing him the opportunity to have things for himself. That is why he gets the band back together, which is the catalyst for him and Daisy meeting. Throughout history, their relationship has been heavily antagonistic, with Daisy often putting Donald down and constantly threatening to break up with him.
Until you develop a more pleasant personality, I don't want to ever see you again.
So this episode's main goal is to highlight a genuine connection between them. Last season, we learned that part of Donald's anger stems from no one understanding him. That while he's surrounded by loving family, he constantly feels alone, which has been building to one of the most meaningful interactions of the entire show.
Not that she ever listens to me anyway.
Nobody listens to me either. They don't understand me.
Well, that's weird. I understand you perfectly.
Here Donald sings the song Hear My Voice, which we heard a snippet of at the very start of the episode. Originally the plan was that it was just going to be Donald's regular voice until the director, Matthew Humphries, suggested having it transition into the demo track Dominic Lewis had recorded, which gives us insight into how Daisy sees Donald during the song. Then, in the end, after the pair save the party attendants from a hostage situation orchestrated by Mark Beeks, who happens to be Miss Glamour's son, Donald sticks up for Daisy to her employer, giving her the courage to do the same.
Too bad the Three Caballeros didn't make the it list on account of Uncle Donald's voice being, terrible. The worst.
Oh, I don't know. I could listen to it all night.
Daisy makes one more major appearance later during the season in New Gods on the Block, written by Megan Gonzalez, who had been on the series from the very beginning as a production secretary before later landing a position as a writing assistant on season 3, leading to her being given the chance to pen her own episode, which marks the final story featuring the gods of Ithaquac. In the B-plot, Donald and Daisy's second date doesn't go to plan when it's crashed by Storkules, whose overzealous desire to make their courtship perfect ends up driving a wedge between the lovebirds.
Oh, this feels like a mistake.
Well, I guess she wasn't the one for us, Donald. Donald?
The crux of the episode is that Zeus has had his powers revoked and Selene must deem someone worthy to take up his mantle. Thus, Della volunteers the kids because they need a confidence boost after their most recent adventure failed and Scrooge decides to form a different team. The story needed to strike this difficult balance of sparking an insecurity in the kids without having Scrooge come across as completely unlikable. It also gave a chance for Della to be a great parent by trying to reignite her kids' confidence, only to go full stage mom because she doesn't do anything halfway. I love how fitting all the kids' powers are and the creative way they each fail their respective trial. Though, once again, my favourite is Dewey, who has completely forgotten what this contest is actually for and treats it like an audition, paying tribute to the scene from the film Flashdance.
Why didn't you use any god powers?
Oh my gosh, I forgot that was part of it! Can I get a redo?
The climax is instigated when Zeus, desperate to have his powers back, tricks Storkules into freeing one of the Titans so he might defeat them to reclaim his godhood, only to immediately fail as the family has to save the day, while Della confronts Scrooge on how he's been treating the kids during this.
You expect so much.
Oh, maybe I got a little carried away. The kids truly are the best team I could ask for.
So tell them that!
It was very poignant that Della is the one calling him out for how withholding of praise Scrooge is, because he raised her too. It was her desire to impress him that caused her to take the Spear of Selene in the first place. This Titan fight also brings Daisy back into the fray in the most hilarious manner possible.
You do not need to fall for another man who needs saving.
And despite suddenly being thrown into a battle involving mythical beasts and god powers, she manages to hold her own with just her fiery temper, once more showing how she perfectly complements Donald and only makes him fall all the more in love with her. Using their god powers, the kids all work together to vanquish the Titan and save everyone, as Daisy and Donald share their first kiss. In only 2 episodes, the DuckTales reboot was able to generate more chemistry between this couple than they ever had in 85 years of appearances across multiple mediums. And if that doesn't showcase the power of this series, I don't know what does. This essentially completes Donald's journey that began with the pilot. From someone who turned his back on adventure after becoming an overprotective parent, to embracing the chaos of his life by embarking on his own adventure with a partner who truly understands him by the time the finale rolls around. Revisiting the first half of Season 3, you can almost witness the crew realizing this would be their last season in real time. Upon rewatches, you'll quickly notice how the further we go, the higher frequency of continuity-heavy side character spotlights we get, which start feeling less like nice catch-ups and more like bookends to their stories, including some of their oldest narratives. Over the course of Season 2, we saw Lena be freed from the Shadow Realm and permanently sever her ties with Magica, no longer allowing her aunt to have any influence over her. But there's also been this issue of Lena resenting her magic and struggling to hone it, which is where Season 3 Episode 8, The Phantom and the Sorceress, comes into play. Written by Colleen Evanson, the staff's resident Magica whisperer, the episode sees Lena grow tired of her magic always seeming to interfere with her and her friends' lives.
I could just get rid of you. Lena, magic is an important part of who you are. You can't just throw it away.
Maybe we should just stop having sleepovers.
Maybe you should rethink that sentence.
Though she's gonna have no choice but to wield it if she stands any chance of surviving the Phantom Block, a foul agent obsessed with draining all magic in the world so he can destroy it, which isn't good news for Lena since she's made of magic. Out of options, they turn to the only person who can help teach Lena, Magica, who has seen better days. What I really love about this episode is that it brings attention back to the strong bond between Lena and Webby. While Violet is there and provides necessary emotional support, it's Webby who continues to motivate and help Lena harness her powers for good.
Forget her magic! Where does your magic come from?
You want to blow it up, don't you?
Looks like someone's a hugger after all. Best friends!
In the end, Lena fully embraces her own power, taking on a new magical transformation and defeating the Phantom Block. Now, to many, it may seem like Magica regaining her power was setting up something for the future, but it's simply a plot device meant to demonstrate that Lena has now outmatched her, which is all part of her conclusion. After multiple stories dealing with her inner turmoil and struggling to come to terms with her origins, Lena understands that she is the master of her destiny and the owner of her own legacy, with a newfound confidence that she wants to use to help others like her.
I'm not in your shadow anymore. This magic is my legacy now, and I'm gonna use it for good. Looks like you're not the only sorceress in town anymore.
The Phantom and the Sorceress was where I began to catch on that this season was very likely going to be the final one. An inkling that would only grow as that feeling of closure and impending finality only becomes progressively more apparent as the season trucks on. Case in point, The Forbidden Fountain of the Foreverglades, written by Madison Bateman. This story sees the dramatic return of Goldie O'Gilt with one final dip into her and Scrooge's torrid affair while attempting to find some sort of resolution for the two of them. The hunt for the missing mysteries has brought Scrooge and the kids to Florida in search of the fabled Fountain of Youth, only to run into Goldie, who swipes Fincher's journal and makes a run for it. As Scrooge and Webby give chase, while the two seniors continue dredging up old business to argue till they both fall into the river and emerged having somehow de-aged. On their way towards the fountain, the pair begin to realise this could be a second chance for them, a way to start over and avoid all their previous mistakes. But with this being a missing mystery story, Fowl has to be involved somehow, leading to the re-emergence of John T. Rockaduck, who Scrooge first encountered during the Gold Rush. The implementation of Rockaduck ties into this idea Frank and Matt had where Scrooge would gain a new billionaire nemesis for each generation. Rockaduck contrasts with Scrooge because he inherited his fortune and never had to work hard in his entire life. There's nothing more impractical than a white suit in the Old West, but he's all about showing off his wealth and how fancy he is, sort of the Mark Beeks of his time. His reveal as an agent of Fowl at the end of Season 2 was perhaps the most surprising because of the shock of him being still alive. which this episode explains.
Millions of dollars in experimental freezing technology while you two were staying young through hard work. I paid good money for my youth.
I hope you kept the receipt.
But all three are shocked to discover that the fountain is empty. Back at the hotel, Louis is able to sense a scheme and is quick to investigate, leading him to discover the fountain doesn't restore youth, it drains it from others so that you can steal it for yourself, which is exactly what Ponce de Leon has been doing for centuries, opening a hotel to bring in teenagers on spring break.
I always said youth was wasted on the young, so give me yours.
Fun fact, Ponce is voiced by Nestor Carbonell, who was Senor Senior Jr. on Kim Possible.
Everybody dance!
Goldie has also figured this out as she and Scrooge rush back to the hotel, where Ponce, to avoid being skewered, offers to cut them in on his operation.
He's stealing youth, Goldie. I earned each wrinkle square. It's not fair to pawn them off on someone else. Not even a teenager.
Scrooge.
What good is erasing past mistakes if we're just to make worse ones?
Feeling betrayed, Goldie attempts to leave Scrooge so that she can steal the water for herself, until something stops her. This moment not only calls back to the bond that she formed with Sharpie last season, but also calls attention to how much she has grown since her very first appearance.
What happened to you, Moneybags? Domestic life turned you soft?
This episode is all about Scrooge and Goldie revisiting past mistakes, but with a new perspective, while also having them both recognise they can't undo their history, but they can try and be better people in the present. Hence why she goes back for Scrooge and then sacrifices her youth to save him when Ponce drags him to the bottom of the pool, as the years simply don't stop coming and he melts away.
But your fresh start.
A fresh start isn't worth it without you, you crazy old coot.
The episode ends with Scrooge and the boys restoring the youth of all the Spring Breakers, as it playfully tricks you into thinking Goldie has already taken off, returning to her lonely life of thievery as she has done in the past, only to catch you off guard by having her break that pattern.
Hey, I wouldn't leave without saying goodbye. This time.
Both these episodes do a spectacular job at closing out these long-running character journeys while continuing to grow Fowl's presence, and show how they are intertwined with the search for the missing mysteries. But other times, an episode doesn't need all that, and can simply provide a fun victory lap for a member of the supporting cast, as well as an avenue for one of the main characters to reflect on how much they've grown. They Put a Moonlander on Earth is one of these. While working on Season 2, storyboarder Sam King developed a strong affinity for Penumbra, and wanted to expand on her character by showing her interactions with everyone else. So she began working on fan comics that were meant to fill in a gap in the show's comedy that she felt was lacking.
DuckTales was full of really awesome female characters, but I noticed that characters like Launchpad, Glomgold, and Storkools were really physical, and we got comedy out of how far we could push them physically. We hadn't really been doing that with any of the female characters. I thought that Penny would be such a fun way to do that, to have a character who was basically indestructible, so we could get a ton of slapstick out of her.
It didn't take long for the rest of her colleagues to find these comics, so Frank and Matt approached her about bringing these ideas into the show. She was already going to be co-directing an episode this season because that's a skill she wanted to explore, but was asked how she'd feel about also writing said episode. The story serves to give us an update on the Moonlanders following the ending of Season 2, showing how they've all been settling into their new home on Earth, told mainly through Penny, who deeply misses the moon. The once fierce lieutenant has found herself in unfamiliar territory and feels lost without her role as protector. And she seems to be the only one having trouble adjusting.
We're having a real barrel of monkeys here.
It's Earthspeak for fun!
This insecurity provides a perfect in for Webby, who is looking to befriend the warrior, with the episode developing a strong relationship between them, which was sort of foreshadowed.
This is Webby, the boy's charmingly violent best friend. She's like they're you!
However, all her attempts at experiencing Earth fun lead to disaster, as Penny can't let go of her repressed fears. But Webby uses her own experiences to connect with the Moonlander and help her through all this change.
For most of my life, I stayed in the mansion and studied. I was Webby, expert on all things McDuck. But then I left, got out into the world, and the world was big. I didn't really fit in or even know where to start. Sometimes I wished I could go back to the mansion where I knew exactly who I was. But the guys, my family, showed me new and amazing and wonderful things. I'm still Mansion Webby, but I'm also World Explorer Webby and Best Friend Webby. You will always be Moon Penumbra. And if you give it a chance, I bet you could also be a pretty great Earth Penumbra.
Later that night, Glomgold opens his new death trap of a Ferris wheel on the pier, which is actually just a disguise for a cannon that he has pointed at the mansion. But because it's Glomgold, the force of said cannon causes the whole thing to fall apart, with Dewey and Webby stuck in it. So to save them, Penny has to finally open her mind and thus is able to experience Earth fun.
You're much punier than the Moonlanders, and the beasts on the moon were never this big. This is my kind of Earth fun! Ha!
Launchpad is also in this episode, following up a moment during the conclusion of Moonvasion where he asks Penny out. As we learn, their date went horribly, with Launchpad having no idea how to even interact with her in the aftermath, out of fear that he has now become her mortal enemy. It was important to Sam King that the pairing not work out, but that they still end up on good terms, since there was already an abundance of romantic pairings on this show, which also leads to this nice bit of lesbian representation.
We are not enemies, I just do not wish to date an Earth male.
Oh, that's way easier.
I know I've said it so much in this video that the sentiment has lost all meaning, but this is one of my favourite episodes. I love how it goes for this very 80s movie vibe with the outfits of the Moonlanders, which take after the fact everything they know about Earth came from Della, who grew up in that era, to the music, which takes on a very electronic sound. It also gives us a wonderful moment of reflection for Webby and pays off Penny's arc with her finding a new purpose on Earth that closes out the story of the Moonlanders beautifully.
Oh, Penumbra, will we see you at Palaces next week? Sure. It's gonna be a monkey barrel.
There is one more final major hurrah for a side character that occurs early into the season. The episode Astro Boy is a huge love letter to the works of Tezuka and Japanese animation as a whole. That was spurred on by a Japan trip that Frank Angones took during the production break between seasons 1 and 2. Boyd was a character introduced in Happy Birthday Doofus Drake, where he was a robot that Mark Beeks was pretending was his kid. That episode ended with Louis reprogramming Boyd to become Doofus's new brother, taking away his fortune and giving power back to his parents, thus restoring peace to the household. He was primarily a gag character to exist as a plot device in his debut episode, so this story seeks to flesh that out by showing the circumstances surrounding his creation and how everyone else is trying to use him for their own gain. We learn Gyro is the one who invented Boyd, when he worked as an intern in Japan as they, Huey and Fenton, traveled to Tokyo in the hopes of fixing some glitches that the definitely real boy has been having, with it eventually being revealed that Boyd was made by Gyro and his mentor, Dr. Akita, as a defense robot, only for there to be a malfunction during the testing process that caused him to attack the city.
2BO was the first invention I worked on that turned evil, and I have spent my whole life trying to live that down. 2BO, Boyd, whatever, is dangerous, down to its core.
Before Gyro has a chance to shut Boyd down, he's recalled by Akita, who re-emerges after 20 years in hiding to enact revenge. Boyd becomes evil as he and Fenton take part in an epic fight above Tokyo, which was animated by Studio Yota. This battle utilizes a trope from Japanese animation dubbed the Itano Circus, which was something Sam King had the idea of including, and it's one of the best pieces of animation in the entire series. It's so energetic with the dynamic angles and the moving camera. This whole episode is a marvel to look at. In order to make it visually distinct from a standard episode, the lines of the background were all coloured to give them a softer look, and the whole thing is so complex with how bustling the city of Tokyo is. This episode holds the honour of being the only one where the series art director, Sean Jimenez, handled the colour keying during pre-production, and the outcome of all this is such a dazzling spectacle. On top of the obvious Astro Boy homage, the episode is significant because of the length attempts it goes to humanize Gyro, revealing what happened to him in his past to make him so different from his counterpart in the original series. Because at one point, he was Gyro from the original series, until Akita overrode Boyd's programming to force him into being a weapon, meaning none of it was Gyro's fault, giving him something of a full arc.
And how will you ensure this one won't achieve sentience and turn evil like all the others?
Only half my inventions turn evil. The other half are just wildly misunderstood.
2BO is and will always be a weapon for destruction. For power, for evil.
Not all my inventions are evil! Some are just wildly misunderstood!
Throughout this whole story, everyone else has been telling Boyd what he is, refusing to listen to what he wants to be. Gyro labels him a failed experiment, Fenton tries to force him into being a superhero, and Akita manipulates him into becoming a weapon. The only one on Boyd's side who treats him how he wants to be treated is Huey, which is why he's the one who helps Gyro uncover Boyd's original programming, revealing what he truly is, and leading to an ending that really allows Jim Rash's performance to shine.
You're more than your programming! You are a definitely real boy!
But the emotional resolution doesn't stop there, as confronting Akita has also given Gyro some perspective on how he was treated as an intern, and doesn't want to keep making those same mistakes.
If I had someone to actually listen to me, I might not have been so hopeless. So, you're hired full-time, Dr. Crackshell Cabrera.
That's not technically how doctorates work, and I don't care.
I mean, technically Fenton was already hired full-time, since he's been working for Scrooge since the ending of Who is Gizmo Duck, but it's still a lovely gesture and a satisfying way to close out Gyro's story. Between all the heartfelt secondary character send-offs and hunting for the missing mysteries, there's still some typical episodes that, while they continue pushing everyone towards their respective finish lines, are mainly here just to have a good time. And I can't think of a better example than The Rumble for Ragnarok, written by Bob Snow, an episode that holds the distinction of being the only script for the series that was approved by Disney off its first draft alone. And it's all built around paying off a random throwaway line from over 20 episodes ago.
I have so many responsibilities throughout the year. My family, my business, secretly keeping the world-eating serpent Jormungandr at bay. The what?
This storyline was born out of the crew's passion for wrestling, specifically how many of them got very into the indie scene in Los Angeles, though the ringleader was director Tanner Johnson, who was heavily involved throughout production. This is why the episode is relatively small scale, despite the fate of the world hanging in the balance. Now, I'm not a fan of wrestling, so I'm not fit to examine how accurately this episode portrays the art form. Thankfully, I happen to know someone who does fit that description, so make some noise for our final guest speaker, Andrew from BH Ultra.
My good friend Gladden Gladiator has asked me to talk about this episode of the 2017 DuckTales reboot. I don't know if this is supposed to be a live-action bit or if he just wanted my voice, nor do I know if I'm supposed to continue wearing the cow costume or not, so just to be safe, I didn't ask any questions. Season 3, Episode 7 of the 2017 DuckTales reboot, The Rumble for Ragnarok, is one of the few cartoon episodes that I feel really understands professional wrestling. I talked about this topic in a tangent inside my very red Barnyard video, where it's listed as one of the best alongside Steven Universe and Royal Crackers. And today I'm here to spread the gospel even further. Gladden Gladiator fans, you should watch Royal Crackers. I'm going to assume that no one watching this video has any knowledge of professional wrestling outside of Hulk Hogan existing. Except he doesn't anymore. Rest in piss, bozo. Whether you view it as a sport or a piece of theater with homoerotic tension and overarching themes, either way it means a lot to me. So to start out, the basics of pro wrestling fundamentals require a bad guy, a heel, and a good guy, a babyface, shortened to just face, as of late. And this DuckTales reboot episode not only shows a clear love of the medium, but also a strong understanding of its dynamics. Scrooge takes his family to Valhalla, and by family I'm obviously including Webby and Launchpad. That's the crux of the show, is that they're all family. If you disagree with me, you can argue with the wall. Where he reveals that every decade he must go to battle with the strongest warriors. And he's getting old, so he has to pass the tradition down to his next of kin. When they get there, it's revealed that this battle is actually heavily based on professional wrestling, except it is then revealed that professional wrestling stole it from them first, which is partially true. I mean, professional wrestling in the West derives more from touring carnival attractions than Greco-Roman wrestling, but the bones are still there. And there's side bits with Launchpad doing commentary and Louie shocking merch, but the main story is about Dewey and Scrooge. Dewey is abhorrent to learn that the crowd constantly boos and disrespects the man he views as a great hero, his great uncle Scrooge. Scrooge plays a cartoonishly evil millionaire character. So, a real-life millionaire, basically. Which is a gimmick that's been done several times over, most popular by Ted DiBiase, the $1 Million Man. He would flaunt his immense wealth and use his money to cheat, paying off Andre the Giant to become the illegitimate WWF champion. But Scrooge's character also spouts line about stealing the crowd's money, so he could also be a deep-cut reference to IRS, the evil taxman whose evil deeds include pressuring people to pay their taxes. The billionaire that used to own this company racked his brain for the scariest and most evil character he could think of, and what he landed on was paying his taxes. Meanwhile, Dewey doesn't want to be booed. He wants to be adored as a cool guy, so he invents a popular guy character whose main characteristic is being a cool guy, and then is shocked that people hate him for it. This is also true to form for most wrestlers who are supposed to be cool guys and actually end up getting booed. Either because cool guy often translates to dickhead, or nobody likes a character whose main characteristic is you're supposed to like them. You see, the most popular professional wrestlers get over with the crowd organically. Initially, starting as bad guys most of the time, like that of Stone Cold Steve Austin. And then pro wrestlers like happy, smiling, cool guy Rocky Maivia are hated so much for being milquetoast that they use the hatred of the fans to then morph themselves into the jaded heel bad guy persona, like that of The Rock. And then at the end of the episode, Dewey learns to embrace his more heelish tendencies to join Scrooge in the ring, but it's within this final match that the show displays and nails a perfect double turn, which is when a heel and a face exit a match on opposite sides, like the case with Bret Hart and Stone Cold in the main event of WrestleMania 13. Bret used to be this happy-go-lucky face of the company, and Stone Cold used to be the brash and offensive new young upstart. He was edgy, and the company was moving in a more edgy direction. Bret was pushed to be a heel because the future was passing him by. Within the DuckTales episode, as the audience realizes in real time that the champion they're supposed to be celebrating actually cares way too much about being liked. And in the end, Scrooge picks his in-ring successor in Dewey, another classic torch passing that happens a lot in wrestling. It's funny to compare professional wrestling with conventional other forms of media, like movies or TV, because movie fans really hate Nepo babies and wrestling fans really love them. Which is even more messed up because Webby picked it up right away. Like, she's immediately a really good heel wrestler. She gets it. Also, if this battle happens every decade and Dewey is the champion now, does he just have to come back every 10 years? Will he even do that? Commitment doesn't really seem like Dewey's bag. Anyway, thanks for having me, Glad. I've always really wanted to talk about the DuckTales reboot, but never had an opportunity to do so. If you ever need me to explain professional wrestling to your audience and cartoon fans again, I will be back here in this cow suit, I guess. This is the costume I chose, and I'm just gonna stick to it now. This applies to any cartoon YouTubers. If you just want me to walk into frame, a green screen behind me, I'll walk in front of your face, and you'd be like, this happened at WrestleMania, then I'll just do that. You guys should watch Royal Crackers, please.
Beyond the wrestling element, this is a pivotal episode for Dewey that continues the running theme of this season, with Scrooge acknowledging how someday he will have to pass on his responsibilities to the kids, something they'll have to be ready for. As both the middle child and an obsessed theatre kid, Dewey strives to be the hero of any story he finds himself in so that he can be adored by all those around him. This story takes that need for admiration and turns it against him by placing him into a situation where he is unable to win the way he wants. He has to learn that sometimes doing the right thing means that people aren't going to love you, which does provide closure for this huge aspect of his personality.
Ho, 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 ho!
There goes my hero. To mark the midpoint of this final season, the series did something unprecedented by creating an extended episode that wasn't the season premiere or finale. In the season's first half, we've witnessed Fowl's presence grow as the McDucks have come dangerously close to discovering their plans a few times, and this story was about to reach a turning point, sending the show careening rapidly towards its endgame. Folks, let's get dangerous. The special is a not-so-subtle backdoor pilot for a Darkwing Duck spin-off now that the show had finished establishing this version of Drake Mallard, taking place entirely in the city of St. Canard and introducing this crew's take on Gozolin. While Scrooge is in town visiting one of his research facilities that is manned by Taurus Bulba, voiced by James Monroe Iglehart, Launchpad and Dewey meet up with Drake, who is struggling to prove himself as a hero since there's no crime in St. Canard ever since Mayor Allison took over. Good for her. She deserves it after everything Duckburg's billionaires put her through. Fortunes change when the wannabe hero stops a break-in at Bulba's lab, finally getting the recognition he craves. Only for the culprit to show up in his secret lair claiming Bulba is responsible for the disappearance of her grandfather, Dr. Waddlemeyer, and asking for Darkwing's help to prove it.
Stealing this isn't gonna bring him back.
Yes, it is! He's not dead! He's in a different dimension!
Wait, what?
During this superhero adventure, Huey has been growing increasingly suspicious of Bulba's claim his invention, the Ramrod, can create matter from nothing.
Mr. McDuck, maybe these children should be in school. This one sure loves asking questions.
Aye, I also know to trust this lad when he smells something fishy. I'd like to see the Ramrod plans.
Upon further inspection, Huey discovers the device has been built using Solegro's circuit, one of the missing mysteries. The Ramrod is a gateway to the multiverse where every single work of fiction is real. While trying to explain himself, Taurus contradicts his previous recounting of events as Darkwing figures out he's full of it, causing the ball to turn violent, with him, Launchpad and Gozolin barely being able to escape. Part 1 ends with Scrooge and the boys rushing to shut down the machine, only to be confronted by Bulba.
This doohickey is dangerous.
Well then, let's get dangerous.
The second part of this special features the city under siege as Drake's childhood dream now feels all too real that he has to contend with actual supervillains. This is where the focus is brought back to Launchpad, who was mostly a tag-along sidekick in part 1, giving him his final spotlight episode before the finale. It's Launchpad building his own family based on all the things he knows and loves, continuing his role as the patron of heroes in this universe by becoming the heart of this crime-fighting trio, providing constant emotional support along with using his extensive knowledge of Darkwing to help Gozolin beat the villains. Launchpad is the one who inspired Drake to take up the mantle of Darkwing in the first place, and now, thanks to the pilot's influence, we see Drake become the hero he was meant to be when he starts fighting for something bigger than his own ego.
There's no safe way to bring Dr. Waddlemeyer back.
That's unacceptable. I can't accept that.
Sorry, but that's the reality.
I can't let her down.
The episode not only acknowledges how this Darkwing differs from older incarnations, but uses that to its advantage. Like when the villains taken from the old show are completely caught off guard when he starts being serious without any of the usual flashiness because they've never seen him act like that before. When it comes to depicting the origins of Gozolin, the team reached out to foster care advocacy organisations to look over the scripts and provide feedback to ensure they were presenting her living situation as authentic while setting up the foster child and parent relationship between her and Drake. Because this show is all about presenting different types of families with an equal amount of love and care. Gozolin's character lands so well because of how electric Stephanie Beatrice is in this role, nailing both the misplaced confidence and vulnerability of the character while playing off Drake and establishing a connection between them, including a reference to the song Little Girl Blue, which Darkwing sang to Gozolin in the pilot of the original series, though here it's the inverse of that. With this being a superhero story, of course it's very action heavy with these big set pieces like the Quackerjack robot, with a special mention to Sean Kenny, who was responsible for the background designs that featured all of Bushroot's vines, with the way they all overlap and break through the floor, giving those scenes this eerie vibe that adds to the character's menacing presence. The other visual highlight, beyond the as per usual stellar character movement with all these stunningly animated fight scenes, is how the use of the ramrod and its instability add to the atmosphere, with the harsh red lighting and these blasts of electricity, with all those effects being the work of Emily Cole. Gosalyn's storyline concludes with her truly grasping the dangers of using the ramrod as the universe is almost torn apart, making the ultimate sacrifice and shutting it down for good. A decision that was motivated by an earlier speech from Launchpad about the core of who Darkwing is.
Anyone can do the right thing when it's easy, but it's what you do when things are hard that makes you a hero.
This episode returns to that foundational theme of the series about risk versus reward, which hasn't really come up in a while, but is very prevalent here in nearly every character's story. Drake faces true risk for the first time when up against actual supervillains, but continues fighting because that's what a hero does. Bulba is so driven by his ambition that he dismisses any risk regardless of how self-destructive that is. And Gosalyn starts out ignoring the danger of using the ramrod because it's the only way to find her grandfather, but must eventually accept the risk is too great and chooses to destroy the machine before it can hurt anyone else.
Look, you got knocked down, beat up, and blown up today. But what matters is that you get back up. And I promise, I'll help you find your family.
While this is meant to be a potential jumping off point for a fully fledged Darkwing series, it is still fundamentally a DuckTales episode and finds a way to tie into everything going on with the season as a whole, with the ramrod being created from one of the missing mysteries and Bulba working for Fowl. But that doesn't even get into the major revelation that becomes the catalyst for the final stretch of the season. When Bradford confronts Bulba about turning full supervillain, something he is adamantly against, he gets locked away with Huey, Dewey and Louie, forcing them to team up while Bradford waits for an extraction team. Though through these scenes, Bradford doesn't do a great job hiding his seething hatred for adventures and the McDucks.
If you didn't meddle with forces you didn't understand, Magic of Dispel would never have broken the bin, the moon would never have invaded Earth, and all of reality wouldn't be in jeopardy! Someone has to put an end to this! Sorry. I'm clearly having one of my spells.
And because our main characters aren't oblivious idiots, they quickly catch on to his deception. Though their attempt to confront him goes south when he grabs the trio and tosses them into another dimension where Scrooge was already trapped, which just so happens to be the dimension the original DuckTales takes place in, with the background designed by Valerie Schwartz, who replicated the bold look of the 80s series.
A sea monster ate my ice cream!
Gosalyn saves them right before shutting down the ramrod as Scrooge catches Bradford during his escape, revealing his alignment to Fowl and marking the point of no return for the show.
Your little adventure fantasy is coming to an end, McDuck.
Our reality just got a lot more dangerous.
This entire special is such a masterpiece of character introductions while also balancing its identities as both a backdoor pilot and a mid-season finale. An aspect that can be credited to the co-directors of the episode, Jason Zurich and Matthew Humphries, who played a significant role in bringing these multiple elements together. It's details like Dewey being the first to offer his help to Gosalyn because he can relate to what she's going through and wants to give her family search the happy ending that his got.
I know what it's like to search for someone that's missing, and I know what it means to have someone believe you.
That help everything remain connected to what came before and still feel like it's progressing the non-Darkwing related characters forward. The motto of making the show was, "You can be cancelled tomorrow, so don't hold back," which we've seen throughout the series, making the most of every single episode because they didn't know how much longer they had on this ride. But this one is perhaps their greatest achievement. The previous Darkwing episodes were all about the importance of fan culture and how the things we love end up shaping shaping the people we become, which is on full display here with Launchpad and Drake's extensive knowledge becoming instrumental to their victory, and this being easily the biggest Disney afternoon crossover in animation, featuring references to the original Darkwing, the old DuckTales, the show Bonkers, and even the Floppy Dogs, a TV movie that was only aired once in 1986 about interdimensional dogs that was actually the first production from Disney television animation, once more showing how deep of a love the crew had for all of this history. The fallout from this special leads to the show becoming more focused than ever on its main storyline, as the search for the missing mysteries soon becomes a high-stakes race to grab them before foul, all while the end of the show begins approaching like a bullet train. First though, we need to take a step back and acknowledge the emotional state of the family following the reveal in Escape from the Impossibin, the first episode written by Ben Simon, which I don't want to brag, but he does follow me on Blue Sky. I imagine it wasn't easy joining an established writing team this late into the show's run, but this episode is yet another triumph of strong character moments and creative sequences that gave me something I'd been desperately wanting to see from this show. My major complaint with Moonvasion was how the episode really isn't all that interested in examining Scrooge's feelings after meeting a foe who is always one step ahead of him. There's no reflection for his now thoroughly bruised ego, because that would have taken away from Glomgold's antics. It turns out I was going to get the emotional Scrooge breakdown I'd been hoping for. I just needed to wait a little longer. After learning of Bradford's betrayal, Scrooge has fortified the money bin with many new defences, enlisting Della and Louie to test them out and spot any potential weaknesses. However, with every room they manage to clear, Scrooge only grows increasingly more frustrated, till we see how wounded these recent events have left him.
Please, you're Scrooge McDuck.
And what if that's not enough this time? Bradford knows everything about me, my business, my weaknesses.
Your security passwords? Greetings, Scrooge.
Louis' sharpness is able to defeat the final challenge even after it's been hacked by Bradford, which also calls back to him learning how to swim in gold like Scrooge, only to be dealt another crushing blow when the rest of the family arrives just in time to learn that while they've been distracted, Fowl has seized this opportunity to steal every missing mystery the McDucks had found in the first half of the season.
Hi, Scrooge! It's me, Gene, the genie! Someone is stealing me!
This should only add insult to injury in regard to Scrooge's mental state, but this episode has been about reinforcing the strength of this family unit, and all this does is further motivate Scrooge to show Fowl and Bradford who they're messing with.
So the race is on!
And they're not ready for us.
Not even close. Ugh. Okay.
What?
This is followed up by a handful of episodes in which the McDucks face Fowl head-on in a race for the final missing mysteries, which will all be addressed at some point when we get to discussing the central character arcs of Season 3. Right now, I want to put this storyline on pause so I can talk about the episode How Santa Stole Christmas, one of two special holiday episodes. The reason I'm bringing it up now is both because I have no idea how to naturally work this episode into the analysis since it entered production before everything else, so it doesn't really have any place in the wider story of the season, but I do find it a notable example of the show finding closure during these final episodes, even in the oddest of places. In both of the previous Yuletide episodes, it has been a running gag that Scrooge has some kind of vendetta against Santa.
That man is not allowed in my home. He knows what he did.
Though the reasons behind it are kept vague.
That churlish chimney chaser is not to be trusted!
Likely allowing the viewer to speculate it was something along the lines of Scrooge not getting the present he wanted when he was younger, which is how these things often go. That's where this episode, written by Colleen Evanson, comes in to rip out our hearts, throw them on the ground, and stomp all over them. The inspiration behind this story was that they had already done a Christmas Carol sort of episode, so the next step would logically be to create something along the lines of a classic Rankin Bass special where Santa Claus is the protagonist while Scrooge became the accidental villain. The richest duck in the world has so many enemies to a point where he can hardly keep track of them, but it seems like he hates Santa more than all of them, and this episode was all about finding out why. When an injured Santa arrives on Scrooge's doorstep, he begs for help delivering presents and, in return, vows to never visit the mansion ever again. Terms that Scrooge begrudgingly accepts. In various flashbacks, we learn that Scrooge and Santa were once business partners and friends who started Christmas together. However, their philosophical differences eventually drove a wedge between them, with Santa's generosity clashing with Scrooge's greed. It was the first time that Scrooge had a business deal go wrong on him, and he felt like he was betrayed by a business partner, making him fundamentally untrusting. And it hurt even more because it was also the first time Scrooge had a friend.
Christmas is a sad story?
That's why I was so excited to work with Scrooge again. There's one more gift to give after this, and it's for him.
Is it under all the other toys, or...?
All the other toys?
That's when it's revealed Scrooge only agreed to join tonight as a way to get back at Santa, not delivering any of the presents and instead leaving a lump of coal with an invoice. This is hands down the most evil and selfish thing this version of Scrooge has ever done. But it's immediately balanced out when he encounters a child from a poor family who begins treating the coal as a toy, which is what finally gets through to Scrooge.
A warm heart can carry you through the coldest times. Stuff me stockings, what have I done?
But he wasn't the only one being untruthful, as Santa seems to have miraculously healed from his injury.
How could you let me ruin Christmas? Kids all over the world believe in you!
And I believe in you, Scrooge.
While the flashbacks provided us with some strong action and that sense of adventure, here we find the twist on this established trope that is what truly makes this a DuckTales story. The emotional core of Scrooge and Santa reconciling and repairing their relationship.
Santa Claus was willing to risk Christmas.
Because he wanted to spend it with me.
With the sun coming up and not having enough time to fix Scrooge's mistake by themselves, the rest of the family are called in to re-deliver all the presents.
I've never crashed a flying reindeer before.
And you never will!
Last Christmas was such a tough act to follow, but this episode fully delivered a DuckTales spin on the myth of Christmas that provides context and wraps up one of the show's longest running gags in a really sentimental way. Hugh Bonneville gives perhaps one of the greatest portrayals of Santa in any piece of media, bringing that expected warmth but also with so much nuance and human depth that matches the gravitas of David Tennant's Scrooge, as you really buy into their friendship, making the resolution all the more poignant as they rekindle their partnership, with Scrooge delivering one final present.
Hit the button. The traps are off. You're welcome at my home anytime. Just don't come down the chimney like some creep.
Of this last stretch of episodes, there is one that is the most important because it actively sets up many of the events that will take place in the finale, while also delving into the origins of Bradford and the formation of Fowl. The first adventure is a flashback depicting the first time Scrooge adventured with a young Donald and Della after they are suddenly left in his care with only a note for explanation, a reference to how Huey, Dewey and Louie were introduced in their first animated appearance.
Dear Scrooge, I am sending your angel niece and nephew, Della and Donald, to stay with you while their father is in hospital. A giant firecracker exploded under his chair. The little darlings are so playful. I hope you enjoy them. Your sister Hortense.
When Shush discovers a much sought-after ancient artifact called the Papyrus of Binding, Scrooge has no choice but to bring his niece and nephew along to the Bermuda Trapezoid in search of it, while having to contend with Black Heron and her mysterious new associate. Around the time the crew were getting ready to put this episode into production, Russi Taylor, who voiced classic Huey, Dewey and Louie in the OG series, as well as in all their subsequent appearances, while also playing Webby and too many other iconic non-DuckTales characters to name, passed away. She was such an irreplaceable talent who did appear in the reboot as the voice of young Donald in Season 2's Last Christmas. Here the role has been given to Christina V, better known as the voice of Marinette in the English dub of Miraculous, and she does an excellent job recapturing the spirit and at times sounding near identical.
Gotta eat the rich uncle!
The episode ends with Scrooge and the kids finding the papyrus, only for Black Heron to threaten them, but Scrooge quickly comes up with a solution.
Papyrus, I ask that you be lost once more until the rightful heir of Scrooge McDuck can find your final resting place. If you hurt my niece and nephew, no one will find the papyrus again.
No! Oh!
Remember this, it'll be very important later. After airing How Santa Stole Christmas, the series would go on winter hiatus, where it would be fully confirmed the crew had not been renewed for a 4th season, and the next batch of episodes, which would begin airing in February of 2021, would be their last. First up was the final Fenton/Gizmo Duck episode, Beaks in the Shell, written by Ben Simon and directed by Jason Zurek. In the episode, Fenton and Gandra have... Ah, shit, I forgot to talk about Gandra. Okay, so in Season 2, Episode 15, The Dangerous Chemistry of Gandra D, Fenton's only starring role in that run of episodes, he is feeling burnt out from the constant superheroing and needs to take a break to focus on his scientific endeavours. Which is when he finds an intellectual equal in Gandra D, an anti-establishment scientist played by Jamila Jamil, though secretly she's working for Mark Beeks to get a recording of Fenton saying blathering blatherskite. However, she soon can't help but find herself falling for his clumsy brilliance. The episode continues Fenton's journey from Who is Gizmo Duck, which was all about Fenton questioning everything he could be and trying to figure out which one of those things was his calling, when in actuality he is all those things because all those things are him. This story is a natural follow-up to that explores how exhausting having to be all those things at once is for a singular person, as Fenton, like most superheroes, has to deal with his alter ego starting to encroach on every other aspect of his life. Even when he isn't in costume, all he ever sees and hears about is Gizmo Duck, which is why he falls so quickly for Gandra when she seems to want him and not the suit, only making the reveal she's a corporate spy hurt a lot more.
I know what you're here for. Gizmo Duck. Just like everyone else. There's a feeling man with feelings under that synthetic alloy shell.
What? You're Gizmo Duck?
Once Fenton blurts out the passcode in frustration, Beaks drops in to reveal he has combined Gandra's nanobot with stolen Gizmo Duck tech to create a full body mutation formula, transforming him into Mega Beaks.
I've got your kids! Maybe. I'm not sure how this family works, but don't even think about following me!
With the armor disabled, Fenton has to defeat Beaks solely as himself, as Gandra returns to help and the pair figure out how to use the only thing bigger than the monster, his ego, to knock him back down to size. Once the dust has settled, Gandra has split, only leaving behind this fixed equation for a project that Fenton had been struggling with. The next we see of Gandra is in the season-ending cliffhanger where we learn she is an agent of Foul, leading to several appearances throughout Season 3 that fully portray her as a villain, leaving her and Fenton's relationship entirely up in the air until this story. While Fenton and Gandra continue keeping up appearances of being adversaries in the real world, they've been escaping into a private virtual space they created to continue their relationship without judgment, only for it to be infiltrated by Huey and eventually Mark Beeks. To save their project, the pair has to finally tell everyone, or more specifically, Gyro and Fenton's mother. Having Fenton's final episode mostly take place in this digital realm may seem like an odd choice, but when you break down the greater meaning of the Gizmo Cloud, it all starts to make sense. It represents Fenton's long-term ambition to make science accessible to all, which was introduced in his very first episode where he posted Gyro's work online in an effort to crowdsource a solution that'd prevent his inventions from turning evil. An entirely noble cause, though the risks are made clear when Mark Beeks takes advantage to steal the work and pass it off as his own. Even now, after everything he's been through, Fenton remains resolute in his desire to improve the world, with this being the finalized manifestation of those pursuits. Though that risk is still present when it's corrupted by Beeks, who wants to monetize it for his own gain. A story that has unfortunately aged remarkably well. It's the culmination of their feud that calls attention to the fundamental difference between them. Fenton and Beeks may both be brilliant fast talkers, but Beeks doesn't have an original idea in his head. He lacks any sense of creativity or desire to innovate. All he can do is promote other people's ideas, which is the reason he'll never win, as this episode makes a very conclusive statement on him as a person and ends his story by giving him a fate he'd consider worse than death, becoming entirely irrelevant. And while this is primarily about Fenton, it is still the last Gizmo Duck episode, so it has a great ending packed with fan service, as every Fenton-related character gets to don their own Gizmo Duck armor and say the immortal catchphrase, also placing a heavy emphasis on the friendship between Huey and Fenton. As for Fenton and Gandra, the Gizmo Cloud holds greater meaning as it becomes a stand-in for the idea of making their relationship public, a concept thought up by Ben Simon.
I never cared about what people thought about me until I met you.
And I don't care what anyone thinks about us, because I know you.
Gandra is not a fundamentally bad person, which we already learned in her debut, but here we are given greater context on how she got forced into this series of circumstances that caused her to make a lot of bad choices, and that's how she ended up with Fowl, all serving to make the ending such a tonal whiplash, where Gandra attempts to leave the organization, leading to her being apprehended and taken prisoner.
Take her to the Lost Library.
What? What library?
You have your secrets, Agent T, and I have mine.
Season 3, Episode 21, The Lost Cargo of Kit Cloudkicker, marks the final major Disney Afternoon crossover, though this time with an interesting spin on things, as it also provides a final chapter in Dewey's story as he discovers what exactly he wants out of his life. Next to Darkwing, Tailspin is perhaps the most represented of the old shows, from multiple references to Cape Suzette, even in the pilot, to Don Carnage and the Sky Pirates having at least one appearance per season, which was always meant to build up to this with the introduction of Kit Cloudkicker and Molly Cunningham. Though instead of the massive retooling seen with other Disney Afternoon properties, their presence in this episode is more of a sequel, introducing grown-up versions of these characters to imply the original Tailspin series still took place in this universe, just in the past. And the way they're able to tie this element into Dewey's search for identity and need to be seen as impressive is very clever. Dewey, Della and Huey travel to Cape Suzette, the last known location of the final missing mystery, where they encounter Della's old classmate from flight school, Kit Cloudkicker.
I never saw you fly an actual plane, but boy, you danced on those clouds like a graceful gazelle. You still doing it?
No. I grew out of that cloud-kicking stuff.
Who accompanies them on their search. Meanwhile, Dewey feels stifled by his mother's attempts to teach him how to fly, calling back to a moment from Raiders of the Doomsday Vault, especially after Huey compliments him on his basic landing. So, on a whim, Dewey decides he now wants to become a cloud-surfing sidekick, providing an interesting dynamic with Kit, who's lived that life and is now trying to force himself to move on, despite still possessing that talent because he thinks he should be a pilot. It's a story about characters learning not to be ashamed of the stuff they're good at just because they feel they should be good at something else. Both Dewey and Kit need to embrace their actual strengths instead of pretending to be something they simply are not. It all gets even more complicated when Don Carnage gets involved, after being hired by Fowl but sees the chance to get revenge on his two greatest nemesis at once. They all land on a mysterious island that seems to be entirely populated by mutated crossbreeds of different animals. Which is the doing of the Stone of What Was, an artifact that fuses living creatures together to create something new, as the Sky Pirates learn the hard way in this disturbing sequence that is an excellent use of body horror. Della takes off with the stone on a literal bugbear, as Dewey and Kit are finally forced to stop running from and embrace their talents.
I gave up the thing I was special at because I thought I was expected to do something else. But if you're great at something, you gotta hold on to that, because brother, you are not great at cloud kicking.
But you are great at cloud kicking, and you are great at flying. The thing you're great at is special because you're the one that's doing it.
Okay, let's do it.
Kit takes out the pirates, while Dewey takes over the controls and leaves behind his need to show off, keeping the plane steady and securing the stone as he has found his true calling, following in the footsteps of his mother and his best friend.
I gotta admit, I think I finally figured out my thing. To become a fully fledged pilot, I can make flying as special as I am.
Though they aren't entirely in the clear, as Don Carnage was able to get away with a chunk of the stone, meaning it can still be used in Fowl's master plan. This brings us to Season 3, Episode 22, and the penultimate story of the entire series, The Life and Crimes of Scrooge McDuck, written by Bob Snow. This episode seeks to find a conclusion for Louis, as he must defend Scrooge in karmic court against his greatest villains, who are being represented by his own nemesis, Doofus Drake.
If he's the prosecutor, why is he restrained?
He said he thought it would be fun.
Inspired by the iconic episode from Batman the Animated Series, Almost Got Him, it depicts the backstory of Magica, Marbeagle, and Glomgold as a way to hold Scrooge accountable for his past by showing how his actions facilitated the creation of his foes by leading them down the path of evil, with each flashback only making him look worse, with the final one being the biggest mark against him. Where we learn Magica may have always been evil, but her hatred and obsession with Scrooge is fully deserved. In the flashback, Scrooge comes to face the villains not to save the townspeople and offer up justice, but to continue increasing his wealth. This show places such emphasis on sibling relationships and the importance of family connection, so the worst thing Scrooge could do is take that away from someone without remorse. It's a complicated situation, having to add something human to Magica without dismissing her own actions and the pain she caused, and it all rests on Catherine Tate, who delivers a stellar emotional performance.
I'll give you anything! My powers, my throne, everything! Just help me save my brother!
But it's all to further Louis's development, tying into the lesson about admitting his mistakes that Scrooge was trying to teach him by showing him what a life of avoiding responsibility looks like, giving the duck who once shrugged off being called the evil triplet a crisis of morality.
I assume that if you live as long as I have, you make a lot of sworn enemies. But when you rack up enough of them, you do have to wonder if you might be part of the problem.
I'm gonna do something no one else has had the courage to do and try and elicit some sort of sympathy for Doofus Drake by explaining how he's actually a very tragic character, sort of like Glomgold but in a different way. The initial concept behind this version of the character was heavily inspired by an episode of The Twilight Zone, a child with unlimited wealth that has driven him mad with power, a warning of what Louis could become if he was left unchecked. But no one tries to look deeper beyond the umbrella and walnuts to see what is actually going on here. Doofus is a child who lost his grandmother at such an incredibly young age and never had the chance to process his grief in a healthy way before he was handed unimaginable riches. And I'm just gonna say it, his parents are not any help since they believe the money is the only reason behind his behaviour and not the fact he is deeply hurting due to his unresolved grief. Each outburst of anger stems from the fact his money can get him anything except the one thing he actually wants. Hence why he tries to find a new Gamimama. Louis's first encounter with Doofus Drake was back in Season 1's Day of the Only Child, where he sought to befriend the richest kid in Duckburg solely to use him for his wealth. And then in Season 2's Happy Birthday Doofus Drake, he only attends Doofus's party for the purpose of stealing his gift bags. And while Louis managing to give power back to his parents at the end is a net positive, consider this episode's ending from Doofus's perspective. This robot boy is immediately embraced by his family and takes half of his Gamimama's money, with the robot claiming that he's entitled to it since they are now brothers, despite Boyd never having even met her. Which is why he seeks revenge here by coming after Louis's inheritance. Doofus is incredibly dangerous, but Louis started this whole thing, and this episode brings that to a resolution.
Doofus, I don't want to start an endless rivalry like Scrooge did. Life is too short, and while you may be a freaky, weird, entitled monster kid, I'm still sorry for any pain that I caused you. Thank you, Llewellyn.
Louis did not have to apologise here, but it demonstrates how much of a better person he has become following his arc in Season 2. That humility and responsibility inspires Scrooge to do the same, because while this episode is holding him accountable for his past, it's also proving he has become a better person because of the kids and the rest of the family re-entering his life.
I don't want to be defined by the mistakes I made, but rather by the humility of admitting them. So, to all of you, I'm sorry.
However, this apology is seen as an admittance of guilt, meaning they lost the case, entitling the villains to Scrooge's fortune. Until Louis once more proves his worth as the sharpest of the Sharpies and finds an angle out by realising while Scrooge may have inadvertently created his enemies, they in turn created him.
So if they're entitled to what's his, he's therefore entitled to the same level of justice.
By official decree of the Karmic Court, Scrooge McDuck is hereby reimbursed his fortune, the deed to Duckburg, and his #1 dime. What? No!
Season 3 has so many incredible episodes that wrap up these characters' stories, but I don't think any of them are quite as satisfying as this one. Louis, the kid who idolized Scrooge not as an adventurer but as a ruthless businessman, sees the true cost of that life and realizes he doesn't want to follow in that path and be someone who creates villains in the pursuit of his own gain. So he stops the cycle from repeating. It's the younger generation taking example of what not to do and teaching the older generation as a result, creating such a gratifying and emotional scene that gives you a taste of what the finale would have in store. Before that though, we need to talk about Huey. While this season was airing, there was a prevalent sentiment within the fandom that Huey did not have a complete arc like Dewey and Louie did in their respective seasons, that he didn't receive sufficient development. And back then, I was perplexed, because Huey had one of the most encompassing and complete season-spanning storylines. He doesn't have an external personal goal like Dewey's search for Della or Louie trying to start his own company, and is more so dealing with internal conflicts, which is why I feel his arc is often undervalued. So we're gonna revisit some major Huey episodes of Season 3, and I'm gonna outline how each one contributes to his arc so that when we get to the finale, we can see how it all comes together. The season premiere Challenge of the Senior Junior Woodchuck focuses on the intense amount of pressure Huey puts himself under to be perfect, so terrified of making mistakes because he views them as a personal failing.
You've never failed a woodchuck test before. Be better!
It's all about having Huey come to terms with and accept that maybe he's not the best Junior Woodchuck as a way of knocking him down a peg. This introduces the main idea of Huey's stories this season, where he has to question things that he has assumed to be true, linking back to his fear of the unknown, which this season forces him to confront on a grand scale. This is where the idea of the missing mysteries comes about. They may not be entirely Huey focused, as it's a goal shared by the entire family, but they represent his desire to transform the unknown into the known. This story continues in Astro Boy, which examines Huey's insecurities over how others see him, something we had hints of in the Season 2 episode, The Hidden Depths of Cousin Feathery. Here it's kicked off when the other woodchucks make fun of Huey for his particular way of doing things. This episode also highlights something that has always been present with how Huey was written and fully brings it to the forefront.
Say the line!
Neurodivergent representation. Huey being called a robot for his attention to detail and need to do everything by the book, essentially having the way his brain works be used as a justification for others to dehumanize him, is an experience a lot of neurodivergent people shared growing up, and also explains why Huey becomes so invested in Boyd's fate beyond their budding friendship.
He's a kid like me, just wired a little differently.
It's really impossible to disconnect this aspect from the episode, as it is proudly on display throughout. Huey has always been a champion for the misunderstood, shown through how he was the only one who believed in Fenton and defended him when the media attempted to brand Gizmo Duck as a menace. However, he rarely has someone to support him that same way, which makes his friendship with Boyd so poignant. Huey has finally found someone who fully gets him and doesn't look down at his interests, making him feel actually appreciated for once.
Are you sure you're not bored? Usually my brothers are begging me to stop.
Are you kidding?
Following the family learning Bradford is the director of Fowl, a discovery made by Huey, the family goes into lockdown in Escape the Impossible. This episode has many moving pieces that need to be balanced so these pivotal character moments have time to breathe, but it's also a crucial part of Huey's arc. We've seen time and time again Huey's reliance on planning and his strong dislike for surprises because he can't prepare for them. When Webby is tasked with giving the boys a surprise attack as part of Mrs. Beakley's training, Huey freaks out, not knowing how to prepare for something so unpredictable, tying into his fear of facing Fowl when he doesn't know what they're capable of. It's the slow descent into madness as everything he thought he could rely on is ripped away from him, and he doesn't understand any of it. Though by the end, the trust of the family is reinforced and he feels ready as the McDucks go on the offensive. In the split sword of Swanston team, all the kids, including Lena and Violet, pair up to race against Fowl agents to find the separated pieces of the titular missing mystery, which leads to a lot of fun interactions that show that they have now become a full adventure team in their own right. My favourite favourite being Louie and Violet, where she helps Louie realise that he doesn't have to pretend to be someone else or make up fake stories anymore because the life he leads is already impressive enough. But it's Huey's plot that holds the most significance, since it's about him fully embracing the unpredictable by accepting the messier parts of himself instead of suppressing them. When he and Lena must face off against Steelbeak, the magical teen uses her powers to freeze time and put them in Huey's mindscape, giving them a chance to strategize by running infinite simulations, though nothing seems to be working. During his many failures, Lena notices a doll labeled the Duke of Making a Mess, which harbors Huey's Donald-like rage, something we've seen surface on a few occasions in seasons 1 and 2, but he tries to keep it locked up.
The Duke of Making a Mess is the part of me that is pure emotion. Gets in the way of my thinking and is against everything I stand for.
Take it from someone who used to be Magica's shadow. You can't ignore the parts of yourself you don't like, even the parts you're afraid of. You gotta own them.
With Lena's encouragement, Huey fully embraces the Duke as an essential piece of him, an action that helps him make sense of the chaos and use it to his benefit.
I'll be holding on to this.
Huey's story is told through a few other episodes, with his fears of growing up and how important his role as the oldest triplet means to him, but these ones are the most important milestones for his character that will play into his actions during the finale. The biggest complaint you can have about DuckTales Season 3 is that it is the last season, so there wouldn't be the opportunity to continue exploring all the new ideas and character dynamics they introduced, meaning in a lot of these episodes, you can sense the internal conflict of the crew trying to close out a lot of these narrative threads, while also being somewhat in denial the show is coming to an end. But this underlying identity crisis does little to impact the quality of each individual episode, which contains some of the most introspective moments for these characters as they start resolving their issues and move on to these new and exciting chapters in their lives. The attention to detail in the multi-episode arcs is stronger than ever, with Foul's presence only growing stronger with each appearance. The animation and music consistently reach new heights, the references and cameos from the lineage of these characters is bountiful and continues to be incorporated seamlessly into this world, and by the end, everything does start to tie up in a satisfying way, especially in the two penultimate adventures. It's a victory lap that, while still paying respects to its nostalgic origins, moves on to celebrating its own legacy and everything it was able to accomplish over its 4-year run, as a show that became so much more than a simple modern reboot. If the worst thing you can say about these episodes is that they serve as justification for why the show should have kept going, then you know it's a pretty damn good season of television.
Out of the way! This is the series finale of Ottoman Empire! Everything has been leading up to this!
Premiering in March of 2021, The Last Adventure is the 3-part series finale of DuckTales 2017 that sees the conflict between the McDucks and Fowl come to a head where the fate of adventuring itself hangs in the balance, as Webby discovers the truth about her origins, which will change everything. It opens with pretty much every major character celebrating Webby's birthday at Funzo's Fun Zone,
Where fun is in the zone!
though it's all a clever ruse, as the family infiltrate Fowl's secret lair to put an end to the organisation once and for all. You may wonder, how on earth did they learn the location of the enemy base?
Launchpad's been talking in his sleep lately, in a British accent for some reason.
This opening sequence does a fantastic job setting up this plan, with callbacks to previous episodes and showing how each character has some kind of role to play, which is an idea that will remain present throughout the finale, as there are a lot of pieces on this chessboard.
This is it! Answers about everything you've been searching for! All right, Bradford. The jig is up!
Though Fowl caught onto their plan and have evacuated, leaving them all back at square one. Almost.
They cleared everything out!
Not quite everything.
Wait, what?
Part 1 of the finale, written by Madison Bateman and Ben Simon, is dubbed A Tale of Three Webbies, and introduces May and June. complete genetic clones of Webby who perplex everyone as to how this ties into Fowl's master plan.
I thought Bradford was trying to destroy our family, not make more of it.
While Webby's told to stay away, she can't help but investigate as the clones are able to emotionally manipulate her into learning about the entire family and perfectly drive a wedge between them and Webby, isolating her from her loved ones.
They came from Fowl!
They came from me. And they're confused and totally in the dark about our part in this whole thing. They just want to learn about their family. I thought you guys would understand that.
Also, they can take both her and the remaining missing mysteries back to Bradford and Heron, something they accomplish by the leftover gummy berry juice from the ending of the confidential case files of Agent 22. The first instance of events from that episode being significant to this story. This setup portion ends with Huey discovering Webby being abducted and immediately gives chase. The kid who has spent his entire life scared of the unknown now bravely leaping into it without hesitation to save someone he loves. And it's incredibly fitting that he does this for Webby specifically, as she was the first one to challenge him to face that fear back at the start of Season 1. Well, come on, did you really think Webby was going to be taken down that easily?
Sorry, June, but I have to find answers. One way or another.
While Part 1 is meant to introduce all these questions and start setting stuff up for the answers in the third act, Part 2, The Lost Library of Isabella Finch, written by Christian McGallis and Bob Snow, is about the family launching a full-on assault on Fowl to rescue Huey and Webby, which sees the characters split off into smaller factions as all the heroes have their big final confrontations with the respective villains they've been paired up with during Season 3. Because there are a bunch of different storylines happening all at once, trying to tackle events in chronological order would be a confusing mess. So we're going to give each narrative its own section in order of significance, and then have them all join back up together when we reach the climax. So let's start with Donald and Della, as most of their arc is resolved by the end of Part 1. Season 3 has seen Donald find love with Daisy, finally having something that is solely for him outside of his responsibilities to the family, and now the pair are planning to head off on their own adventure and sail around the world. And Della doesn't take the news too well. These scenes give fans pretty much the only thing Season 3 had been missing, genuine Donald and Della interaction by really focusing in on their relationship. Most of, if not all their screen time in Season 3 gets spent in the context of the wider family dynamic, which mostly consists of them bickering as a source of comedy. Beyond a few offhanded comments, their story essentially ended with Moonvasion. Until now. Donald, preparing to leave, dredges up Della's guilt over all the time they missed out on while she was stuck on the moon, which is also where the meta-narrative of the show having to process its own ending comes out in full force.
I'm not ready for our adventures to be over.
You'll have lots of adventures. You got the kids and Scrooge.
Yeah, but you're my brother.
I always will be. But Daisy is my adventure.
Phooey.
Though Donald can't leave quite yet, as Dewey and Louie stop him before he can go to tell him and Della about Huey and Webby being taken, as Donald is prepared to charge into danger for his family one final time, connecting back to the source of Donald's anger, which we learned about last season.
How do you know Huey's gone?
He left this! Huey never leaves without it!
Since they already had their big emotional resolution, Donald and Della's role in Part 2 is more about providing fan service in seeing them and Scrooge fight together against Fowl's army, before a big confrontation with Rockaduck and Zombie Jeeves. In the final episodes of Season 3, we began to see all the kids working as an adventure team, capable of handling themselves, facing down Fowl operatives on their own, and Part 2 sees the culmination of that idea with Boyd and Gosling also being added to the roster, which is kicked off by a scene showcasing how much trust Scrooge places in them following the lesson he learned from New Gods on the Block.
Where do you think you're going?
Save it, we're coming.
Fenton tried to help me get my people back. I'm gonna do the same for him. Huey made me not a killer robot. It's Webby.
So are we gonna do that thing where you tell us not to go and we sneak along anyway?
Or are we gonna go get our family back?
While the adults launch a ground attack by descending upon the lost library, the kids remain in the Sun Chaser and plan to sneak in around the back so they can find Huey and Webby, with Scrooge having left the remaining Duck brothers in charge, a responsibility they're not sure they're ready for.
I know, lads, it's scary, but you're ready. Louis can talk anyone into anything, so talk these kids into winning. And Dewey's the only one daring enough to get us through this. You two have got adventure in your blood. I believe in you.
Before they have a chance to land, they're attacked by Don Carnage, where Dewey's piloting skills are put to the ultimate test in this dogfight, a final stand against his showbiz rival. But even trying to do everything perfectly isn't enough.
I dropped the cloak like Scrooge, I'm flying like Mom, panicking like Uncle Donald. Forget them!
Dewey and Louie have always had a somewhat tumultuous dynamic. It's very well known Louie doesn't like surprises because they throw off his schemes, but Dewey is one surprise after another because he tries to improvise everything. And exploring that was one of the main focuses of Louie's 11, where Dewey wants to be more involved in the plan while Louie tries to keep him to the sidelines out of fear his recklessness will get them all caught.
Why won't you listen to me?
Because your plan is ridiculous! Come on, man, we're so close. Let's just do it my way.
Yeah, okay.
But when things go south due to Mark Beeks' unexpected interference, Dewey steps up to save the day, forcing Louie to learn that he needs to stop underestimating his brother.
You know, I'm actually working on a new con. I'd really like to hear your advice on it.
The Dewey does it?
So here, when Dewey is doubting himself because he can't shake their attacker, Louie is the one to provide him with the needed emotional support to get them all through this.
I don't think even Scrooge could get us out of this one. But I'm not on his team, I'm on yours. So I have an important question for you. How do we Dewey this?
So Dewey fulfills his promise to make flying as special as he is by turning around to face Carnage head-on in a game of chicken, which he wins, even if it destroys the Sun Chaser and causes them all to crash. When the kids emerge from the wreckage, mostly unscathed, they discover what remains of Don Carnage's plane, though with no sign of the Sky Pirate captain. Dewey Duck now canonically has a body count.
And that's how you Dewey it!
Team Adventure Kids split up once they make it inside the library, with Lena and Violet heading off to find Webby, though are unsuccessful. Yeah, the friend trio doesn't get to interact outside of part 1, so to make up for that, they were sure to include this tender moment between them to reaffirm the strength of their bond.
I just don't want anything to happen to you, Pink. Besides, you've already got sisters.
It was such a welcome surprise seeing Lena be so heavily involved in the finale as a way of remembering how important she was to the show in the beginning. Watching her wield her full power now that she has made peace with her origins, which she uses in a final confrontation with the Phantom Blot to save Manny, the Headless Man-Horse. Manny was first seen all the way back in the pilot, as one of the things the kids find in Scrooge's garage. He was made purely to function as a gag that would complete the rule of 3, but soon the crew realised that he could become a defining symbol for everything the reboot stood for.
It was the visual representation of our show. Here's Scrooge McDuck, this thing you know and love, and we're gonna make it strange.
So they brought him back in Beware the Buddy system as another of Gyro's interns, with the idea being that this bizarre magical creature is now doing his best to live a normal life, leading to the birth of Team Science in the Season 1 finale. From then on, he would make a handful of appearances every season as a reminder of how far the show has come from where it started. Though we never really knew much about Manny, as he sort of became this enigma, this being who randomly shows up to help out our heroes on occasion. But they were keeping their cards close to their chest for this payoff in the finale.
The greatest magical threat known to the world!
The Headless Man-Horse of the Apocalypse?
What? That's absurd. Manny's just an intern.
Later, Lena discovers the Blot attempting to drain Manny of his magic and gets in between them, making good on the vow she made at the end of The Phantom and the Sorceress to become a guardian of all things magical.
Step away from the horse! Statue thing, whatever he is. He's magic! And under my protection!
But even at her full power, he still has the upper hand. so Manny once more comes in clutch to save the day. When the crew began plotting out Season 3 and the concept of the missing mysteries, the idea came that many would have some connection to a previous iteration of a Disney adventure property. The Harp of Nirvana is connected to the original DuckTales, the Third Eye Diamond is connected to Rescue Rangers, the Celegro Circuit is connected to Darkwing Duck, the Stone of What Was is connected to Tailspin and the Wuzzles, and the Papyrus of Binding is connected to the Karl Barks comics that inspired everything else. So when the Phantom Blot uses the blessed bagpipe of Clan McDuck to bring Manny's stone head to life and you hear the iconic voice of Keith David, you know what's coming, but it still doesn't prepare you for how amazing the full reveal is.
Hold this for me. Again.
Egads!
It's yet another testament to the strength of the show's writing and the crew's attention to detail that they took a character created as a joke and subtly gave him this full story arc over 3 seasons, building to this grand heroic moment in the finale that also ties into the only major Disney Afternoon property they had yet to include in some form. A symbol of both the chaotic brilliance and tender love that went into crafting this wonderful show. But that brings us to what is still hands down my favourite part of the finale. Launchpad's role in this narrative has him complete his journey as the Saint of Heroes in Duckburg as he, Drake and Fenton face off against Steelbeak, who uses the Intelliray to make himself smart enough to outwit them. Even when Gosselin and Boyd show up to lend some assistance, they are all soon incapacitated, leaving only the bumbling pilot to face off against the Metal Menace and his army of the show's various villains who've all been mind-controlled into ganging up on him. In the background of the episode, and leading up to this battle, we saw Launchpad's insecurities over not being good enough resurface, which only worsen the more beaten up he gets.
I'm not a hero.
That's ridiculous. You helped inspire me to be a hero.
And me, pal.
Same here.
And I as well, Earth Launchpad.
Verily a noble soul.
Launchpad is a paragon hero in every sense of the word. Every action he takes is spurred on by his good nature and desire to help others, which shines through even when he's at his dumbest. And throughout the series, we've seen how he has been able to inspire those around him to do the same. Yet he remains entirely unaware of the effects his magnetism has because Launchpad doesn't have to think in order to do what's right. So here, when he's brought to his lowest and for the first time struggles to get back up, it's his turn to receive that motivation from everyone he influenced over the past 68 adventures. This character, who unknowingly facilitated so much growth in others throughout the series, is acknowledged and made fully aware of the impact he's had.
We may be heroes, but you have the heart of one.
I've gone back to this finale often ever since it first aired, and while I have become mostly desensitized to a lot of its hard-hitting scenes, this moment never fails to get me misty-eyed every time. It's a scene that crystallizes his entire journey and forces you to recognize how pivotal Launchpad has always been, giving him this sentimental moment of victory that doesn't sacrifice his role as comedic relief, since he still defeats the villains by doing what he does best. Crashing into stuff.
Oh, and what are you supposed to be? I'm a pilot.
This episode had the difficult task of balancing its place as both a season finale and a series finale. So between giving everyone these defining full circle moments, it also needed to cap off Huey's arc in season 3 and his search for answers, which, as we've established, was a story that did happen despite people insisting it didn't. After sneaking onto Fowl's plane, Huey is quickly apprehended as he and Webby become separated, leaving Huey to face the unknown entirely by himself, much like he feared he had to in the season premiere. Huey gets taken to Bradford's office where the Buzzard tries to gain his trust as a fellow woodchuck, learning his grandmother was the Isabella Finch. Throughout this season, Huey has had to contend with doubting much of what he knows and feeling he's the only member of the family truly focused on their goal, which makes Bradford's proposition only seem more inviting, appealing to both the nephew's quest for knowledge and desire for order, all while knowing exactly what to say to get inside his head.
Your uncle is remarkable, the world's greatest adventurer, but at what cost? How many people must live in fear of being captured by aliens or attacked by their own shadow? Why, if he'd thought twice, perhaps your mother never would have been lost in space.
Before he can accept Bradford's offer, Huey fully uncovers his master plan thanks to a shockingly still alive Ludwig von Drake. Fowler's captured anything and anyone the director deems adventurous, with plans to use a modified Allegro circuit to erase them all from existence. And not to nitpick, but while I can absolutely see them capturing people like Goldie or Kit or the Rescue Rangers and even Penny, how the hell were these people able to capture literal gods and Santa Claus?
He's gonna erase my family! I gotta warn everyone!
What a disappointment.
Hot nephew! Did you get away?
Let's talk about how Season 3 has presented Huey's relationship with his brothers, mainly how he is often the target of ridicule for his interests. The main culprit being Louie, whose greed and need to constantly look for shortcuts clashes with Huey's want to do things the right way, which manifests in an abundance of insults, particularly in the trickening and the fight for Castle McDuck. There's one telling moment that really defines Huey's dynamic with his brothers, and it's in an episode that doesn't feature either of them. When Huey and Boyd are sightseeing in Tokyo, and Huey begins excitedly info-dumping before stopping due to his own reflexes.
Are you sure you're not bored? Usually my brothers are begging me to stop.
Those are the two sides of Huey's storyline in Season 3. And now that he finally has the answers he's been looking for, only to be captured, it allows Dewey and Louie to step up and prove how much they value him. With Huey having left behind his woodchuck guidebook, Louie picks it up at the beginning of Part 2, so later when they come across some markings left by Huey, they follow the guidebook in order to find him. A small moment within this huge episode, but a clear demonstration of the positive impact Huey has on his younger brothers, even if they don't admit it out loud.
How did you guys find me?
The Junior Woodchuck Guidebook has the answer to everything.
One of the major criticisms often targeted at the finale is how it handled Webby's storyline, with the consensus being that Season 4 would have naturally been a Webby-focused season, but since the show was cancelled, the writers tried to stuff everything they'd planned for her into the finale. And while I will admit there is a lot going on with her here, this element was not something they threw together last minute because every Webby-focused storyline in Season 3 was directly setting this up. The Lost Harp of Nirvana, written by Colleen Evanson, is the last episode to revisit the Louie and Webby relationship, a tradition the writers had ensured to include in each season because they are such perfect foils for each other. Though here, the usual dynamic is flipped as Louie's cynicism wins out when he reveals the mermaid commune they've stumbled upon is a con and it fully destroys Webby's childlike wonder.
Come on, Webbs, I need you to run!
Oh, why? So we can continue to get by in a cold, dark world where mermaids and grandmas are liars and good people don't exist? Oh boy.
Is that what I sound like? Boy.
This episode represents an important part of Webby's journey because it sees her go through something everyone has to experience while growing up. The difficult realization that the adults in your life are not infallible when she learns Beakley has often covered up the truth to protect her granddaughter's positive worldview. The only thing that restores Webby's faith is Louie leading by example to show the influence that she has had over him, which they then use to save the Mervanans and help them start fixing their society. Only for it to end on this chilling cliffhanger, hinting this conflict between Bentina and Webby was only just beginning.
I'm your grandmother, dear. I have no secrets from you from here on out.
I've already discussed they put a moonlander on Earth in enough detail, so I'll try and keep this brief. he said towards the end of this 5-hour video. The greater purpose of this story as it pertains to Webby's arc is that it indicates how much she has changed since we first met her in the pilot by having her relate to Penumbra's struggles with understanding Earth culture since they're similar to what she had to go through. It's that very touching scene of her reminiscing about this journey of self-actualization she's been on. This is a Webby who has worked hard to feel concrete in her identity and understand her place within this family. Both things that would be tested later in the season. Jumping ahead to Escape from the Impossibin, you likely noticed in my original coverage that I mainly focused on the Scrooge, Della and Louie antics, mostly skimming over the Webby and Beakley stuff, because this is where the pieces all start moving into place for the big reveal in the finale. Which is why we're still not quite ready to get into it yet. The final regular Webby-focused episode is another I didn't cover in the bulk of my Season 3 analysis, and that is The Fight for Castle McDuck, written by Madison Bateman and directed by Matthew Humphries. This story serves as a follow-up to the Season 1 Castle McDuck episode, where the fog that keeps the castle hidden except for once every 5 years suddenly vanishes due to interference from the Phantom Blot and his new assistant, Pepper, played by one of my favourite actors and comedians, Amy Sedaris. Who I'm mentioning now because I think she is the most precious being who develops a really sweet friendship with Blot, but also because she sadly won't come up again.
You saved me!
Yes, well, you're my partner, and protocol and whatnot.
For Webby, this early reappearance of Scrooge's ancestral home is her second chance, as she was so overloaded with excitement during their last visit that she ended up essentially blacking out the entire time and missing the whole thing. A mistake she refuses to make again, which is also why she is determined to record her experience this time. When Scrooge's younger sister Matilda shows up, Webby meddles to try and fix their sibling rivalry, only for their little tiff to turn into an all-out family feud. The situation escalates until everyone gets involved, including statues of the McDuck relatives who have been brought to life by one of the missing mysteries, the Blessed Bagpipe of Clan McDuck.
Bless me, bagpipe. Oh, that's why he says it.
Webby has spent her entire life learning about and idolizing the McDucks, placing them on a pedestal which has not been healthy for her. Especially once she was welcomed into the family, as now she felt this intense pressure to live up to and contribute to that legacy, as that is the only way she felt she could ever truly be part of it. That's why she gets so invested in resolving the conflict between Scrooge and Matilda, because she subconsciously sees that as her way in. It's a story about a kid who feels it's their job to fix the family, but has to learn it shouldn't fall on them. When it all goes wrong, we see the McDucks are just as flawed and prone to infighting as any family, but Webby finds it easier to believe that she broke them rather than accept the truth that they're not perfect.
The McDucks meant everything to me. Not just because of their great name, but because they were a great family. One I thought I could be a part of. But now, it's gone. Guess the name McDuck didn't mean much after all.
While this is somewhat resolved as everyone unites to stop Fowl from stealing the bagpipes, then physically rebuild together, this deeper issue of Webby once again feeling insecure about how she fits in with the McDucks isn't properly addressed because it's meant to directly lead into the finale. That's the reason why Part 1 needed to open with Webby's birthday party at Funzo's. It contains all these callbacks to Day Trip of Doom to once more illustrate how much Webby has changed, and then seeing everyone gathering to celebrate her reaffirms her place within the family. Before all of that is shaken up by the discovery of the clones, as Webby once again spirals and begins questioning herself. This is where that element of Beakley keeping secrets from Webby comes back into play, but thanks to the strength of Toke Sologundayo's performance, the episode does a great job selling both the audience and Webby on this fabricated version of her parents, because that's the only way the reveal was going to hit. Using the Harp of Nirvana, Webby, who at this point is still disguised as June, is tasked with interrogating the now captured Agent 22 after she had gone rogue and abandoned the family to deal with Fowl alone during Part 1. Years ago, Bentina had almost completely taken down Fowl when she discovered an experiment that had been left behind in the chaos, which changed everything, even causing her to break protocol.
So instead of finishing my mission, I found a new one.
Webby being a foul creation was such an earth-shattering revelation that added this whole other layer to everything that happened before. As you now realise, there has been this entire hidden narrative unfolding across the entire show, tying all the way back to the Agent 22 episode. Beakley had been keeping Webby locked in the mansion because it was the best way to stay off Foul's radar. But after years of inactivity, she let her go out and start exploring the world. But then Black Heron returned and Webby had to face off against her, as you start to see the gears turning.
What are you, child?
Heron realising Webby was actually Project April and communicating these suspicions to Bradford leads to Foul's reformation at the end of Season 2, as their plan throughout Season 3 starts to all make sense with how each missing mystery plays a part. Beakley had assumed Black Heron was working alone, and following their interaction had no reason to suspect that she had connected the dots with Webby. But then Foul stops operating from the shadows and start attacking the family directly, but Beakley knows who they're really after, hence why she begins pushing Webby further than ever before. Escape from the Impossibin isn't about Bentina trying to train the family to counteract Foul. It's about her trying to turn Webby into a perfect weapon too powerful for them to capture. But Webby doesn't want to be a weapon, not if she's being used to hurt the people she loves, which all leads to their big confrontation. This episode and this particular sequence was so powerful when it first aired, but this context adds a whole other layer to Beakley's actions when you know exactly what she was afraid of.
But Foul...
We're not foul. We're family. The one thing we know for sure is that we trust each other. Right?
Webby, I...
Trying to keep Webby in the dark was always going to end in disaster, which is exactly what the Lost Harp of Nirvana was about. A warning of how ignoring the hard truths will lead to greater problems down the line, similar to the way the king ignored the brutal honesty of the harp, which led to the kingdom's downfall.
You can't hide the truth from her. I kept her in a mansion for a decade. That worked out pretty well.
But Bentina refuses to listen, putting them on the road that led them here, playing right into Foul's hand, as Webby has now been primed for them to take advantage of her insecurities.
Help me get what I'm after, and I'll tell you everything.
Okay.
Welcome home, April.
When Webby's role in the plan has later been fulfilled, she is captured once more, leading to her reuniting with the boys under less than fortunate circumstances. Though something still isn't quite adding up here. Why did Foul create Webby in the first place? Well, there was still one final missing mystery needed to complete Foul's plan, the Papyrus of Binding. Though remember what Scrooge wrote on it before it was purposefully lost again.
Papyrus, I ask that you be lost once more until the rightful heir of Scrooge McDuck can find your final resting place.
The genius in splitting up the Webby reveal across part 2 and 3 is that you are still in utter shock from Beakley's admission that you don't even register the papyrus appearing to Webby until it's directly called out. So even though it is staring you right in the face, it barely affects the impact of the final answer, which the crew had been doing throughout the entire series, yet no one ever caught onto it. Even going back to Webby's first ever scene with her mystery board, where so much of the series was laid out in plain sight. It features the first look at the design for Donald's cousin Gladstone. There's a note simply asking who is DB, which turns out to be Duke Baloney, aka Glomgold. Then next to that is Gigi, which stands for Goldie O'Gilt to establish a connection between them. There's a letter from the Senior Woodchuck Council, a newspaper clipping about sightings of sky pirates, a hint towards Magica and her shadow magic, as well as references to Foul and a traitor, both being Bradford. But the most egregious is this equation in the top corner, which at first seems like utter nonsense, but it was actually the show giving us the answer to its biggest mystery from the jump. 22 is Agent 22, the Roman numeral for 1400 is MCD, in other words, McDuck. And then both of those numbers together somehow equals 87, which turns out to be the project number given to April, who is Webby.
Bradford needed Scrooge's descendant, so he made one.
Webby is Scrooge's daughter?
Bless me, bagpipes.
Bringing us to the final characters left to address in Part 3, Tale's End, fittingly written by Frank Angones. With mostly everyone else captured, Scrooge regains consciousness where he is confronted by Bradford, which is where we are given his full backstory and context for his strong hatred of adventure.
Grammy Finch claimed these dangerous excursions were fun and educational. Well, I did learn one thing. The world is full of chaos, and it's only getting worse.
Making Bradford Finch's grandson and the first ever junior woodchuck was meant to not only connect to Huey, but gives Fowl's director a parallel origin with Scrooge, who only fell in love with adventuring in the first place due to reading about Finch. But the relationship between Bradford and his grandmother also mirrors that of Scrooge and the kids. Not everyone is cut out to be a kid adventurer, and whereas the McDuck children chose this path, Bradford was forced along it, causing him to grow resentful over the very concept, which is how he came to believe the world needs to be controlled and that it should be him to do it.
Just in the past 30 years, we've seen hyper-intelligent rodents, caped crusaders, flying bears, bouncing bears, living statues, and a veritable troop of goofs, misfits, and adventurers. And all these events of the past century have one man in common. Who could it be?
It's closed-minded thinking like Bradford's that keeps the world from being interesting, wanting to erase anything unique or special because he doesn't get it, so no one else should. But once Scrooge frees himself, Bradford begins wielding the Sword of Swanstein, which brings out his inner villain despite him still refusing to accept that's what he is. Even after the guy basically admitting to having Duckworth killed, which both the episode and the fandom just completely gloss over. The final villain the characters face is essentially the antithesis of everything this show stands for, in both his hatred of adventure and lack of any meaningful connection with others. But I think there's something else going on here. Bradford is a pencil-pushing executive trying to bring the adventures of the McDucks to an end because he doesn't see the point, viewing them as an unnecessary business expense that he wants to be rid of. You see where I'm going with this? Bradford is Disney, or more specifically, the executives responsible for the show being cut short. And once you recognise that, it adds this larger meta-narrative to the ensuing battle. Scrooge is fighting Bradford, but the show is fighting its own ending and the circumstances surrounding it.
Must everything be a fight with you?
Only the thing's worth fighting for!
And that might be why the finale is so divisive amongst the fandom, because it's this tug of war between closing out all these stories with big emotional moments and the show essentially screaming at you that this is not how they wanted to go out. But unlike Bradford's plan, nothing can be done about that. So you kind of just have to watch this final episode that doesn't want to be a final episode. In all the previous finales, the crew had said they'd aimed to create a satisfying end if that's what it came to. The motto of making this show was put your all into every episode as if it was your last, because it could very well be. But when faced with that reality, and going into this with the knowledge it was going to definitively close the book, you just feel this overwhelming sense of, I don't want to go. And Bradford being a stand-in for Disney executives goes even deeper when the episode reveals his actions were the catalyst for everything we've seen over the past 3 seasons.
I've torn you apart once before.
What are you babbling about?
How do you think Della found out you built the Spear of Selene?
Bradford's ultimatum is fittingly presented in the form of a contract because he is still trying to masquerade as not a villain.
And to ensure you can't break this contract, you'll sign there, on
the papyrus of binding.
There's something so chilling about how casually Bradford just erases his colleagues when Scrooge calls him out on his hypocrisy, once more bringing attention to his lack of emotional connection, which has now turned him into the most dangerously boring person on the planet.
Oh, Bradford, how villainous.
As leverage, Bradford threatens to erase Donald next because he is the linchpin that the legacy of this show is part of was built on, calling back to season 1 and the show's central theme of risk versus reward. Scrooge's ego-spurred recklessness almost cost him his family twice before, and after watching him grow over the past 3 seasons, he finally understands when the risk is far too great, not even hesitating to agree to these terms.
You don't! Find a way out! You can beat him!
It's not worth the risk, lad.
Despite Scrooge signing the contract, Bradford still attempts to throw Donald into the Saligro circuit, which surely meant the contract would be broken since Bradford didn't keep up his end of the deal. But the cavalry arrives and is able to shut down the device in the nick of time. What follows is a small action sequence that feels intentionally reminiscent of the climax of Shadow War. Scrooge has been taken out of commission in some form and must rely solely on his family because, as we've seen, they are his inner strength. The kids all get to have these moments where they use their unique talents against Bradford, and it features callbacks to the very first interactions between all these characters.
Donald Duck.
Uncle Scrooge.
Donald Duck.
Uncle Scrooge.
And all this builds up to a moment that truly caps off the story of this show and its production. During development, a point was made to never be too schmaltzy with the dialogue because the crew feared having something so saccharine would affect the way their work would be perceived by audiences. A fear that is not unfounded, as we are in an era of entertainment that relies heavily on bathos, where moments of genuine emotions are undercut with a quick joke because production companies and filmmakers believe audiences will reject anything that is 100% earnest. And they're not entirely wrong. I mean, look at the public perception of something like Steven Universe. Even Disney, a company whose entire business model relies on building a feeling of sentiment in its audience from a young age, has fallen victim to this. The DuckTales reboot handled its use of bathos better than a lot of other media, containing a good mix of that and genuine moments of sincerity between its characters, but that insecurity was still there, and manifested in the running joke of the characters trying to say family is the greatest adventure of all, only to be interrupted each time.
Aw, family truly is the greatest adventure of all. No, the ground!
It was their core message, yet it was forbidden from being spoken out loud because they thought it would stop audiences from taking the show seriously. Yet as they progressed beyond season 1, the joke evolved from having the characters be interrupted to letting them finish the sentence, but with a twist that still gave them plausible deniability.
Our brotherhood is the greatest scheme of all!
When approaching the end, the crew realized they needed to embrace this schmaltz by fully committing to that message, because after 3 seasons, they knew they'd earned it.
According to this, Scrooge can be with his family as long as he does an adventure. But family is the greatest adventure of all!
And Bradford, being the unfeeling executive, is in complete disbelief that it works. A perfect statement on the show and how it found success by deviating from what was expected as both a reboot of a beloved IP and a piece of modern entertainment.
I will not lose to Scrooge!
You didn't lose to me. You lost to my family. All of them.
Though it isn't the McDucks who fully defeat Bradford, it's actually the villains, referencing this almost understanding they and Scrooge now have following the penultimate episode, which explains why they don't immediately attack him. Well, that and the fact he's backed up by pretty much every other hero on the face of the planet.
Dad?
Dad.
Oh, Webby, darling.
Okay, let's finally address the element of the finale people take the most issue with. The reveal that Webby was cloned from Scrooge, thus making her a direct descendant from him. Which, again, was not something they threw in at the last minute. It was planned from the beginning, and there were multiple instances of obvious foreshadowing. Many feel this plot twist undermines the show's strong emphasis on found family, that by giving Webby this blood connection to the McDucks, it's making a statement that those ties are more important. I get why this was the conclusion people came to, but it's a viewpoint that isolates this reveal from the rest of the episode, which has led to lots of misinterpretation over why this decision was made. Because while Webby is learning that she is related to Scrooge, she's also learning that she isn't related to Mrs. Beakley. But that doesn't alter the fact that she was the one who adopted and raised Webby. Part 1 lays it on thick that they are all a family regardless of if they're related. It's May and June trying to undermine those connections, while Webby continues affirming that their love for each other is what makes them so. Because blood relations or not, it doesn't change anything about their connections with each other, which is what the episode is trying to communicate.
Family would do anything to keep you safe and sacrifice everything to love you, no matter who or what you are. Like Scrooge. Like my granny.
Huey is smarter than the Smarties, Dewey is tougher than the Toughies, Louie is sharper than the Sharpies, and Webby earned her way into the family square before they were aware of any blood connection. That's why there's the moment at the end where she stops Beakley from leaving by grabbing her hand, because it doesn't matter who is related to who, since what makes them a family is their love for each other, which is not affected by the reveal in the slightest. And that's what I think people are missing when looking at this finale. The final scene takes place on the Sun Chaser as everyone heads back to Duckburg, which is made up of all these small moments for each of the characters. Gyro fixing Boyd and Lena comforting the clones by affirming they belong right before they get adopted by Donald.
You don't have to worry about us, Uncle Scrooge. We're smarter, we're tougher,
we're sharper.
And we'll earn our way square.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
The show fully ends as everyone is accidentally launched out of the plane, falling towards their next adventure as the end credits start playing to an orchestral rendition of the theme song. The original plan was to record the entire finale with a live orchestra, down to them having booked Abbey Road, but then 2020 happened, as it always does, and they had to find a workaround. It still did little to hamper one of the best scores for an episode of television ever composed. The way Dominic Lewis combined the various character leitmotifs or weaved them in and out of each other to give everything this sense of grandeur with elevated whimsy, heart, and drama. And this final piece was the cherry on top, both because it's such a beautiful cap to the episode, but finally completed his 5-year mission to add back in the horns to the theme song, which he had battled Frank and Matt on at the very start of his time working on the show, and you can tell how thrilled he was to finally get them added back in here. This ending sequence was actually written during production of Season 2 as a precaution, something they could easily add on to whatever their last episode would end up being, with only a few small changes required depending on who would end up being on the plane. The credits were entirely bordered by Matthew Humphries, who did a spectacular job giving all these characters one last moment to show all the strong relationships they had built with each other. The last adventure had such a daunting list of things it needed to cover. Wrapping up Huey's arc from Season 3, revealing the entire Webby storyline they'd been building up for over 65 episodes with the introduction of May and June, while also needing to make room for all these big scenes where we can appreciate the growth of these characters and have a chance to say goodbye to them. And even though I understand why it didn't stick the landing for everyone, I believe it successfully achieved each one of those objectives with the same love and attention to detail we'd come to expect from this show. From the huge emotional stuff to the smaller interactions between the characters, it does a great job signaling how much this cast has grown since we first met them, giving them one last hurrah. Every voice actor delivers such remarkable performances, but this storyline rests on Kate Micucci, who takes Webby on such an emotional journey across this special, making you feel for her in every scene. Around this time, she was starting to garner some backlash, with people saying she had no range and played all her characters the same. But this episode clearly demonstrated her strength as an actor because she is positively radiant throughout this whole thing. With this being the finale, the crew, of course, didn't want to hold anything back in their storytelling as well as their visuals. Since the beginning, the goal of this series was to feel as cinematic as possible, thanks to the brilliant direction of Sean Jimenez. And here we got to see those elements pushed to their logical extreme. While I've certainly lessened on the DuckTales finale over these past 4 years, and have conceded that it has its share of faults in regards to pacing, I still can't help but see it as a celebration of everything this show was, and a near perfect culmination of everything they've been building to. So, that was the ending of DuckTales 2017. The reboot no one had high hopes for when it was first announced, yet through the sheer grit and determination of its passion-fueled staff, became not only one of the most beloved cartoons of the late 2010s, but a worthy addition to the entertainment lineage they held such reverence for. It's a prime example of what can happen when you put people in charge of a property that they genuinely love and respect. From the beginning, it was all about these people wanting to take something that was so formative to them and contribute to that legacy, passing it forward to the next generation who now get to grow up and hopefully one day add their own perspective to it. The show was the very definition of a team effort, where everyone brought what they were good at and what they were passionate about to the show in any way they could, allowing them to discover new skills and grow alongside the characters. It was all about trust and a passion for the creative process.
Our show ended up having just a perfect collaborative crew, in that everybody supported everyone. It was ridiculous. You always waited for the other shoe to drop, but everybody was just there for everyone else. It was a show of a lifetime. Every show after this is going to be compared to it.
It was a tough show to produce because it was tremendously ambitious. There were times where we handed in scripts and I was just like, I'm sorry, I don't really know how you're gonna pull this off. It's so dense. But then someone like Sean will look at that and go, let's figure out how to pull this off. As writers, we spend a lot of time thinking of these stories, but then you have to actually make it, and the DuckTales team would find a way.
It's cliche to say, but I wouldn't have believed in myself in the same way if I didn't have these people in my corner, who gave me room to grow, but also were there to help me if I stumbled. Everyone was there to make a good show. Everyone really loved DuckTales, and I think that comes through in the final product.
There's a lot more of a director's personality stamped onto each episode, more so than you might have on a different show. It's really unique, and it's something I definitely appreciated at the time. And I was lucky to have a really awesome board team throughout.
It's always easier to look back on the work you've done when it looks as though that's the way it was always meant to be. But when you're in it, doing the work, it could be a million different ways. And it was always really nerve-wracking to guide it into the direction that we now see in the finished show. I look back on all this art with fondness, and when I look back on DuckTales, I remember the joyous camaraderie.
That should be the end of this journey. The credits have rolled as we've seen the McDucks dive headfirst into their next adventure, knowing these stories will continue off-screen. But if you take a little peek at the runtime, you will see there is somehow still more to this video. That's because the DuckTales reboot currently occupies this weird space in relation to the rest of the network's library, because this was the first time we ever saw a Disney Channel animated series receive something of an afterlife. While Disney have built their empire on keeping the characters from their movies within the public consciousness through regular appearances and adaptations, the same cannot be said for their TV shows. It didn't matter how generation-defining and successful they were, once they ran out of new episodes to air, the series and its characters were deemed no longer relevant. So in the wake of The Last Adventure, I was ready to accept that while of course Scrooge, Donald and the nephews would continue to appear in new projects, we were never going to see these specific versions of them again. Yet here we are 4 years later, and we are still getting regular appearances from these guys in some form or other. So here I'm just gonna list a bunch of random external media that occurred after the show had already wrapped up, and then at the end we'll try and make some sense of it all. The first of these, and easily the biggest to come out of the show's run besides the tie-in comics, was the retheming of the World Showcase attraction in Epcot, which had previously been based on Kim Possible and later Phineas and Ferb, essentially placing DuckTales 2017 in this elite club of Disney's biggest animated shows ever. Though technically this was put into production and intended to release before the show ended, originally being planned to open in the summer of 2020, but, you know, so it was delayed indefinitely. I distinctly remember the discussion surrounding the fate of World Showcase Adventure and the question of if it would even release at all. The attraction was pretty much done and featured the entire main cast reprising their roles. Even Lin-Manuel Miranda returned to record new Fenton dialogue, but for a while it seemed like we'd never actually get to see it. even when the parks did eventually reopen, the attraction remained on indefinite pause until it was finally launched in December of 2022, nearly 2 years after the last adventure aired. The story sees park guests join the McDucks on various adventures around the world utilising Gyro's newest creation, the Adventure app, helping them take on villains to uncover the 7 plunders of the world, which are treasures lost to time that are completely different from the missing mysteries. Each pavilion contains its own mission, where the player complete tasks to activate events featuring several high-quality statues of some of the characters that really does look like a lot of fun, even though the odds of me getting the chance to try it out for myself before it inevitably gets rethemed again isn't great, but I'm just happy it saw the light of day at all. Though, if that's not floating your boat, what about something that released immediately following the end of Season 3, and is perhaps the strangest thing to come out of these attempts to keep the show around? This Duckburg Life was a DuckTales-themed podcast that was announced around the same time the finale aired, and began to be released 2 weeks later. Now, a podcast based on cartoons was nothing new. Both Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon had been experimenting with them around the same time, but those were mainly about crew members discussing the actual production of the show. This was entirely in character, featuring original stories with once more most of the cast reprising their roles. And I think it's supposed to be canon? The main gist of it is Huey has a new show on Duckburg Public Radio where he recounts interesting things that he's experienced in town. But it's actually this really high concept and engaging piece of media, with episodes ranging from 12 to 20 minutes long and featuring writing that is pretty much on par with the show itself, because it was in part written by Ben Simon and Megan Gonzalez. Even without the animation, that trademark charm and creativity still shines through. Like, the first episode is told entirely through listening to various messages from Launchpad's answering machine.
Things are starting to get very weird here. I'm stretching, but also at the same time, I'm made of rocks. Oh, and Louie's a mule now. I'll keep you posted.
Other storylines include Gyro inventing a mind control helmet that naturally turns sentient and tries to take over Huey's body, Louie taking over the show to sell spots to a bunch of different advertisers for profit, Scrooge and the kids visiting a ghost library, Glomgold trying to prove his innocence after being arrested for a crime that, for once, he didn't commit, which was my personal favourite episode.
It's time for me to play bagpipes for the other prisoners.
Oh, do the other prisoners like hearing the bagpipes?
No. That's what makes it so delicious.
Each installment also has a pseudo B-plot communicated through the sponsor segments where we learn what one of the other characters are up to. Webby tries to open a mythical creature petting zoo, Dewey starts his own talent agency for the sole purpose of representing himself, and Louie opens a new fake charity separate from Louie's kids called Cars for Quacks. Now, I would be remiss not to mention the stunning pieces of original artwork that were crafted for each episode, creating these movie poster-esque collages of the characters that provide some visual representation for important moments in the story. And I wanted to ensure I would be able to give the artist responsible credit, but as you can imagine, a 7-episode podcast released on YouTube did not have its production documented as well as the main series did, and the information we do have doesn't confirm who created these. But then I remembered, I'm technically mutuals with Ben Simon over on Blue Sky, who worked on the podcast. So I decided to reach out and ask if he knew who was the one behind these. To be honest, if anything, I was expecting a polite response saying he didn't know, and I could take solace in the fact I at least tried. But he ended up going above and beyond to help me, reaching out to the old team and even asking around the offices to try and get me an answer, which I greatly appreciated. So I can say these were all the work of the show's character designer, Tim Moen. Ben was also kind enough to answer my other question as to whenabouts the idea of doing this podcast came into being. It was conceived while the show was still in full production, when the last episodes of Season 3 were still in the writing stage, as he worked on both of them simultaneously. It was actually a passion project for the podcast's director, Gina Gazzardo, who had been wanting to create some Disney-branded podcasts for some time, though the idea never truly took off. So actually, this was created during the show's run and was likely meant to release before the finale, which explains why it all seems to be set during this nebulous point in time where it's unclear when during the show it takes place, not helped by the fact Della is neither heard or mentioned once throughout all 7 episodes, which is the only noticeable absence. I guess Paget Brewster was too busy narrating the Disney Plus series behind the attraction. This Duckburg life is a lot of fun. It's not the perfect substitution for having no more episodes, but it provides an interesting new angle for exploring this world that I would highly recommend to anyone who finds themselves missing these characters.
For this Duckburg life, this is Huey Duck. You can let go of your tails now.
At the time, the podcast seemed very much like an anomaly, an experiment to capitalize off the brand one final time before leaving the show behind. But it was merely the first hint that these characters were going to find a way to stick around, even if sometimes by complete accident. Ever since the finale, there have been a surprising amount of pins released by Disney that use the designs of the reboot, some of which are clearly intentional, like this piece of a Donald anniversary set from 2023, or this gorgeous one based on the Sword of Swanstein from 2024 that I want so badly. Others are merely generic Disney pins that were clearly made using the first bits of stock art they found, which so happened to be from the reboot. A notable example being for Halloween in 2023, where there were pins of Mickey and Scrooge dressed as pirates, and while the Mickey pin has this very unique stylized look, the Scrooge is very clearly using his design from the reboot. I fully expected these interpretations of the characters to completely disappear, but instead they've pretty much been incorporated into the greater Disney brand. This has become just another version of Huey, Dewey and Louie that is now part of their overall history and are able to coexist with previous incarnations. And this started even before the show ended. In 2020, Disney released advertisements for Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway, a ride based on the wildly successful 2010 shorts by Paul Rudish. And despite the nephews already having designs from that show, this new artwork was very clearly inspired by the DuckTales reboot. Even Webby made a shocking cameo when Disneyland reopened Mickey's Toontown after a year-long renovation. Now when park attendants enter Goofy's house, they are able to look at a bunch of added framed photos, including one that clearly features the version of Webby from the DuckTales reboot, but reimagined in a more classic Disney style. But if you want a real, concrete example of the reboot now being seen as part of the core Disney brand, look no further than Lorcana. Disney's attempt to launch a competitive trading card game that released its first set back in 2023. And unlike pretty much anything the company releases these days, the game so far has made a point of only featuring characters from the core Disney studio. I mean, they don't even have Pixar characters yet. The one exception has been the DuckTales reboot, which was so important to this game's identity that they used David Tennant's Scrooge as a major selling point, sticking him right on the front of the box for one of the game's starter decks alongside Moana. And unlike some of those pins, there is no chance that the reboot being featured here was a mistake. Because not only is this completely original artwork created solely for this game, but it goes beyond simply referencing the designs when characters like Della and even Lena received their own cards, which are the only pieces of merchandise they've ever appeared in. Now, I never bought into Lorcana. I love the artwork, but I could never justify that price, so I didn't buy into it. Until today. Yep, I found a still sealed Scrooge-themed starter deck from the very first wave on eBay, so let's crack it open and take a look at some of the DuckTales cards. Hello everyone, and welcome to my desk, where today we are going to be opening up this single-player starter deck for Disney Lorcana Into the Inklands, which was the first ever set released in August of 2023. As mentioned, on the front of the box you can see Moana and David Tennant's Scrooge McDuck, proving that the DuckTales reboot was one of the main selling points behind this game. So on the side of the box you have a deck list which tells you every single card you are going to receive and how many of each, because you are going to get a lot of duplicates because this is a trading card game. I have had this sitting around for well over a month now, and I am so excited to finally get into it and see all of the DuckTales cards. So, without any more delay, let's do it! Okay, I think, never actually opened anything like this before. I don't think there's a way to do this without just ripping the box. God, this is really embarrassing. Yep. Alright, box is ruined. So, here are the cards you get in the starter deck, along with all the other trinkets, like these counters, I think, this game board, and this quick starter rules, as well as a sealed foil pack of cards. Now, we don't get all of the DuckTales characters in this set, so hopefully one of the ones I'm missing will be in here. But we're not going to bother with any of that, because we are just here for DuckTales. Alrighty then. Moana, love you, but you are neither a duck nor a tail, so... Oh, look at him. Oh, I love the background with the dollar signs, and you can see like all the jewels. Oh, that is just fantastic. One cool thing about Lorcana cards that I really wish was standard in the trading card industry is that on the bottom of each card it tells you who the artist who designed them was. So this absolutely gorgeous Scrooge card was brought to us by Grace Tran. And let's take a look at the description. So, Scrooge McDuck, richest duck in the world. During your turn, this character gains evasive. They can challenge characters with evasive. Whatever that means. I didn't get rich by being stupid. During your turn, whenever this character banishes another character in a challenge, you may play an item for free. He can make money anywhere. I mean, not exactly true. We did see in the richest duck in the world that he does struggle to rebuild his fortune again because no one really wants to have their shoes shined anymore. This is such a phenomenal card, though the next one is perhaps even more exciting because it is the one, the only... Della Duck. I am just so happy that they included her and that she got any piece of merchandise at all. This card was drawn by Rudy Hill, who does an absolutely phenomenal job capturing Della's personality as we see her in the midst of some kind of adventure. Della Duck, unstoppable mom, because as we all know, nothing can stop Della Duck. Reckless. This character can't quest and must challenge each turn if able. I don't really know where the can't quest comes from, since, doesn't quite seem to match up here. I survived the moon. How tough could the flooded Inklands be? So true, Della. So true. And now, you do actually get 3 Della cards, because, as mentioned, this is a trading card game, so the idea is you are supposed to trade your duplicates. Meaning I am gonna have a lot of extra DuckTales cards. So, if I end up going to MomoCon again next year, and you happen to see me, I might just be giving these away. Alright, Hey, Kakamora, Maui, Minnie, not that I don't love all you guys, but we're just here for the ducks. Here we go! Just look at how gorgeous that is with the action shot of the grappling hook, the inclusion of her night vision goggles, and even the friendship bracelet, which goes to show how big a fans the people making these cards were. Speaking of which, this card was drawn by Lewis Jones, which again, it is such a stunning piece of artwork that perfectly captures the characters. And I don't know if you can notice, but right there in the background seems to be a sled, which is a reference to the impossible summit to Mount Everest, where Webby's storyline in that episode was about trying to find the perfect opportunity for her first ever sledding experience. Webby Vanderquack, enthusiastic duck. Finding lore is a lot easier when you have a grappling hook. Okay, and who do we have next? Momo. The Sumerian Talisman. Summon spirit from the dark. Show thyself before this ark. Lena Saberwing. I really hope that I end up getting Lena in this pack, because it would be a real shame to not get my favourite side character, especially because she actually got a piece of merch. And this very special card is brought to us by Adam Bunch. Come on, let me see one of the triplets. Let me see one of... There he is, everyone's favourite theatre kid, Dewey Duck, showy nephew. There is so much to love about this card, like the inclusion of the hat from Mount Pellegroso from Sky Pirates in the Sky. But perhaps my favourite reference in the entire set is the statue Dewey is climbing, which is of Storkules and can be found in the Lost Library of Alexandria. Support. Whenever this character quests, you may add their son to another chosen character's son this turn. I got it, I knew I could do it, Dewey for the win. I mean, yeah, that is kind of in line, and I can sort of imagine him saying that, but you couldn't have come up with a pun utilising his name. That's like one of his major defining features. Even with that though, this is still quite possibly my favourite card so far. Massive props to the artist Federico M. Cugliari. Zootopia. Flintheart Glomgold. I know I sound like a broken record, but all these are just so stunning. And it's another one by Federico M. Cugliari. I do think the falling stalactites could be a reference to the Golden Lagoon of White Agni Plains, or it could just be a fun little background detail they didn't really think about much. They'll never see it coming. During your turn, this character gains Evasive. They can challenge characters with Evasive. Hey, wasn't that the exact same, Glomgold has the exact same action as the Scrooge card, just with a slightly lower effect, which is honestly very cool considering the lore of the show and the fact Glomgold is just a cheap copy of Scrooge. So the fact that the card does basically the same thing, but a little bit worse, is a really cool detail. Flounder, Grammatala, Gyro, Gear Loose. This is a really cool one. You've even got Little Bulb. Well, you've got many Little Bulbs. This card was done by Mario Oscar Gabriel, and I am absolutely floored in how all of these cards so far have been able to have this codified art style that still shows each artist's individual sensibilities. Like, they all fit together really well, but at the same time, you can still see these slight differences in the shading, the line width, and the colour choices, which is just really cool. And we are getting to the end of this deck, so I'm going to assume the other two triplets aren't far behind. And I was right. So here we have Huey, another card by Federico M. Cugliari, and you can kind of see there is a little bit more of a comic influence in this one, and I just spoiled Louis, okay. But yeah, you can see from just like the shape of the beak and the Junior Woodchuck hat that this is definitely more along the lines of taking influence from the comics, even though it is still definitely 2017 Huey with his hairstyle. Support. Whenever this character quests, you may add their son to another character's son this turn, which is the exact same effect that Dewey had. So I guess all the DuckTales characters more or less end up doing the same thing. Not that that matters, since it's not like I'm ever actually going to play this game, I'm just here for the awesome cards. 3 Nephews. Whenever this character quests, if you have characters named Dewey and Louie in play, you may draw 3 cards. This looks like part of a larger crystal. Yeah, that is something Huey would say, I suppose. Okay, no more beating around the bush, let's get to my favourite triplet, Louie. And once again, you see some really awesome references in the background, like the Kopesh from Tothra and Dewey's DJ helmet, which appears in both McMystery at McDunkmit Manor and Louie's 11. Louie, chill nephew. I mean, that's not really how I would describe him, but I'm just happy they didn't go with evil nephew, since we know by now that is not true. Support. Whenever this character quests, you may add their son to another character. Yeah, we're just gonna skip this one. Found the last one. Yeah? I mean, I suppose the whole point of these quotes is what they're saying in this specific scene, but I just feel they could have gone with something that felt more like fitting and tailored for each of the characters. And it is yet another card by Federico M. Cugliari, who I guess was put in charge of doing all of the triplets. And I'm fairly sure that is the last DuckTales character. I mean, unless we're counting this, though that looks a bit more like classic Scrooge to me, though it is kind of hard to tell because of the steampunk vibe, which is this game's whole motif. Yeah, you can just kind of tell that this one is like a little bit more rounded and a lot less angular like the reboot designs, which is why I don't really think it counts here. And this is the final DuckTales card, and that is the Vault Door, which is a reference to the other bin of Scrooge McDuck. I do wish I had a little bit more to say about this one, because it is really cool that they did such a big deep cut to the reboot, but there isn't really much going on here outside of just general aesthetic. And this card was done by Nicholas Kai. So now that we have all 8 of the guaranteed DuckTales cards, we can open our sealed pack and see if we get one of the 2 we're missing, which is either Magica or Lena. It would be really nice to get them, but I'm not expecting much. Okay, let's see here then. So we have Milo Thatch. Okay, even outside of DuckTales, that is such a really cool card to own because Atlantis is one of my favourite movies. Disney Lorcana does such an amazing job representing all of Walt Disney Animation Studios, even including a lot of the less popular movies. I mean, they still haven't done any Oliver & Company cards, which is when I would truly fall off the bandwagon with this, but this is still really nice. Okay, and we have Jetsam, Magic Broom, Grandma Tala, Olympus. I mean, it's Hercules. I love Hercules. Alright, Cleansing Rainwater, which is from Raya and the Last Dragon, another Magic Broom, 99 Puppies, Kit Cloudkicker. I mean, it's not exactly DuckTales 2017, but it's tangentially related to DuckTales 2017, so that's pretty cool. And, oh, we have another Scrooge McDuck here, so we just have a regular Scrooge McDuck. So the other one was the foil, and you can tell because it doesn't have the dollar signs behind him. And then just Miss Bianca. Alright, so we didn't get any extra DuckTales cards, and here's just the, how to play and all the stuff that I don't need. Alrighty then, so here are the 10 DuckTales related cards I was able to get. This collection really does do a great job representing pretty much the entire reboot, especially considering that you also do have Magica and Lena as well. And it didn't stop here, as later sets would include new versions of Scrooge, Huey, Dewey and Louie and Lena, as well as other characters like Gizmo Duck and the Beagle Boys. Will I end up going out of my way to get them all? Probably. But for today, here's what I've got, and for what it's worth, I think they're pretty good. Maybe not at the extortionate prices they're charging to get them brand new, but for the price I got it for, I'd say it was worth it. But yeah, let's get back to the main set now and start wrapping this whole thing up. But all of this attempting to include the DuckTales reboot as part of the wider Disney brand is weird when you remember they fumbled the show. They were pushing the reboot so much leading up to the premiere, with all these in-person events and, as discussed, a full line of toys. However, when the show started and didn't immediately match the success of the original, which is what Disney was banking on, they quickly pulled most of that support, and by the time season 2 came around, had pretty much given up on the show entirely. The toy line was a failure, causing the already planned second wave to be cancelled mid-production, which included one item that would become rather infamous. An abundance of prototypes for the Fenton and Gizmo Duck action figures would end up online, allowing fans to add them to their collections, which became this iconic moment in the DuckTales community because it sort of represented all these missed opportunities. This idea that the show could have been so much bigger had they simply kept pushing it a little while longer, especially with how much of a game changer season 2 was, but they squandered it, leaving the fans that were there to pick up the pieces, including this fan. I said I wasn't able to get a hold of any of the products that Fat Mojo released. I didn't say anything about the stuff they didn't release. Yes, inside this box is an actual factory sample of the cancelled Gizmo Duck action figure, which, fun fact, cost me far less than trying to buy the stuff that actually did make it to stores. Now, there is a chance that this could very well be a fake, but honestly, if there is a person out there trying to get rich by bootlegging a cancelled product that was part of a failed action figure line based on the 2017 reboot of DuckTales, more power to them. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, he looks absolutely incredible. Oh, and on the back it does say copyright Disney, Fat Mojo, LLC, made in China. So I'm gonna assume this is legit. It is honestly so surreal to be holding this in my hand right now, because I remember when those first Fenton action figures went up for sale and I couldn't get one of them. But just to own a piece of the history of this show that I love so much, it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. They've got all the details perfect. Like, he looks like he's just ripped straight out of the show. And on the back here, you can see that he has a little hatch. And the idea is that you were supposed to open that, and you would put the Fenton figure inside there, so it would be like he was controlling it. Though, I gotta say, as much as I love this figure, not exactly great for display purposes, since I'm not really sure how well he can stand up on his own. But, we can certainly try. Is he gonna roll off there? Can he stand? He can stand. Okay, we're good. It also did just occur to me that I completely forgot to change the lighting colour for this section, so, let me just fix that quickly. In my defence, I have recorded this like 6 times over the past 4 months. Give me a break here. But believe it or not, we are still not done discussing the continued existence of these characters after the finale, because their biggest presence for the past 4 years have been regular appearances in Disney Channel's original YouTube content. In recent years, we've seen the big 3 kids cable networks experiment with creating short-form online content in response to the rapidly changing media landscape, with the Disney Channel clearly finding the most success in this new venture since they'd already been creating original shorts based on their shows. But these were different, as they essentially began to establish the idea of a wider Disney TVA universe, as slowly crossovers between multiple shows would become more common. The first instance of a DuckTales character being included was in Broken Karaoke, a series where various characters sing parody songs with a good handful of them actually being really good. You just have to accept the varying animation quality, where it's abundantly obvious which ones were handled by the same people who made the show and which ones were not. And that's not a dig. I'm sure the crew responsible for these are doing the very best with the no doubt limited budget they've been given. Anyhow, the second installment was the first big crossover featuring characters from a bunch of shows singing a themed version of Deck the Halls, which featured Launchpad as the only DuckTales representative.
You require medical attention.
Though the most successful online series has no doubt been Chibi Tiny Tales, which are shorts that run for about a minute each and feature heavily simplified designs of the characters and tell their stories pretty much entirely through visuals with little to no voice acting. These first began in the summer of 2020, which tells you pretty much everything you need to know about why they were made. With the first collection being based around Amphibia, which was a smash hit, garnering anywhere from 1 million to 6 million views. So Disney expanded to doing shorts of other properties, including Big City Greens, Phineas and Ferb, and yes, even DuckTales. A trilogy of shorts was released in the weeks leading up to the finale, which are a lot of fun. Magica and Glomgold fight over who gets to steal Scrooge's #1 dime, Webby and Launchpad team up for an adventure of their own, and the family explore an ancient temple. Good stuff, but again, all this released prior to the last adventure, and with the show ending, it didn't make much sense to continue with this sort of promotion. and for a while, that seemed to be the case. Until September of 2021, when they released Cheer Tryouts, a chibi Tiny Tales based on the Disney Channel original movie, Zombies. What was so significant about this one was it was the first of these shorts to experiment with crossovers similar to stuff like Broken Karaoke, including a moment that features Dewey and Launchpad, the first new animated appearance of any character from the reboot that released 6 months after the show had concluded. All this online content essentially became a low-cost way to keep these shows somewhat relevant even long after they ended, with DuckTales not even being the only example. A trilogy of chibi Tiny Tales based around Tangled the series was released in 2021, allowing for fan-favourite characters like Cassandra, Lance and Varian to make new appearances despite the show ending in early 2020. However, all that was merely the warm-up, because the next year, in 2022, the chibis were about to get a little bigger. Following the success of Tiny Tales, the Disney chibis were given a full-length show of their own. Sort of. See, it's essentially a repackaging of the older shorts with some new material in between. Pretty much the same idea as House of Mouse. Each episode focuses on a pair of characters from different series who act as the hosts, putting on this show for all the other chibis, this time with full voice acting.
I don't know how to fix this.
Maybe I can help.
Lose!
I was flying overhead and saw everything happen.
We are truly in the strangest timeline. This meant that now characters from previously ended shows could not only continue making new appearances, but would also have their original voice actors reprising their roles. Episode 2 featured the entire main cast of Amphibia, including Brenda Song as Anne, Justin Felbringer as Sprig, Bill Farmer as Hot Pop, and Amanda Layton as Polly, which released a good few months after that show's finale. The end of the first season was this big villain team-up featuring Keith David as Andreas, Sarah Jeffrey as some character from Descendants, and the most hype was Keith Ferguson returning to the role of Flintheart Glomgold 2 years since his last speaking appearance.
What do you want?
For every chibi to say that I'm the richest duck and not Scrooge McDuck!
The loud duck speaks for himself.
But they didn't stop there, as the next episode not only brought back Glomgold a second time, but also Launchpad, once again voiced by Beck Bennett.
Don't worry, we're on it. Whoa, I like the sound of that hamster's voice.
Season 2 of Chibiverse was certainly more ambitious and engaging with its storytelling and really upped the level of fan service, with one episode prominently featuring Star and Marco from Star vs. the Forces of Evil, a show that at the time had been over for nearly 5 years. Though it was clear the format of having to work around reusing the old shorts was limiting the show's potential, so in 2025 the Chibiverse was completely reinvented for its 3rd season. Episodes have been cut from full 22-minute stories to 3 smaller segments, dropping the stage show format and focusing entirely on original stories that take full advantage of that crossover element, now including older shows like Kim Possible and even some real obscurities. It's also, like, genuinely funny.
Star? Vasquez? I know what we're gonna do today.
Go to the center of the Chibiverse.
Oh, usually no one answers me. I just say I know what we're gonna do, and then we do it. But yes.
And nowhere was this new direction more evident than the 3rd segment of the season premiere, Stan's 11, in which Stanley Pines from Gravity Falls assembles a team of chibis to break into Scrooge McDuck's money bin, played once again by the incomparable David Tennant.
Yes, Stan! Enjoy your million chibi coins! I hope you've got a sweet tooth!
Sweet tooth? Chocolate!
He also played Scrooge in the weird Rescue Rangers reboot movie thing from 2022. It's just a quick cameo where you only hear a brief chuckle, but it is so clearly Tennant's voice, except it's coming out of classic Scrooge. The remaining episodes of Chibiverse Season 3 also feature the return of Jim Rash, Danny Pudi, and Ben Schwartz, who has also recently appeared in a new Broken Karaoke, showing theatre kid Dewey Duck is still alive and well in 2025. It's such a joy when you get to hear one of these characters return, because you can just tell how thrilled the actors are to be playing them again.
According to Chibi Scout Rule number 27, all new scouts must face the ropes course of doom!
Though it really shouldn't be a surprise how heavily featured DuckTales has been in the Chibiverse thus far when you see that both Madison Bateman and Ben Simon are on the writing staff, so the humour is nearly identical to the show.
I want to find this legendary perfect gift for my girlfriend.
And so you came to me, Duper Dingus Turbo Duck, to help you on your quest for fame and glory?
Actually,
Of course you did.
It is very exciting seeing these characters maintain relevance so long after the series has ended, and that, along with everything else I've talked about, does give me hope that they'll continue to stick around for a few more years. Though it begs the question, could a full-on revival of the series ever be in the cards, or at least a new major project set in this world? Well, it's complicated. If we're going to talk about the potential of reviving the reboot, there is one massive issue that needs to be addressed. That being the currently in development Darkwing Duck show. DuckTales was never meant to be just another version of the old show. It was designed as a launching point for a new modern incarnation of the Disney afternoon with numerous potential for spin-offs. Though by season 3, that seemed like more of a pipe dream, as it became clear Disney were not interested in greenlighting any of those ideas. Easily the one with the most potential, and the one the team were really hoping for, was getting to do a Darkwing spin-off, hence the backdoor pilot in season 3. Frank, Matt and Susanna presented a full pitch for the show which would continue to follow their versions of Drake, Gosling and Launchpad and take place in the same continuity, running concurrently with the also proposed DuckTales Season 4. But when executives moved to cancel DuckTales, they also rejected the proposal for their Darkwing show with no concrete explanation given. Instead, Disney decided to partner with Seth Rogen's production company Point Grey Pictures to create a new reboot of Darkwing Duck that won't have any connection to DuckTales 2017, which, despite being announced in 2020 with limited updates since then, is apparently still happening.
Sure, Jan.
Last year, there was a huge Disney TVA leak containing a bunch of show pitch bibles from the last 20 years, which had some really interesting oddities, including a bunch of other versions of the DuckTales reboot from before Disney hired Frank and Matt. But it also included the full pitch for their Darkwing show that is filled with the same innovation and love as DuckTales, showing clearly how they planned to expand upon the groundwork they had already laid and what would set it apart from stories focused on the McDucks. And it breaks my heart that we'll never get to see it fully realised. And the presence of this new show makes it difficult to keep using the Darkwing characters. Darkwing in Chibiverse is not voiced by Chris Diamantopoulos, but Jim Cummings, which pretty much means we are likely never gonna see that version of Drake or Gosling again. This team were responsible for introducing multiple new generations to these characters through their carefully crafted version that got modern audiences invested in them for the first time. These guys are pretty much the sole reason anyone born in the last 20 years knows of and cares about any of these characters. And they deserved better than to be thrown aside because a celebrity wanted to get his hands on the property. I'm sure whatever this new show ends up being will be fine, but I have absolutely no interest in it whatsoever. However, all these choices were made while DuckTales was still airing, and before Disney suddenly had a vested interest in preserving this iteration of the characters. I have no doubt that they somewhat regret letting this show go when they did. The continued merchandise alone kind of proves that. They dropped their support for the reboot right before it really started to get popular, and when the news got out that it was ending prematurely, there was a decent-sized backlash which may have caused them to reconsider their stance. It was too late to reverse their decision and order another season, not to mention expensive, but they could still continue marketing it as a way to give the characters a second life. So taking into account everything we've seen from the past 4 years since the show ended, I do have some hope that we could someday see a full return to this version of the McDuck family in some form. Had Treasure of the Lost Lamp done well, it was planned to launch a whole series of 90s DuckTales movies, so why not give it another go with some Disney Plus specials? Each episode of the show was created with the mindset of making these mini adventure movies, so let them make a few bigger adventure movies. Maybe you could slightly age the kids a little, like the original Quack Pack did. The main reason people are so harsh on the finale is because it introduced so many interesting new ideas that would be left unexplored. So, explore them. Heck, you don't even have to go that far. Back in 2019, the game developer FDG Entertainment pitched a remaster of the Genesis game Quackshot using the style and designs from the reboot. That was rejected by Disney, only to release the concept art by the team over at Game Atelier the following year as part of an April Fool's joke, which left people clamouring for it to become a reality. The original DuckTales for the NES is one of the most beloved games of all time, so a spiritual successor styled after the reboot with full voice acting would likely do pretty well. It was pitched around the time Disney weren't really interested in doing video games anymore following the closure of Disney Interactive, which might have contributed to it not being accepted. But now it's a different story, as we have retro throwbacks like Illusion Island that sold pretty well, so maybe a new DuckTales related game could end up seeing the light of day. But all of this is wishful thinking. There's no way of knowing if there'll ever be a true continuation of the reboot's continuity. Though I will say one thing. This show premiered when I was 16, and I'm now 24. The 10-year anniversary of that premiere is essentially right around the corner, which means this show is pretty close to being nostalgic itself, and we all know how entertainment companies love capitalizing on nostalgia. This world is an expansive sandbox full of endless possibilities, and I really hope the team that built it gets the chance to play in it again someday. And with that, we have finally closed the book on DuckTales 2017, which also concludes half a decade of me making stuff for this channel. These past 5 years have been amazing, and I am so grateful to each and every one of you. Making these videos has allowed me to do things that I never thought possible. It's also been the reason I have made some amazing friends that I have been fortunate enough to have as part of this project, which makes the next thing I have to say really difficult. So I'm just gonna rip the band-aid off. I don't want to be the Gladding Gladiator anymore. I started this whole thing when I was 19, with the idea of doing these half-sketch, half-commentary videos about the Walt Disney Company. The Gladding Gladiator was supposed to be a character I played, with the idea being to eventually introduce lore and ongoing storylines. I was portraying an exaggerated and inauthentic version of myself, which to some degree I was also doing off-camera. Thus, I scrapped it all and started making videos as myself, just earnestly talking about the things I love and the impact they left on me. But now there was an issue that the channel name no longer reflected the stuff I did, and in some respects made me feel like I was still playing that character. And because that was my brand, that's all people knew me as. Even when I did briefly make an effort to mention my real name in my videos, people still always referred to me as Glad. It's not so bad when it's merely in the comments section, but when I went to my first MomoCon last year and had people calling me that in person, that's when I really started to dislike the name. There's also the elephant in the room of I don't want my work to be so heavily associated with Disney anymore, in regards to their recent actions and cowardice with withdrawing support from the LGBTQIA+ community, stripping anything that could even be considered queer from current and future releases. And I wrote this in July, having no idea how much worse it was about to get. Happy holidays, by the way. I guess that makes this my Christmas special now? I'm still gonna talk about shows and movies from the company, but I don't want that to be the channel's entire identity, which is why in the last few years I've been making more of an effort to talk about things from other companies. But again, that name feels like it's holding me back. I've been ruminating on this for a while now, and with the weird place my life is in at the moment, where I'm making all these big sweeping changes and figuring out what I want from my future, the time simply feels right. So, if it's alright with y'all, I would very much like it if we could somewhat start over. Hi, my name is Jake. I'm a queer 20-something-year-old who has a lot of deep connections with pieces of animated media, and I would like to share them with y'all. So, welcome to my mind palace. Very little about the videos themselves is going to change, beyond a few stylistic evolutions here and there. The only major difference is the name. I'm just relieved to finally get this off my chest, and I hope I've offered a decent enough explanation as to why I've made this decision. Do you have any idea how loud you've been throughout this entire recording session? What do you have to say for yourself? Alright then. So, once more, for all time's sakes, folks, thank you so much for watching. I've been the Gladding Gladiator, and here's to new beginnings. See you real soon.